Chapter 251 Blood Magic Showdown. Call God to guard. Mark's wand was held high, and the white mist formed a special shield in front of him. The billowing black mist slapped down like waves, and Mark's standing in the middle of the aisle was like a solid reef, standing still in the impact. Accompanied by a clear neighing sound, the dazzling white light cut through the darkness. An illusory and proud unicorn rose into the sky under the mist. The vast ocean of black mist was penetrated by a big hole and rushed straight to Tom behind. Riddle. Unexpectedly, you would choose to fuse the blood of the unicorn. Tom Riddle frowned. He could detect that the other party's patron saint was faintly restraining his blood magic. Tom Riddle didn't dare to care, raised his hand, and a strange black light shot out from the tip of the wand. The shadow of the unicorn was not affected in any way. Black light penetrated through it, bringing up strands of transparent white smoke. Seeing this situation, Tom Riddle became more vigilant. He didn't think that Marks McClown would do useless work. The other party's patron saint must have other functions. But within a second, Tom Riddle had figured out a way to deal with it before the white light and shadow appeared. Since the other party's patron saint can affect his bloodline magic, the reverse is also possible. Tom Riddle held his right palm lightly, and the black mist suddenly gathered and condensed into a large snake several meters long, and the mouth of the snake directly bit on the unicorn's body. The black mist and white light melted into each other, and the unicorn screamed. The condensed black mist snake was much tougher when it diffused into the Black Sea. The long snake body swept up and swept the unicorn. The beast was tied up. Fortunately, Marks never pinned all his helps on the shadow of the unicorn. Taking advantage of the fighting between the two illusory behemoths, Marks kept getting closer. The two sides are already less than 10 meters apart. Tom Riddle didn't understand why the little wizard in front of him was so persistently close to him, but the more hopeful the enemy, the less he could make it happen. Avid as a fate, Tom Riddle cast out the killing curse. A flash of green light. Marks made a difficult roll, and evaded dangerously. The wand swept the ground, and a large number of rubble began to deform, turning into flying birds to pounce forward. Tom Riddle waved his wand, flocks of birds were blown into flesh, and a red rain of blood fell all over the sky. At this time, the distance between the two sides is 5 meters. This is not the best offensive distance, but Marks can't wait any longer, because Tom Riddle will never give him a chance to get closer. Shinfeng Yu Ying. Yifan shouted loudly. The invisible and invisible magic blade cuts through the air in an instant. Although Shinfeng Yu Ying couldn't look directly with the naked eye, Tom Riddle understood that Marks had once again released that special magic through the sense of crisis that surged into his heart. There was a disdainful smile on Tom Riddle's face. Last time he was caught off guard by Marks before he was injured. What's more, Shinfeng Yu Ying's power is much weaker this time. Now Tom Riddle raised his hand and was ready to cast a spell, but his body was deadlocked in the next second. I don't know when Marks's black pupils have turned into orange snake eyes. At the moment of looking at each other, Tom Riddle instantly thought of the eyes of a basilisk. How is this possible? The patron saint of Marks McClown is obviously a unicorn, and he should be fused with the blood of the unicorn. Before Tom Riddle could think clearly, all his thoughts and attention were attracted by those eyes, and his body gradually became stiff. At this moment, Shinfeng Yu Ying slashed on Tom Riddle's chest again, and the body made of black mist was once again torn apart. A big hole, and the black diary buried deep in the chest was clearly visible. At the same time, Marks was also uncomfortable. He obviously felt that the magic power in his body was being continuously extracted. On average, it would consume 10 units of magic power every second. In contrast, although Tom Riddle was affected by snake eyes, because the opponent is now in the state of life and death, and has been fused with snake blood, the speed of petrification is unusually slow. Marks split his mind and activated the ring of fierce fire with difficulty, and wisps of palpitating flames gushed from the top of the wand, condensed into a fist-sized fireball, and rushed towards Tom Riddle not far away. 3 meters apart. Tom Riddle still couldn't move. The big hole in his chest slowly closed but couldn't keep up with the speed of Li Huo's approach. 2 meters above Tom Riddle's head, Ravenclaw's crown flashed with light, and the azure blue gems faintly exuded magical waves. 1 meter. Tom Riddle, who was still, raised his hand stiffly, and the light of the killing curse lit up. Avada Kedavra. Marks didn't expect this at all, and when he realized it, the dazzling green light was already in front of his eyes. Fortunately, at this moment, a white light and shadow that was as fast as lightning materialized horizontally in front of him, took the killing curse, and then the unicorn shattered into wisps of white mist in front of Marks and disappeared. Up in the air, the blue light representing the shadow of the unicorn in the system bar dimmed. Marks didn't even have time to pay attention to the notification sound of the system, and quickly waved his magic wand. Tom Riddle on the opposite side made the same action. 2 destructive magics collided with each other in the air, and the violent shockwave forced the 2 who were very close to fly upside down. Ahem! Marks grabbed his chest and stood up from the pile of rocks, his heart sinking to the bottom. He was struggling to create such a few seconds of opportunity to completely destroy the Horcrux with fierce fire. Unexpectedly, he finally restricted Tom Riddle's own consciousness, but another Horcrux took over Tom's body just now, destroying his plan. Marks is a little desperate. Now he has less than 20% of the magic power left in his body. MTLnovel.com. The Ring of Fierce Fire can no longer be used. Even the shadow of the blood magic unicorn has fallen into a cooling period because of resisting the killing curse. Marks couldn't even see the possibility of defeating the opponent. On the other side, Tom Riddle's figure has become a lot more illusory, and what is even more bizarre is that his face has transformed into an ugly, narrow and strange face, and then changed back to its original appearance in the next moment. Ravenclaw's crown shone faintly. Tom Riddle's mouth opened and closed silently, whispering something to himself. The 2 Horcruxes seemed to quarrel, and his face was constantly changing. Blood to pieces. Marks tentatively attacked. Tom Riddle blocked it with a backhand, and the 2 Horcruxes reached an agreement instantly. 1 face and 2 faces looked at Marks together. Chapter 252. Deathly Hallows. The old magic wand. Being stared at by such a face, a silent pressure surged into Marks's heart. Although Tom Riddle was not unharmed under his own attack, by comparison, the opponent's condition was obviously much better than him. I think you can take some more time and think about who should control your body. Marks swallowed hard, trying to provoke the Horcrux in fighting again. After you die, we will discuss it slowly. 2 overlapping voices came from Tom Riddle's mouth. Are you sure, Tom? I think you can't beat the future you now. Or how about we destroy the crown together? Marks suggested. But he was greeted by several spells. There are many obstacles. Marks struggled to construct magical barriers in front of him. However, in this form of Tom Riddle, the strength of the spell was significantly improved compared to before, and the magic barrier did not last long before being breached one by one. The protective ring in Marks's hand flickered continuously, and a crack appeared in just 3 seconds. And the protective effect was getting worse and worse. Tom Riddle raised his hand again, and a red light penetrated the protection and hit Marks's body. Under the effect of the disarming curse, the wand in Marks's hand was knocked out. It seems that I won after all. A smile came up from the corner of Tom Riddle's mouth. But even if Marks didn't have the magic wand in his hand, Tom didn't dare to lean too far. Instead, he pointed his magic wand at the little wizard in front of him and asked, "Tell me, how did you manage to have 2 bloodline magic at the same time?" Of course it is according to the method given by Salazar Slytherin. If you have the courage, you can try it. Marks replied casually, racking his brains to think of a way to break the game. There was another in his sleeve. Rooted a dragon's heartstring wand, but Tom obviously wouldn't give him a chance to take it out. You'd better not be clever, or you want to try the taste of piercing the bones. Tom Riddle's complexion became gloomy, and he wouldn't believe Mark's rhetoric. Salazar Slytherin did leave a method of fusing multiple bloodlines in the classics, but he did not give a solution to the blood impulse burst. If he tried it, it would be a life of death. He believed that the little wizard in front of him could never take such a big risk. Marks didn't expect that he had just threatened Lockhart with the heart drill not long ago, but now he was threatened by others. Facing Tom Riddle, who was increasingly losing patience, Marks racked his brains and couldn't think of the possibility of his own survival. The fear of death permeated his mind, and the black pupils faintly turned into snake eyes. Drilling Tom Riddle, Marks was reluctant to speak, so he wanted to cast a spell. Suddenly, a misty song came from a distance, echoing in the closed chamber, interrupting Tom Riddle's movements. Above the secret room, a golden red phoenix is flying towards here. Beautiful tail feathers across the sky with red sparks, golden paws vaguely grasping something. Dumbledore. At the moment when he saw Phoenix, Tom Riddle no longer smiled before. He looked at Marks viciously, and said loudly, "He can't save you. Evadusso's life." Tom Riddle waved his hand to cast a killing spell. Marks struggled to avoid it, but this time the green light was faster than any other time. In a moment of effort, death has already come. The phoenix flying high in the sky ignited flames all over and disappeared in place, and the thing held by its claws slowly fell from the high sky. At the same moment, a fire suddenly appeared in front of Marks, and Phoenix Fox rushed out of the fire and sucked the green light into his mouth. Even the phoenix, after taking the killing curse, could not completely avoid the damage. Flames continued to gush out from its body. Fox turned into a small fireball and fell to the ground. Soon after, a crumpled hairless little turkey emerged from the fireball. After the rebirth, Phoenix obviously could no longer help Marks, and the situation on the court did not seem to have changed. Tom Riddle said sarcastically, "This is how Dumbledore helped you. It seems that he doesn't want to come to rescue you himself." Marks was silent. He didn't expect Dumbledore to know what was going on here, and also send Phoenix to help him. Except in the current situation, unless Dumbledore himself is here, even if the Phoenix brings the Sorting Hat and Gryffindor sword, he cannot be saved. Just as Marks was thinking this way, a long object hit his head and fell again. Marks subconsciously stretched out his hand to take it, and looked down at it. It was an elderberry wand about 15 inches long, shining in the dark secret room. Marks felt the magic in his body boiling just by holding it. A message in the system column caught Marks's eyes. Magic item, old magic wand Death Hallows. Magic. Very strong. Effect. Greatly enhance the power of the spell. Greatly reduce the consumption of mana. Fit, 50%. Explanation. Legend has it that this is a magic wand made by the of Death intercepting elderbone branches. It has an unimaginable power. Holding it, you will control the fate of others. Note, you need to defeat its original owner to get its approval. Marks couldn't believe that Dumbledore sent Fox and handed this thing into his hands. But the restless magic power and system prompts clearly told him that this was the Deathly Hallows, the old magic wand. What's that? Dumbledore gave you a magic wand specially? Tom Riddle felt a little uneasy, and quickly calmed down. A magic wand can't change the situation. This is what can kill you, Marks said without hesitation. After that, Marks did not give Tom Riddle any time to think, and the water in the two pools was directly lifted under the wave of the old magic wand in his hand. Countless currents obeyed Marks's guidance and gathered into a giant dragon tens of meters long, waving its claws and swooping down from high altitude. It's impossible. Tom Riddle stared at the huge water dragon www.mtlnovel.com and shouted in horror. He didn't even understand how Marks, who was defeated by himself before, could display it. Such a powerful magic. Ravenclaw's crown burst into a violent light. The two Horcruxes no longer suppress each other, they are in charge of this body together. Countless magical barriers have emerged in front of Tom Riddle, and a large number of fierce fires have bucked the trend with the heat wave. But all this is meaningless to face the water dragon tens of meters long. The magic barrier collapses almost instantly, and the fierce fire that is claimed to be never extinguished is buried in the water flow. Tom Riddle was bitten in his mouth by a water dragon and hit the wall behind him together. P.S. Before making the first Horcrux, Voldemort had already fused the bloodline. The protagonist had related speculations before. As for how Tom made the fusion potion, I will mention it in the later plots. Fox helped Marks block the killing curse because Dumbledore gave it an order to protect Marks McClown and ensure that the old wand can be sent to Marks. Chapter 253 What kind of wand is that? Under the impact of the huge amount of water, Tom Riddle's body almost collapsed, looking illusory to the extreme. He finally got up from the ground, his clothes wet. The Ravenclaw crown on his head was impacted by the water and fell to the side, and the wand in his hand did not know where it fell, looking extremely miserable. What kind of wand is that? Tom Riddle's eyes looked straight at the Elderwood wand held by Marks in his hand, with a look of fear and unwillingness on his face. Tom's right hand moved slightly, as if he wanted to do something. What moves faster than him is Marks's magic. Shen Feng Yu eyeing. The invisible magic blade cut off Tom Riddle's right arm in an instant. Ah! Tom Riddle let out a violent wailing, and no blood came out from the broken arm. Only the billowing black mist came out. I thought you could really recover indefinitely in this state. Now it seems like that. Marks approached Tom Riddle step by step, and saw that his right arm had no intention of reorganizing. He couldn't help but sneered. Do you think you won, McClown? If you kill me, the 4 girls will have to be buried with me. Tom Riddle covered his wound, his face full of resentment. Marks ignored Tom Riddle's words, and another curse hit Tom's body. The sound of a huge explosion echoed in the silent chamber, and Tom Riddle rolled all the way and hit the corner wall. Marks doesn't believe Tom's nonsense. Ginny, who had the same experience in the original time and space, only recovered after the Horcrux was destroyed. Let Tom continue to live, so that the deceived girls lying in the school hospital will never be able to wake up. Tom Riddle supported himself with difficulty, but this time he could not stand up again. He gritted his teeth while looking at Marks, who was approaching in front of him. Don't forget, McClown, you and I have both completed the blood fusion ceremony. In other words, we are both Slytherin successors. Dumbledore will never tolerate you. Dumbledore helping you now is just trying to borrow your hand to get rid of me. With our current strength, we can work together to kill him. At that time you will be the strongest person in the entire magic world. No one will be your opponent. Everyone must surrender to you, even me. Tom Riddle's expression is very sincere. Really? Marks said non-committal, and Tom Riddle's left leg exploded with a light wave of the old magic wand in his hand. Marks's gaze was very indifferent, and he ignored the other party's words. A series of spells were cast out, and under the blessing of the old magic wand, they hit Tom Riddle on the body. After 5 or 6 spells in a row, Tom Riddle could no longer maintain his human form. The black mist suddenly dispersed, and a black diary fell to the ground in the air. It's time to end it all. Marks's left hand took out a small crescent-shaped package from the pocket where he had cast the non-marking extension curse, and inside it was a basilisk tooth. The black diary kept trembling, but Tom Riddle's power had been exhausted at this time, and even the black mist could not be used. Marks held the basilisk fangs and pierced into the center of the diary without hesitation. A stream of ink continued to gush from the gap, and piercing screams kept ringing in his ears. Marks watched all this silently. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. After a full half a minute, everything fell silent. When Marks touched it again, there were no hints in the magic inventory of the system. Obviously, this thing had become an ordinary diary. After that, Marks had no time to rest, and walked to the fallen Ravenclaw's crown and destroyed it with snake teeth together. Ravenclaw's crown is different from the diary, and it does not absorb any vitality, and the resistance is even weaker. It is not worth mentioning in front of Marks, who holds the snake teeth. Seeing that both Horcruxes were destroyed in his own hands, Marks knelt tiredly on the wet ground, staring at the scene that seemed to have been ravaged by the storm. Marks smiled bitterly. He never thought that things would develop to such a point. Originally thought that Tom Riddle would have a limit to being strong after he was resurrected, but he did not expect that the other party would actually find the crown in the Bing room, and the 2 Horcruxes were unified. so that the strength was exceptional. This is still the case when the two Horcruxes are fighting each other to suppress each other, and Tom has not been able to completely resurrect. Otherwise Marx feels that he may not be able to wait for Phoenix's help. Thinking of this, Marx couldn't help but glance at the Deathly Hallows in his hand. Although he had known for a long time that this elderberry was made, the wand inlaid with the tail feathers of the Night Skeletal was extremely powerful, and could even provide the blessing of combat power for wizards such as Dumbledore and Voldemort. But after experiencing it personally, Marx realized how strong this thing is. While holding the old magic wand, every spell he releases is equivalent to the effect of being blessed by the enhanced magic text. Coupled with the ability to drastically reduce the consumption of magic power, Marx feels that he has never been as powerful as he is now. He was very sure that few people in the entire magical world could defeat him now. If it weren't for the saneness, Marx would have an urge to take the old wand as his own. Marx turned the old magic wand over and over and couldn't find the place where the magic text was inscribed. The whole wand body was integrated. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I don't know how this thing was made. How strong is the alchemy level of the three Peveria brothers to make these Deathly Hallows? It can't really be made by the of death. Just as Marx was studying the old magic wand. mentalnovel.com, another voice rang in the silent chamber. Who am I? Where am I? What is going on here? Is there a flood? Lockhart finally got up from the ground, with a dazed expression on his face. Because Marx drained the water in the two ponds to deal with Tom Riddle, Lockhart was also affected, and he almost didn't choke to death. So he woke up early. Who are you? Do you know me? Lockhart looked around for a week, then set his gaze on Marx and asked aloud. Shut up for me. Marx pointed his wand at him. Lockhart struck a spirit. Although he didn't remember anything, he was still a bit psychologically shadowed by the wand being pointed at. Seeing that Lockhart was a little more honest, Marx began to test the effect of the forgotten curse, and asked how many things he still remembered. Finally found that Lockhart had forgotten thoroughly, even his own name and where he lived, but he stubbornly felt that he was a master of magic before. Chapter 254. It's all the bad boy Tom fooled me. No, you used to be a liar. Understand? Marx corrected. How is it possible? You must be mistaken. Lockhart shook his head and said in disbelief, You are a liar. Old Marx's wand pointed to the floor tiles in the distance. A red light flashed, and an explosion sounded. Well, right, I'm a liar. Lockhart glanced at the big pit exploded on the ground, swallowed hard, and said against his will. Marx didn't bother to pay attention to him anymore and put away the damaged diary and crown. Immediately afterwards, Marx used the Transfiguration curse to conjure a majestic giant eagle with a wingspan of several meters, ready to fly on it. Squeak! At this time, Phoenix Fox ran out with his short legs, barely growing feathers, like a little turkey ready to be cooked. Fox ran to Marx and pulled his trousers so that he wouldn't forget himself. But when he looked up, he saw that the little wizard in front of him looked at him and his gaze seemed a little wrong. Riding the giant eagle, Marx all the way up and flew out from the entrance. Lockhart underneath didn't have such a good treatment. He was grasped by the two claws of the giant eagle and yelled in the air for fear of falling. Go back. Marx jumped off the giant eagle's back, looked back at it, and said. The giant eagle nodded humanely, and then went into the secret room, waiting for the magical power of the transformation curse to be exhausted, before turning back into a rock again. Marx did not stay longer in the girls' bathroom, but took Lockhart to the principal's room with him. Along the way, Lockhart kept babbling and asking questions, and Marx was so annoyed that he immediately warned him to say one more thing, so that he would be speechless in the future. In front of the principal's office, the door of the passages directly opened. Marx started eclumency, thinking about how to explain later, and walked in without stopping. Walking through the semicircular stairs, Marx saw Dumbledore in a dark blue robe sitting behind the desk. To his surprise, Hermione was also here. Marx, it's great that you're okay. When Hermione saw Marx, her frowned brows stretched out, and she jumped up with joy. Hermione, why are you here? Marx asked, confused, confused. At this moment, Dumbledore's voice rang. "It was Miss Granger who came to inform me that you were in danger, and I asked Fox to find you." Hermione, who hugged Marks tightly, realized that there were other people in the principal's office. Her white cheeks suddenly turned red, and she hurriedly released Marks. "Thank you, Hermione," Marks said gratefully. Had Hermione not notified him in time, "I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back." The little witch shook her head, indicating that this is what she should do. When she was in the corridor before, she saw that Marks looked ugly and panicked to chase Lockhart, and she guessed that Lockhart must have a problem. In addition, the attack might have something to do with the mysterious person. Hermione was very worried about Marks' safety, so she immediately notified Dumbledore in the auditorium. Dumbledore quickly determined the approximate extent of their disappearance based on the report of the portraits in the castle. Hermione tweeted about what happened to Marks, and stopped abruptly in the middle of it, staring wide-eyed, watching a familiar figure walk from the door. "Professor Lockhart." Hermione was surprised. "Professor, are you talking about me?" Lockhart was looking curiously at the portrait in the principal's office. After hearing Hermione's words, he was stunned and pointed at himself strangely. Later, Lockhart seemed to have thought of something again, leaning up like crazy, and hurriedly asked, "You must know who I am, right? Tell me." "Marks, what's wrong with Professor Lockhart?" Hermione was taken aback and hurriedly hid behind Marks. Dumbledore gave Lockhart a thoughtful look, and then turned to Marks with his blue eyes. His slender fingers came together slowly, and he said in a deep voice, "McClown, I think. You need to explain it to us." "Of course, Professor. But this story may be a bit long." Marks nodded. As early as this time when he came to the principal's office, Marks had thought of his excuses. Even when the old Malfoy sold him the diary from the beginning, every sentence he said was the truth. Only things about the system were concealed. After all, the system and traversal are secrets he must keep, and he will never say it. At the same time, Marks deliberately mentioned his mother Isius several times when he was talking, and he paid attention to Dumbledore's face. The centenarian just listened quietly. His expression didn't even fluctuate much, only a slight movement on his face when Marks talked about the Slytherin research room. Marks couldn't figure out the relationship between the two, and it was obvious that Aya was full of anger when he mentioned Dumbledore. If he didn't understand, Marks gave up the idea of temptation, and after telling the cause and effect of the Horcrux, he spoke again. "In the past few months, Tom Riddle taught me a lot of magic knowledge. He also told me about the existence of the Slytherin chamber. I used to regard him as my best friend." A look of loneliness appeared on Marks's face in good time, indicating that he had always been a good student abiding by the school rules, but was fooled by the sinister old Malfoy and the evil Tom Riddle. "You don't need to feel depressed, McClown," Dumbledore continued gently. "Many dark wizards are good at disguising and deceiving. www.mentalnovel.com, and Voldemort is one of the best, even when he was a student. You must know that many adult wizards were fooled by him at that time. And Marks, you managed to see him through, didn't you?" Hermione said comfortingly. "Yes, even though he pretended to be very good, I still found something wrong. So I planned to hand the diary to you for verification. I didn't expect someone to stolen it midway." Marks explained how Dobby had stolen the Horcrux and lost it, and then the broken things Lockhart did when he picked up the Horcrux, and how he deduced that Lockhart was the attacker based on various clues. "So why did Professor Lockhart become like this? Did you do anything to him?" Hermione said curiously. "I saw through his identity. He was going to use the Forgotten Charm on me, but was bounced back by my protective ring." Of course, Marks would not say that he had washed Lockhart's memory, but the original time and space. Lockhart's experience has changed. A different way of saying it. "Is that so?" Lockhart looked dumbfounded, but couldn't refute, because he didn't remember anything. Chapter 255. This is really a bad boy. Deserve it. Who made him want to use the forgetting curse on you? Hermione didn't mean to sympathize with Lockhart at all. but stared at Lockhart angrily. Dumbledore nodded non-committal. He recognized the remarks. He knew something about Lockhart. This was indeed something Lockhart would do. Marks continued to briefly talk about the battle between him and Tom Riddle in the secret room, and then took out the damaged diary and put Ravenclaw's crown on the desk together. "Professor, Tom Riddle is relying on these things to make trouble in the castle," Marks said. Dumbledore picked up one of the Horcruxes and looked carefully. The long hooked nose almost touched the charred paper. After a while, Dumbledore slowly put down the diary, looked at Ravenclaw's crown and said with emotion, "Amazing. I have to say that he is probably the best student ever at Hogwarts. He has understood the mystery of Voldemort's escape from death, which is to make a Horcrux." According to Marks's description, Tom Riddle completed the production of the first Horcrux in the 5th grade, which is why he was surprised. Thinking of this, Dumbledore paused suddenly and looked at Marks. Compared to Tom Riddle, who made Horcrux at the age of 16, Marks, who was able to defeat him in the 2nd grade, was obviously better. Not to mention that according to Marks's self-report, he obtained the method of fusing the blood of the magical creature in the Slytherin research room, and completed the hemolysis ritual according to the steps given by Slytherin. If you count the power gained by Marks's bloodline awakening in the 1st grade, then he is the first person in the magic world to have the bloodlines of 2 magical creatures at the same time. This achievement is much better than Voldemort during his student days. "No, Professor, I always think you are the best student ever at Hogwarts. People in the entire wizarding world know that you are the person Voldemort fears the most." Marks keenly noticed Dumbledore's sight, said quickly and modestly. The reason why Marks took the initiative to throw out that he had completed the blood fusion ceremony was to dispel Dumbledore's doubts. After all, he has to stay in school for several years. It is impossible not to use blood magic all the time, and this can also explain the reason why his strength is rapidly becoming stronger. Anyway, the method of blood fusion was obtained from Slytherin's research room, and the source was reasonable. In addition, he completed the fusion at the instigation of Tom Riddle, and Dumbledore couldn't blame him anyway. Listening to Marks's flattery, Dumbledore laughed blankly. He was about to say something when suddenly a fist-sized hairless turkey emerged from Marks's wizard robe. It suddenly jumped onto the table with a beautiful singing voice, which seemed to be telling, "What?" Hermione opened her eyes wide and watched this scene curiously. Marks said with a hint of apology, "Professor, in order to protect me, your phoenix set Voldemort's killing curse, and then it became like this." "Killing curse?" Hermione was surprised. She didn't expect that the battle Marks was going through was so dangerous. "Don't worry, McClown, the phoenix is a very magical creature. Death is just a reincarnation for it, and it will soon recover." Dumbledore was not surprised. He stretched out his hand to comfort Fox, and while speaking, he put Fox back on the tall gilded perch. "By the way, and your wand. Thanks to this, I can finally defeat Tom." Marks also pulled out the Elderbone wand from his sleeve in time and returned it back. Even though the old magic wand's ability to bless magic makes Marks very excited, but Marks, who knows this Deathly Hallows, knows that this thing has already recognized the Master, and that the Master is Albus Dumbledore, the strongest wizard in the magic world today. Since I couldn't get it at all, Marks was very calm and didn't hesitate to return the old wand. Dumbledore stretched out his hand to take it, and kept watching Marks's expression at the same time. Noting that there is no nostalgia on Marks's face, he can't help but nod in his heart. He asked Fox to give the old wand to Marks to use, which was not without the meaning of temptation. As a sophomore in the 2nd grade, Marks was a little out of the ordinary, and his growth was too rapid. This made Dumbledore faintly disturbed, worried that he would go astray, and the magic world could no longer afford a second Voldemort. "Professor, if there is nothing else, he'll go back first." Marks didn't know Dumbledore's thoughts, but there was always a sense of insecurity in front of a master of the mind. "Wait a minute, McClown." Dumbledore stopped Marks, who was about to leave, and in his doubtful eyes, took out a letter and pushed it in front of him. "The leader of the Merlin Knights wrote to me a few days ago. Let me tell you that the award ceremony should be in these few days." Marks happily put away the envelope. He felt that he had another legend to be accounted for, and then left with Hermione. "What about me? What should I do?" Lockhart looked around. He was the only one left in the principal's office except Dumbledore. "Mr. Lockhart, the investigators from the Ministry of Magic will arrive tomorrow. Before that, I believe Mrs. Pomfrey in the school hospital will take care of you." Dumbledore glanced at him and said lightly, "Because of Lockhart, a series of attacks occurred at Hogwarts, causing the 4 junior witches to become unconscious. A large number of complaint letters in the past few days are about to fill his office. Of course, Dumbledore has no need to protect Lockhart. Until novel.com. As for Lockhart's end, he was sent to Azkaban, was still thrown to the street. Munger Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries for Treatment, depending on whether the Ministry of Magic was able to detect Lockhart's sordid past. Sending Lockhart away at will, Dumbledore looked at the large broken holes in the 2 Horcruxes, tapped the tabletop with his index finger, and meditated quietly. In his mind, there are not many things that can destroy Horcrux. Suddenly a voice rang in the empty office. "What a great little wizard. It's really hard to believe that he is now in the 2nd grade. But it seems that he has deliberately concealed a lot of things. I don't think that guy named Tom Riddle will be so kind to help him complete which dangerous fusion experiment. There must be something we don't know about it. Hey, this is such a bad boy." On the wall of the principal's room, an old man with a long beard in a portrait chattered out his opinions. Chapter 256. I admire his cunning. I admire his cunning. On the other portrait, the middle-aged wizard dressed in black robes with a gloomy expression said appreciatively. Then he complained about the sorting hat lying on the shelf playing dead. "That broken hat must have been mistaken again. He should have come to our Slytherin. What a good boy. He was assigned to such a brash college." Hearing these words, the crumpled hat on the shelf immediately quit. It jumped up and retorted, "No, no. No, I still insist on my opinion. He has the corresponding qualities, so he should go to Gryffindor. You know him, a sorting hat that never goes wrong. Who knows if you missed it?" The long-bearded old man was very dissatisfied. It was obvious that the members of their black family were excellent Slytherins, but this broken hat wanted someone to be assigned to Gryffindor Academy. If he was still alive, he would definitely throw this hat into the stove. "Have you heard? Marks McClown belongs to our Gryffindor Academy," a sturdy wizard from Gryffindor said triumphantly, and then turned his head to look at the middle-aged wizard on the other side with dissatisfaction. The portrait of him, cursed. "Also, which academy did you just say is the Majesty Academy? Honestly, did you always want to fight with me?" The middle-aged wizard principal with a gloomy expression didn't want to pay attention to the brash man, but the latter had already got into his picture frame with a strange smile while holding the sword. Although the two were powerful wizards before their lives, they are nothing more than a painting now. No one can cast spells and can only fight fiercely in this small picture frame. Several portraits on the wall looked at this scene, all showing disgusting eyes. They feel that everyone is a person with status, even if they have been dead for a long time. They shouldn't do such a shameful thing. "I think this kid is pretty good." I didn't hesitate to return the wand. "I can't do it with me," said one of the knowledgeable principals of Ravenclaw. The old wand of the Deathly Hallows may be a secret to other wizards, but the portraits here are among the best wizards in the magic world. So many people have a certain understanding of this strongest wand. It is precisely because of this that Marks's performance is rare. However, the next moment a portrait retorted, "How do you know that it wasn't pretended? He's just a second-year little wizard. Can you all think about the good things?" The silent principal's room was soon filled with quarreling sounds. The usual silent principals joined the discussion one after another. This is also because Marks is so special that he did so many things that surprised them at a young age, so that everyone looked forward to his future achievements. Just as the quarrel was getting louder, a middle-aged witch wearing a purple wizard hat suddenly yelled, "Enough! How long has everyone been dead? What's the use of arguing here? This is not something we should discuss. I believe Albus will make a decision." All the portraits cast their eyes on Dumbledore. Dumbledore's knocking on the table stopped, but he did not answer. He knew more about Marks than the portraits, and he was even more confused. This small wizard is like being shrouded in a vast mist. There are a lot of contradictions in his experience and personality, making it difficult to distinguish the authenticity from the fake. McClown. Dumbledore closed his eyes and thought for a while, and slowly took out an old photo from the drawer. It was a group photo of a group of young wizards with smiles on their faces. Many of them was beckoning to him. Dumbledore's slender index finger slowly moved across the photo, as if he was recalling something. It's a pity that most of the people above can only stay in his memories. On the other side, Marks, who walked out the door of the principal's office, slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and finally got over it. He thought Dumbledore would ask him more things, such as how he destroyed the Horcrux, or how Tom Riddle tricked him into the secret room. However, none. What made Marks even more puzzled was that he didn't feel any trace of Dumbledore's use of contemplation during the entire process. With this abnormal phenomenon, Marks is somewhat disturbed. Although Dumbledore was a lawful white wizard, restrained his own power, and generally did not use dementia on others at will, but there are always exceptions to Voldemort. Judging from previous experience, Dumbledore will at least use the mind to confirm the truth when he talks about key points. This time there is nothing. Could it be that Dumbledore discovered that he was using a Clumency? Marks couldn't understand. At this time, there was a system prompt sound in my mind. Marks curiously opened the system bar and checked it, and found that there was another title in the Legends title bar. Legends title, Heir to Slytherin. Legend 1. Legendary event, you successfully solved the mystery, found the knowledge inheritance left by Slytherin, and fought to the death with another heir in the secret room and won the final victory. In that case, the 5 legendary points are half of the collection. Marks muttered to himself, touching his chin. A few hours ago, the mission of the Dark Lord's Wish gave him some legendary points. Now there are 2 points. In addition, obtaining the Merlin Medal in the near future should also be a legendary event. It is getting closer and closer to redeeming the next protection mode. Unfortunately, the Phoenix who has just Nirvana is still too young. Marks muttered to himself with regret. Marks has always been very fond of Phoenix's bloodline. You are reading www.uukanzu.com, let alone Fox taking the initiative to dangle by his side this time. At that time, Marks wanted to take advantage of this excellent opportunity to obtain the blood of the Phoenix. But when Fox was just reborn, he was only as big as a fist, and he might have drawn 100 milliliters of blood directly to death. In addition, the legendary points had not been collected yet, so Marks had no choice but to give up the idea. In the next 2 days, without the Horcrux and the attack, Marks once again lived a long-lost leisurely life. It is worth mentioning that after the Horcrux diary was destroyed, the few low-grade girls who had been in a coma also regained consciousness. Not long after that, Dumbledore summoned everyone in the auditorium to explain the causes and consequences of the attack. Their defense against the dark arts class. Professor Lockhart was so bewildered by an evil black magic book that he was right. His own students launched an attack. Immediately afterwards, Dumbledore dismissed Professor Lockhart and announced the cancellation of the following defense against the dark arts class. Chapter 257 Let Go of Me. I'm a Master of Magic. After Dumbledore finished speaking, there was an uproar in the hall. Lockhart's fans didn't want to believe this was true, and many little witches cried sadly. However, the low-grade girls who had just awakened provided powerful testimony about their attack, which made people unable to refute. The heirs from the Ministry of Magic arrived later, preparing to take Lockhart to the Ministry for investigation. Lockhart, who had lost his memory, didn't even know who these were, and immediately resisted fiercely. "What do you want to do? Let go of me. I am a master of magic. Otherwise I will cast a spell." Faint, quickly imprisoned, lock tongue to seal throat. Hearing that Lockhart was about to cast a spell on them, the Aurors were like enemies, hitting them with several spells one after another. Before long, Lockhart was dragged away by the Aurors. Sitting at Gryffindor's long table, Marks watched all this and couldn't help but mourn for Lockhart for a while. "I'm afraid the Ministry of Magic really found out something. Otherwise, it would be the staff of Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries that came to pick up Lockhart. I have known that something is wrong with Lockhart. He used to know nothing but telling stories. It must be because of the influence of that dark magic item that suddenly became so powerful." Ron talked freely, expressing his own opinions as a hindsight, and the little wizards around him nodded frequently, but some people also expressed doubts. After all, in the duel class, Lockhart also reminded them of the dangers of dark magic items, but he didn't expect to be caught. Hearing everyone's discussion, Hermione glared at Marks angrily. Only she and Luna knew that Lockhart was pretended by Marks with the compound decoction that day. Marks shrugged, just as if he hadn't seen Hermione's gaze. He had earned nearly tens of thousands of dollars from Lockhart, and the other party's request still had to be fulfilled. Besides, he still wanted to use Lockhart's identity to find the attacker. He didn't expect that the lamp went dark, and he almost didn't pit himself. When everyone was talking, Dumbledore cleared his throat, attracted everyone's eyes, and continued. "Next, I have a few things to announce. The first thing, Mr. McClown discovered Lockhart's abnormality through his own ingenuity, and successfully defeated him, so that the attack did not worsen. Here I want to add 100 points to Mr. McClown in recognition of his achievements." Dumbledore looked at Marks while taking the lead in applauding. On the long table of the four colleges, there was a warm applause. The previous attack made the entire Hogwarts people panic, especially the Mulborn students, for fear that they would become the next target of the attack. Now that Marks completely resolved the attack, it was natural to let them breathe a sigh of relief. The several professors sitting in the teacher's seat looked at Marks with weird eyes. If they remember correctly, this is the second defense against the Dark Arts class professor to be dropped by Marks. Waiting for the applause to stop, Dumbledore changed his serious expression and said to the little wizards, "In addition, what I need to warn you is that I do not advocate McClown taking such risky actions. In fact, if you find similar problems, you should seek help from the professors in the school as soon as possible, or report it to me directly." Having said this, Dumbledore suddenly turned his head to look at Hermione, and said loudly, "So here, I want to reward Miss Granger extra. She notified me of Mr. McClown's adventure in time, and I want to give her 50 points. There was another round of applause from the audience, and the scoring pool placed in the auditorium also changed after Dumbledore opened his mouth one after another. Among them, Gryffindor's scoring pool has risen a bit, surpassing the original Ravenclaw Academy, and almost all the deducted points from the previous college battles have been added back. Hermione was very happy. She thought that Gryffindor had no hope of winning the Academy Cup this year. Marks had never worried about it. When the points were deducted, he had a foreboding that Dumbledore would find an opportunity to help them add it back. In contrast, there was a wailing sound on the desk of Ravenclaw's Academy. They thought it was finally their turn to win the Academy Cup this year, but they did not expect to be overtaken by Gryffindor in the end. However, Marks resolved the attack, and it was reasonable to add more points. This makes the little wizards of Ravenclaw very helpless, and can only hope to work hard before the end of the semester to bring back a similar score. But just as they thought about it, Dumbledore spoke again. "The second thing I want to say is also related to Mr. McClown. Perhaps you have seen in the newspapers that McClown developed a new type of potion during the summer vacation last year, a wolf's poison potion. This kind of potion can make the werewolves regain their sanity on the night of the full moon, which will greatly reduce the possibility of ordinary wizards being attacked by werewolves, and at the same time improve the living conditions of werewolf wizards." After the Merlin Knights evaluated and decided to allow McClown to join the Merlin Knights, and tomorrow morning, he will be awarded the second-level Merlin Medal in the HogWarts auditorium. Before this, no one had achieved such an honor at this age, so I will add another 100 points for Mr. McClown. Dumbledore's loud voice echoed in the hall. The audience fell into a brief silence. The news was so shocking that even the little wizards of Ravenclaw stopped thinking about the Academy Cup. You know that the Merlin Medal is the highest glory in the magic world, and countless wizards are eager to get it. The selection of the Merlin Knights is strict. www.mtlnovel.com usually only award medals to those who have made outstanding contributions to the Ministry of Magic. It took Lockhart more than 10 years to plagiarize the life experiences of more than 10 powerful wizards. The books he wrote were popular throughout the magic world, and he packaged himself as a fighter against black magic, and only got the lowest level of Merlin Medal only. It can be seen how difficult it is to obtain the Merlin Medal. The little wizards present turned their heads to look at Marks one after another, with envy and shock on their faces. It's hard to imagine a second-level Merlin Medal winner sitting next to them and attending classes together every day. It took a long time before thunderous applause rang out in the auditorium. On Gryffindor's long table, many little lions shouted Marks's name, and George and Fred even came to ask for autographs and a group photo. They think that save more signatures now, and when Marks becomes more famous in the future, they will definitely make a fortune by selling this. Chapter 258. I also want to experience this kind of trouble as the person involved. Marks seemed very calm. He had known all about the Merlin Knights awarding ceremony a few days ago, and he would have received a letter from the Merlin Knights leader when the school just started. In fact, what made him a little surprised was that the award ceremony was delayed for so long. The letter clearly stated that it was around Halloween. As a result, it is now in April of the second year, and there are only 2 months left until the end of the semester. After Dumbledore on the platform said the shocking news, he waved his magic wand, and the long table of the 4 colleges immediately showed more dishes. That's all I want to say. You can start today's dinner now, Dumbledore said to the little wizards of the 4 major colleges, and then returned to the teacher's bench. However, the power of food did not dissipate the enthusiasm of everyone, and the conversation was endless. After dinner, Marks returned to Gryffindor's lounge with Harry and Ron. In the middle of the journey, Marks once again experienced the troubles of being a celebrity. He became the focus of almost everyone, and I could hear everyone talking about himself everywhere. When approaching the lounge, a strange little witch ran into him. Vaguely Marks felt that the other party had put something in her arms, and then blushed and ran away. Marks was confused, and suddenly remembered that the little witch seemed to be the Slytherin girl he had saved. After being possessed by Tom Riddle, she has been in a coma in the storage room of the responsive house. When Marks came out of the principal's office a few days ago, he rescued the girl and sent it to the school hospital. What is this? A love letter? Marks took out the envelope in his arms, glanced at it a few times, and said dumbfounded. Marks shook his head. He wasn't ready to accept it, so he would just write a reply letter and tactfully refuse. You are really famous this time. Ron looked at Marks enviously as he put the envelope away. When would he be treated like this? It's not good to be famous, but it's a lot of trouble. Marks vomited. Harry nodded in agreement, which he felt deeply. Ron looked at his 2 friends with a weird look. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He also wanted to experience this kind of trouble. The next day, Marks got up early, and when he walked to the auditorium, he found that the place had changed, and it was decorated and magnificent. The flags of the 4 colleges were flying high in the sky, and a bright red carpet was placed in the center of the auditorium, extending to the steps outside the door. From time to time, golden and red light spots fell from the sky onto the carpet, and then again disappear without a trace. More than a dozen ghosts shuttled back and forth in the exhibition hall, and they seemed very excited. Salute you, sir. Nick, who was almost headless, saw Marks coming in, and even got up and took off his hat to salute. Hello, sir. Marks nodded, not sure why Nick respected himself so much. When he was about to ask, he heard an annoying voice. "Ha, look at which big person is coming." Pippi ghostly danced over the castle, and he giggled. It turned out to be McClown. "Can you tell me, how does it feel to kill two professors one after another? Who are you going to deal with next?" "I'm going to deal with you next." Marks looked at him and drew his wand from his sleeve. Pippi's complexion changed. It remembered the fear curse that Marks released last school year. He was so scared that he didn't dare to come out for several days, and immediately a rush floated far away. However, at this time, a white light flew out and hit it accurately, and Pippi was horrified to find that he was unable to speak. Marks turned his head and looked over curiously, only to see that it was Professor McGonagall who had cast the spell. "Get out of the way, Pippi," Professor McGonagall said angrily with a calm face. "If you dare to make trouble at the honoring ceremony later, I will put you in a box." Pippi was frightened, nodded fiercely, and escaped from the auditorium with a swish. Professor McGonagall said to Marks, "Well, McClown, hurry up and eat. You will receive the award later." Marks nodded and walked toward the Gryffindor long table. At the same time, Marks also noticed that Professor McGonagall changed into a luxurious red robe today, and he looked much younger than usual, as did the professors sitting on the faculty bench. Marks suddenly understood that today's awards ceremony, I am afraid that he would not come down with a medal as he thought. Sure enough, after eating breakfast, it didn't take long for Dumbledore to talk to a group of strange wizards and walk in. Many people followed behind them, some of whom Marks had met before, and seemed to be reporters from the Daily Prophet. "It's really troublesome, can't you just send me the medal?" Marks sighed, feeling a headache. "How can this be done? Issuing the Merlin medal is a big deal. Not to mention, Marks, you are the youngest Merlin medal recipient in nearly 1,000 years. No matter how important it is." Hermione twittered to Marks about the information she had found in the book. She was so excited that she didn't know she thought she was going to receive the Merlin medal. Marks was not listening at all, but he soon saw Dumbledore beckoning at him, and got up and walked over. Dumbledore took the initiative to introduce him one by one. Only then did Marks know that the wizards in front of him were members of the Merlin Knights and were here to witness his award ceremony. Marks said hello politely. Several members of the Merlin Knights also responded very politely. Everyone knew that the little wizard in front of him had a promising future. No one would be uncomfortable at this time. MTLnovel.com. After a while, more and more people came. The auditorium becomes very lively. Marks was struggling to deal with it, because almost everyone would come up and say a few words to him, which made him have to keep a smile all the time and talk to these famous wizards. He has never been good at this kind of communication, so he just flattered each other out a few words. On the side of the Gryffindor table, Percy Weasley was very jealous watching Marks chatting and laughing with the big guys. He always wanted to find a chance to come forward and say a few words, but he didn't. People care about him. The next award ceremony was simpler than Marks had imagined, and it was not so cumbersome. It's just that he had to read a long and stinking oath in public, and briefly describe his contribution to the magical world. After that, Dumbledore, as the nominee, personally wore the second-class Merlin medal on his chest, and the surrounding applause suddenly rang. Chapter 259. Tom asked me to greet you, sir. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Marks's mind. Marks's face remained unchanged, and he checked while keeping a smile, as he had expected before. There was some new information in the achievement column again. But what surprised Marks was that he actually obtained 2 achievements in a row, namely the Werewolf Savior and Merlin Knight. The former is because he developed the wolf poison potion and sold it at a low price, which won the gratitude of most werewolf wizards, and the latter is his achievement for obtaining the second-level Merlin medal. The legend value has also increased by 2 points at once. Marks was very happy, and there was another legendary event, and he could prepare for the third blood fusion. Dumbledore saw Marks's expression in his eyes, thinking that he was happy to receive the Merlin medal, and the surrounding wizards came forward to congratulate him. At this time, Marks saw a figure out of place in the crowd. It was the Lucius Malfoy he had seen during the summer vacation. Perhaps noticing Marks's gaze, Lucius Malfoy turned his head and glanced at him. The snake stick in his hand paused heavily on the floor, and the house elf trembling at the bottom of his feet hit. Shivering. "Professor, why is Lucius Malfoy here?" "He is also here to attend my award ceremony," Marks asked strangely. Dumbledore shook his head and said, "No, I invited Mr. Malfoy over. We have something to talk about later." "About the diary?" Marks immediately thought of this. The Horcrux sold to him caused several attacks at Hogwarts, which caused panic throughout the school and almost led to the resurrection of Tom Riddle. Dumbledore obviously won't let Lucius easily go. This time it should be used to kick the opponent out of the Hogwarts Board of Directors. Dobby looked very frustrated as he stayed next to Lucius, and Marks's heart moved. The house elves have very good combat power, and they are not weaker than an adult wizard. Not to mention that the house elves have different methods of casting spells than wizards, which allows them to ignore some obstacles and do things that wizards can't do, such as freely performing transformations at Hogwarts. Thinking of this, Marks lowered his voice and said, "Professor, can you give me the diary? I want to return it to Mr. Malfoy myself." "Okay." Dumbledore nodded and agreed without asking why. The honoring ceremony lasted for a full morning, and Yifan's smiling face became stiff, and it finally ended. Tom Riddle's diary was also taken over by Dumbledore halfway through. After Marks took it, he went to a little witch in the auditorium and borrowed a small white glove, which was sandwiched between the pages of the book. After doing all this, Marks took the diary and walked towards the principal's room, and smoothly saw the old Malfoy who had just come out of the principal's room in the corridor. Lucius Malfoy's face was very ugly. He didn't expect the other board members to betray him. Obviously they discussed a few days ago that they would take advantage of the Hogwarts attack to oust Dumbledore and replace him. In just a few days, everything changed. Instead, he was kicked out of the Hogwarts board. Lucius Malfoy became more angry as he thought about it, and cast his sullen eyes on Dobby, thinking in his heart how to deal with the private action that broke his planned house elf. Dobby followed his feet with drooping ears, and there was a clear footprint on the rags draped on him. Lucius snorted coldly, and when he looked back, he saw Marks who was stuck on the other side of the passage. "Mr. Malfoy, please stay." Marks took a few steps forward and spoke first. "What are you doing here?" Lucius Malfoy's expression was a bit unsightly. "Mr. Malfoy, you really give me a big trouble at the beginning, so I think it's better for you to take it back yourself." Marks handed over the diary he was holding, and then continued to jokingly said, "You know that Tom and I often complained about you when chatting, saying that you would only put it in a storage box in the dark." Lucius Malfoy looked at Marks deeply for a while, and he couldn't help feeling that he had made a mistake by selling his diary to him earlier. He had already learned from Dumbledore and Dobby that the diary left by the Dark Lord confuses Lockhart, the famous new defense against the Dark Arts professor, and caused several attacks on students at Hogwarts. But Marks McClown, who has been holding a diary for a long time, was not affected at all. On the contrary, he became famous in the school for resolving the attack. Today he successfully received a second-level Merlin medal! Obviously Marks is not as simple as he showed when we met last time. With a calm face, Lucius Malfoy took the diary in Marks's hand and threw it to Dobby at will, letting it hold it. The diary with a big hole poked by snake tooth hit Dobby's head. The brown pages were turned over, and a small white glove fell out of it and hung Dobby's long nose. The frustrated house elf's big round eyes stared wide, shaking with both hands, raising the white gloves on the tip of his nose, and screamed in surprise. "The master gave Dobby a glove? Dobby is free!" Dobby shivered excitedly. Lucius, who was about to leave, turned his head abruptly when he heard Dobby's words, staring blankly at Dobby, who was holding a glove high behind him. and then looked at the diary that had fallen on the ground. "I understand something. It's you." Lucius Malfoy looked at Marks angrily. Novel.com. He drew out his wand as fast as he could in his life, intending to teach the little wizard in front of him a lesson. But Marks's interpretation is faster. "Except for your weapons." A crimson light flashed, and Lucius received a violent impact and hit the wall behind. The wand in his hand was spinning in midair and fell into Marks's hand. "I hope you can calm down, Mr. Malfoy." Marks threw Lucius' wand back again, pointed to the diary that had fallen to the ground, and continued. "This is just a small punishment for your previous behavior. After all, you intend to use this thing to influence me, aren't you?" "You." Lucius Malfoy climbed up from the ground embarrassedly, picked up his wand, looked at Marks with a cold look, but dared not do anything, because Dobby was also standing next to Marks, stretched out his index finger, and it was shining with crimson light. Chapter 260. It's time for the magic world to change. Marks McClown, you will regret it. Lucius Malfoy knew very well that he was not an opponent of Marks and Dobby. What's more, it was in front of the principal's office. He gritted his teeth, threw his robe vigorously, and turned away. Hearing Lucius' remarks, Marks frowned and said deep in his back, "Mr. Malfoy, I hope you better think about it before you do anything, such as thinking about your son Draco at Hogwarts." Lucius Malfoy's back trembled suddenly, and he heard Marks's elocutionary words, turned his head and glared at him, then speeded up his pace and disappeared into Marks's sight. After threatening Lucius with Draco Malfoy, Marks shook his head. One thing he has always been difficult to understand is why Lucius in the original time and space would put the Horcrux into Ginny for a while and let her take it to Hogwarts. Although this can use Horcrux to suppress the Weasley family as the enemy, but his son Draco is also in school. Doesn't Lucius worry about implicating Draco in it? Basilisk's eyes don't distinguish whether you are a pure-blooded wizard or not. You have to die if you see it. Even if Lucius didn't know that Tom would release the basilisk, the Horcrux was given by the Dark Lord after all. It was very dangerous. As long as Draco was still in Hogwarts, he might be affected. Obviously Lucius still cares about the son Draco. I didn't understand it for a while, and Marks ignored it for the time being, and set his sights on Dobby. "Thank you, sir. You liberated Dobby." Excited tears flashed in Dobby's eyes. Dobby thought he was finished and would be taken back to Malfoy's Manor by his owner to receive cruel punishment, or he would be chopped off for acting privately in violation of the order, but he didn't expect Marks to suddenly stand up and rescue him. "You are as great as Harry Potter in Dobby's mind," Dobby yelled. Marks rolled his eyes, but he also understood Harry's supremacy in Dobby's mind. Otherwise, Dobby would not know that he would be punished the most severely afterwards, and resolutely came to Hogwarts to help Harry. "Dobby, do you have any plans after you are free?" Marks knelt down, looked at the house elf in front of him, and asked, "Mr. McClown, do you want to become Dobby's new master?" Dobby fluttered with his long ears, staring at Marks. "We can put it another way. For example, I can hire you. How about you working for me?" Marks understood that Dobby was a house elf who yearned for freedom. Although he could repay the favor and become Dobby's new master, this would somewhat cause some bad effects, and Marks didn't want to be the second Lucius. Marks McClown is willing to offer Dobby a job. "God, is the sir really willing to do this?" Dobby widened his eyes and said in surprise, "Of course." As for the wages, Marks thought for a while, and Dobby in the original time and space seemed reluctant to accept normal wages, so he proposed, "How about a ginger along every Monday?" "That's too much. Dobby only needs a silver psyche." "No, a copper nat is fine." Dobby was in a panic, and Marks was very satisfied with his willingness to pay it, and he was reluctant to accept a gallon of wages. After consoling for a while, Marks had no choice but to give up. However, Dobby's salary was adjusted to 1 silver per week, as Dobby said at the beginning. After all, the house elves also have to eat, and they can't mix and eat in the Hogwarts kitchen every day. Just after Marks and Dobby confirmed the employment relationship, the system prompt sounded again. "Task. The new task has been activated. Marks was stunned, opened the system's taskbar and looked at it, and there was another message on it. Mission goal: to establish an army of domestic elf. Current task progress: 150. Task reward: 3 legendary points. Mission description: after successfully liberating the first house elf, you have deeply realized the potential of this magical creature. Do you think it is extremely necessary to form a loyal army composed of house elves, which will help realize your ambitions? Note: a new era is coming, and the magic world is about to change. Marks McClown: no. Don't talk nonsense. I don't want to change. Marks was quite speechless. He felt that this system was simply called the Dark Lord Cultivation System. The several large-scale missions were either for him to subdue the werewolves or to form an army of house elves. What did he do with these things as a second-year little wizard? Fortunately, the task of the system was never mandatory, so Marks was about to forget this nonsensical task with the original task of Unified Knockout Alley. Regardless of the fact that the task reward has 3 legendary points, it is as difficult as heaven to complete it. In the magical world, house elves are usually slaves to the ancient and wealthy wizard family. It is almost impossible for them to betray their masters and follow themselves. After all, the house elves have been enslaved by wizards for thousands of years. All wizards have basically acquiesced to this principle. Even the house elves themselves have subtly accepted the status of slaves. Obeying the master has almost become something carved in their genes. Some radical house elves will even commit suicide after being expelled from the house by their masters. There are very few outliers like Dobby who are willing to vote for others. In addition, only HogWarts can see a large number of house elves. But this is Dumbledore's territory. Marks didn't dare to fool the house elves here at all to take refuge on him, otherwise, which house elves secretly accused Dumbledore of his blackness, then he would be dead. Besides, www.mentalnovel.com Marks doesn't intend to bring about changes in the magical world. That's too deadly. The last person who did this has still been confined in the Tower of Newmangard. Marks still feels that studying as he does now, learning magic is more suitable for him. Sir, what's the matter with you? Dobby asked strangely, seeing Marks's expression constantly changing while standing there. Nothing, just think of something. Marks shook his head, then continued. By the way, I happen to have something you need to do. Marks remembered the 8-eyed giant spider venom that he had stored in the responsive room, as well as some other magic materials. He has been unable to spare the time to deal with these things. Now that he has Dobby, he naturally doesn't need to do these chores by himself. Dobby can serve you now, sir. Dobby bowed deeply and said respectfully. Chapter 261. You are simply greater than Du had imagined. Let's go. Let's go to the Forbidden Forest first. Marks described the location to Dobby. Marks remembered that there were a lot of valuable things in the 8-eyed giant spider cave, which was too heavy to be moved out before, but now they can all be moved. Dobby nodded, grabbed Marks's wrist, and began to cast the spell. After a while, Marks had already appeared next to the 8-eyed giant spider's residence when he came back to his senses again. In front of him was a ruin buried by rocks. It was the result of his explosion with 2 thunderbolts. What are we doing here, sir? Dobby looked around curiously. There was nothing but weeds and trees here. Can you use apparition to take me in there? Marks pointed to the rocky ruins. Dobby didn't quite understand Marks's meaning, but still did so, and the two quickly teleported into the cave. Although it was only a few days later, there was already a corrupt stench, and fragments of spider corpses were still piled up here. Some 8-eyed giant spiders are even as big as a car, and no injuries can be seen all over their bodies. They just lie on the ground quietly, seeming to be able to wake up at any time. Dobby's eyes widened, and it moved closer to Marks in horror, stuck it on Marks's thigh, and looked around the terrifying spider cave. First, sir, where is this? Dobby stammered. Let's go. Our goal is further inside. Marks did not answer it, but walked straight into the cave. Dobby followed in fear. grabbing the corner of Mark's robe with his hands. When he saw the long foot at the end of the cave, which was more than 20 feet long, lying motionless on the ground as if a dormant giant snake, Dobby was even more startled and screamed in horror, "Gosh, this is a basilisk." Dobby was panicked for a while, and he was holding Mark's hand in fear and planned to teleport. It already understood how the 8-eyed giant spiders outside the door died. "It's a dead basilisk." Marks interrupted Dobby's movements and walked forward step by step to the front of the basilisk. Dobby was stunned, and then quickly followed up to see that there was a huge scar on the basilisk's head, and almost half of the snake's head was chopped off. Not far from the corpse of the basilisk, the size of the Aragak hill was lying there, and a large hole was penetrated through the body. Dobby could tell that it was the same magic that killed both. "Did you do this, sir? You killed the basilisk? You killed so many 8-eyed giant spiders?" Dobby turned his head shivering. Tennis-sized eyes looked at Marks in surprise. His eyes were full of worship. "You are simply greater than Dobby thought." Dobby screamed loudly. "I didn't hire you to flatter me. Move things quickly." Marks shook his head and continued. "I'll divide the materials. You are responsible for using apparition to transport the things to the responsive house. You should know where to go, right?" "Yes, sir. Dobby saw you in that place before." Dobby nodded and said, then he started to work as hard as he did. Without even letting Marks do anything, Dobby cut off the remaining snake skin. All his teeth were pulled out. His eyes were packed, and the remaining corpses of the 8-eyed giant spiders were all dismembered into materials. After scouring all the valuable things in the spider cavern, Marks let Dobby be solely responsible for the sale, and he returned to his leisurely study and life. After more than a month, while the proficiency of various magics was steadily improving, Marks also took time to study Shinfeng Ying's cursor-releasing method. This destructive spell created by Snape has almost become the strongest attacking magic in his hand. But the inability to solve the spell has always been a big problem, which means that when he releases this magic, it is easy to cause irreversible results, and it can't be used as a regular magic at all. For this, Marks is of course unacceptable. Since Snape was able to create the Shinfeng Shadowless Curse as a student, he should also be able to study the method to solve the curse on the premise of mastering the curse. Ever since, taking advantage of some time before the end of the semester, Marks plunged into the study of magic spells. After referring to a large number of magic books about spells and putting in countless energy, he finally got some results. Shinfeng Ying. Time flies. One afternoon after the exam in June, Marks gently waved his magic wand and cut a corner of the mahogany table neatly. Then Marks chanted a magical curse, put his wand against the incision, and the corner of the table slowly returned to its original appearance. "I finally got it out." Looking at the repaired table, Marks breathed a sigh of relief, which shows that his cursor relief has successfully eliminated the effect of the Shinfeng Ying, preventing the wound from healing. After busy work, Marks, feeling a little tired, sat on the chair and snapped his fingers. "Your tea, snacks, and today's daily profit, sir." Dobby appeared in front of him at the right time, and handed him a cup of tea and a newspaper. Then Dobby stood quietly aside, waiting for Marks's further instructions. Marks took a sip of the tea that the house elf had handed over, and while eating snacks, he opened the Daily Prophet and read it. "By the way," he said with emotion in his heart, "the life of the corrupt wizard aristocracy." Of course, Marks is not talking about himself. After all, he paid his wages, which is different from those slave owners. Drinking tea, Marks glanced a few times in the Daily Prophet, and almost squirted out. The headline of the front page reads, "Caring for werewolves, starting with you and me." On the cover of the newspaper's newsletter, there are several spirited werewolf wizards of Doogt who shook hands cordially. Doesn't this old boy always hate werewolves? In order to gain a wave of prestige, I really don't have to face it. Marks shook his head helplessly www.mentalnovel.com and glanced at other pages. Part of the news content was reporting that he was awarded the Merlin Medal. However, It has been more than a month since the awards ceremony, and the heat has faded a lot. Marks didn't pay too much attention, and was about to fold the Daily Prophet and put it aside. At this moment, a corner news headline caught Marks's attention. Duped. The former deputy director of the Street Mungo Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries, almost became a prisoner of Azkaban. Marks was stunned for a moment, and looked more curiously. After reading the news content below, Marks discovered that it seemed to be gossip news, and there was no evidence of stone hammers on it. It's just an inexplicable mention that more than 10 years ago, Duped was almost caught in Azkaban because of something, and then he was successfully exonerated for some reason. Chapter 262 School Year Summary. Marks originally thought that this was mostly made up by a certain newspaper editor based on some gossip. But Marks soon thought that Duped was expelled from the St. Mungo Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries more than 10 years ago, and this news is probably not groundless. Thinking of Dujet's usual inconspicuous performance, Marks shook his head helplessly. Perhaps this old boy was caught for collecting black money. Marks murmured in his heart, put down the newspaper and looked at the house elf standing by. Dobby, how about the things I asked you to sell? Marks asked. Most of them have already been sold, for a total of 4,500 gallons, sir, Dobby said. Immediately afterwards, Dobby snapped his fingers and disappeared. When he returned, he already had a bag the size of his head. Dobby put it on the table, opened it, and all the glittering gold inside was Jinjialong. Leave you the first, and when you go back, follow me to Gringotts to save it. Marks nodded, becoming more satisfied with Dobby. No wonder some old and wealthy wizard families like to raise a house elf. Before this, Marks was a little worried that Dobby would be very confused and mess things up. Later I found out that he had been thinking too much, and Dobby was still doing very well in some small things. And because of the inherent characteristics of the house elves, Dobby is hardworking, not greedy for money, and loyal enough, making him the best choice for a housekeeper. Sir, we still have 10 bottles of 8-eyed giant spider venom, more than 10 snake teeth, and some other materials in our inventory. Dobby reported to Marks the remaining inventory in the responsive house, and then mentioned that it had found a suitable buyer, willing to purchase these items at a high price, and the transaction time was set in 3 days. 3 days later, Marks thought for a while. It happened to be when he went home that day, so Dobby would not be able to go back with him. But fortunately, Marks felt that he could tell Sue about Dobby in advance, so that she would be psychologically prepared. Then wait for you to sell your things, then come to Naphtali to find me. Marks clapped. Okay, sir. Dobby nodded, and then disappeared in place with a bag full of Jinjialong. In this case, it won't be long before you can get 20,000 gallons. Marks touched his chin and muttered to himself. Since this school year, he has earned a lot of Jinjialong from Lockhart, coupled with the income from selling magic materials this time, as well as the income of the magic shop for a year. It should be almost done together. Beware of the fish that slipped through the net. Marks glanced at the task list and called up the task of revitalizing the magic item store, looking at the following remarks, and fell into thought. Knockdown Alley is not safe after all. If he can solve all the troubles this time, better change his residence. 3 days passed in a flash, and just before leaving school, the test results were finally announced. As far as Marks is concerned, there is no suspense about the results of the exams. Except for the defense against the dark arts class that was cancelled this year, no results. All other subjects successfully got the highest evaluation. Xwibber's score is always so boring ... and stable. But it's different for other little wizards. George and Fred couldn't sleep on the night of the announcement of the results, for fear of any subject with a score lower than exceeding expectations. In that case, Mrs. Weasley would definitely be furious and terminate their research on mischievous magic items. When looking at the results, both of them had weakened legs. Fortunately, in the end, their exam results all reached the standard. The brothers couldn't restrain their excitement and hugged each other in public. In the afternoon, everyone took the Hogwarts special train and slowly left the station. Along the way, Hermione twittered to everyone about her summer vacation plan, while Ron was teasing his mouse. Marks looked out the window. Hogwarts Castle gradually disappeared in his sight, and he was deeply moved. At this time of the last school year, he was terrified, and he was even ready to fight Issa. Now I am looking forward to it. Marks smiled, wondering how surprised Issa knew that he had earned so much Jinjialong and had abducted a house elf back. However, Marks also remembered some not-so-good things, such as the last summer vacation he promised to go home for Christmas this school year. Unfortunately, due to the loss of his diary, he was eager to find it and did not go back. He just asked Maka to send a letter of explanation and once again released the AIO pigeon. Ding! At the end of this school year, is there a school year summary? The system reminder sounded in his mind, and Marks regained his consciousness, meditating silently in his heart. Start billing. As of today, your performance this school year is as follows. Class evaluation, perfect. Reward, 200 academic points. Final examination results. Transfiguration class excellent, Herbology excellent. Magic history class excellent. Reward, 600 academic points. Glory, Quidditch champion 100 grade points, Gryffindor Academy Cup 100 grade points. Overall reward, 1000 grade points. Marks glanced at the major bonus items summarized in the school year. This year, one course of defense against the dark arts is missing, so the reward for exam results is 50 points less than the previous school year. However, the class evaluation of the perfect level and the Quidditch champion made up the gap and raised the total reward to 1000 points. Unfortunately, it would be great if the legendary value can be rewarded. Marks exclaimed in an inch. He was almost able to integrate the legendary value to the next bloodline. Ooh! While Marks was thinking, the Hogwarts train slowly stopped at the station with a long chirping sound. Marks packed up his things and walked off the train with Harry and the others, lined up through the wall connecting the outside world, and arrived at London King's Cross station. Hermione saw Mr. Granger waiting for her in the station from a distance. Novel.com and waved happily, and at the same time, she didn't forget to turn her head and said to Marks, Harry and Ron, don't forget to write to me during the summer vacation. Of course, I promise, Marks said with a smile. The little witch ran quickly, and Mr. Granger also nodded at them. It didn't take long for the Weasleys to pick up Ron and George. In the middle, Arthur kindly invited Marks to come to the Burrow when he had time. But this suggestion was politely declined by Marks. After waiting for a long time in the same place, seeing Harry being taken away by the brutal Vernon, Marks looked around but couldn't find Issa, faintly feeling something was wrong. Although he knew the way back, generally Issa would come to greet him. Was it delayed by something? Chapter 263 The Broken Pater and St. Marks was worried that he would miss the meeting on his own, and Isaiah happened to miss, so he patiently continued to wait for the meeting. However, as time went by, the crowd gradually dispersed, and Marks's heart gradually sank, and he was not prepared to wait any longer. Marks walked out of the Kingdom Cross station alone. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the muggles on the street were rushing and passing by. Suddenly, a strong wind blew over, followed by the sound of a whistle. Marks turned his head abruptly and looked over, and he saw a bright purple three-story bus approaching here. It was as fast as lightning, ramming on the straight lanes, ignoring the traffic rules set by the muggles, sprinting all the way backwards, and the pedestrians and vehicles next to it did not seem to exist to it. Marks even saw that when the bus was about to hit a person, the body of the bus twisted suddenly, bypassing the pedestrian in a very strange way. And the muggle's face was stuck to the car window, and he didn't even notice it. After a while, the purple car hovered in front of Marks, and the windshield read Night Bus in golden letters. The door was opened with a bang. A conductor in a purple uniform put his hand on the door, looked at Marks below, and said, "Welcome to the night bus. This is an emergency vehicle used to transport troubled wizards. Just stretch out your wand hand and board the bus, and we can send you wherever you want to go. I am Stan Sunpark, and I will be the conductor of this trip." With a smile on his face, Stan Sunpark moved away, bowed slightly and stretched out his hand in an inviting posture, seemingly not worried about Marx would refuse the same. Go to the Broken Cauldron bar. Marx walked up as he expected. It was naturally faster to take the night bus than on foot. A total of 9 psychos, thank you, Stan Sunpark reminded. After Marx paid the money, he turned to curiously inquiring why Marx was alone at Kingdom Cross Station. Is the little wizard who came home by himself strange? Marx glanced at him. It's really not a lot as young as you, Stan Sunpark said with a grudge. Okay, go in, please. Sit firmly and we are going to drive. Stan Sunpark patted the car door and asked with a smile, "Do you need coffee or chocolate? You just need to add 3 more. Today we can save you a newspaper or a toothbrush." No. Marx shook his head and was about to walk into the carriage. At this time, Stan Sunpark suddenly put his hand on his shoulder, frowning and asking, "Wait, have we met somewhere? I always think you are a little familiar." "Then you may have admitted wrong." Marx stopped, turned his head, and said, "Marx knows very well that Stan Sunpark may have seen himself in the newspaper more than 2 months ago, but he does not want to cause trouble now." Stan Sunpark let go, and Marx moved on. The inside of the Cavalier bus is bigger than it looks on the outside. There are 7 brass-framed beds, most of which are occupied by other passengers. The nearest old wizard occupies 2 beds with his body on his side. He is looking at a Prophet's Daily newspaper and passing it. Time. Marx randomly found a bed with no one by the window and sat down. There was a light train outside the window, and it looked grey. The night bus was sprinting on the road, and the bed in the car creaked. The bad experience made Marx frown. Fortunately, the speed of the night bus was amazing, and the uncomfortable feeling lasted for about 10 minutes. The car stopped in front of the Broken Cauldron bar. Marx picked up his luggage and got out of the car, and Stan Sunpark's voice came from behind him. "Good luck, Mr. McClown." Marx turned his head unexpectedly, but saw Stan Sunpark take off his hat and salute him. "I think you should carry the Merlin medal on your chest at any time." "That's a great honor," Stan Sunpark said with a smile. "What am I doing wearing that thing?" Marx shook his head helplessly. He was not Lockhart. Watching the weird night bus driving far away, Marx walked quickly into the Broken Cauldron bar. Pushing open the door, the indoor stove is burning, and the tavern is very noisy. The old-fashioned owner Tom is drinking butterbeer with a few wizards, and 2 fairies are playing cards not far away. The lively atmosphere relieved Marx's tense mood. He stood on tiptoe and tapped the enclosed stone brick on the side of the tavern 3 times with a magic wand. This enclosed wall shook suddenly, and then the stone bricks full of it began to move irregularly. It didn't take long for a wide archway to appear in front of Marx. Outside the passage was diagon alley. Marx didn't have the mind to stay here more. After walking through a bustling street, he turned to Napt Alley. It seems to be more silent here than before. The few shops in the eye were clearly still open, but they closed their doors and windows, and the dark wizards who wandered nearby were nowhere to be seen. In the evening, the sun set, and the continuous light rain slowly stopped, and the dark clouds in the sky were still gloomy. Marx's anxiety became more and more intensified, and he couldn't help speeding up his pace. Boom! Just as Marx was passing a corner, a huge explosion sounded from the front, and the bright red flames were clearly visible. Marx hurried to the direction of fire and explosion. When he got there, Marx's pupils shrank, and the place where the accident happened was his black magic shop. An irregular circular hole was exploded on the side of this double-story building, and some firelight, gravel and dust were still faintly visible on the ground. Marx blessed himself with an iron armor curse as fast as he could, and rushed in directly. 7 or 8 corpses in black robes fell to the ground and were blown to blood. It's a thunderbolt explosion. At a glance, Marx recognized the killing magic that could cause such a range. Did Azia do it? How is she? Marx tried his best to think of a good place www.mentalnovel.com, but he became more upset in his heart. The use of blasting magic of such intensity in a small room is extremely dangerous. Unless it is a last resort, it would not be done. Marx ran all the way, trying to use the faster unicorn shadow to help him search. The white mist gradually floated out of the magic wand, but he could not form the appearance of a patron saint. Hushengard. Hushengard. Marx tried hard to release his blood magic. Finally, the white mist reluctantly condensed into the appearance of a unicorn, but in the next second it suddenly dissipated, and the white mist floating from the wand also disappeared. Marx's footsteps stopped. His brain was blank. On the floor in the corner of the hall, a familiar figure fell in a pool of blood. She closed her eyes, her delicate side face was bloodless, and her scattered long hair was stained with blood. Thatsasa. Chapter 264. Dark Mark. And not far from where Isaiah fell, standing a black-robed wizard holding a magic wand. Marx's killing intent rose to the extreme, and a pair of black eyes automatically transformed into orange-yellow vertical pupils. Perhaps noticing the movement when Marx came in, the wizard turned his head abruptly, but before he could do anything, he met the snake eyes. At the moment he stared at each other, the black-robe wizard felt his body was sucked in by those eyes, and his soul wandered out of touch, and all thoughts disappeared without a trace. Bang! The body of the black-robe wizard fell to the ground in a daze, and there was no sound. Marx covered his eyes. Half of the magic in his body was evacuated, but still resisted the discomfort and rushed to Asa. Noting that the blood was slowly flowing out of Asia's back, Marx hurriedly helped her up and pressed her wand against the wound on her back. The scar is healed. Marx shouted loudly. Green fluorescence flickered on the tip of the wand. The magic quickly worked, and the wound gradually healed. Marx was not happy, because there was too much blood in the ground. He trembled slightly to test Asia's breathing with his fingers, and then felt her heartbeat. As a result, I didn't feel anything, even because of the excessive blood loss. Aia's body was cold. No, maybe there is still salvation. This is the magic world, not Mel's hospital. Marx kept comforting himself in his heart. It should be too late. He can let Dobby send us to St. Mungo's Magic Injury Hospital. Thinking of this, Marx shouted into the hall surrounded by dust and ruins. More than slightly hoarse shouts kept echoing, but no one responded for a long time. Marx hit the ground with a punch. He remembered that Dobby was responsible for selling the last batch of magic materials today, so he wouldn't follow him. Damn it, where is the St. Mungo Hospital for Magical Injuries? Marx kept mobilizing the memories in his mind. He vaguely remembered that the entrance was at a certain mall department store, which was far from here, and it was definitely too late to use the normal method. Dugt. Marx suddenly thought of him. Dugt's mansion is very close here, and he was once the deputy director of the St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries. Maybe there is a way to save us. Thinking of this, Marx stood up again and waved his wand to levitate Asia's body. Just like this, I took Aya and ran towards Dugt's mansion. The street outside the door was empty. All doors and windows were tightly closed, and Marx walked through a remote alley, and Dugt's mansion was in the distance. It didn't seem to have been attacked here. It was as usual, and the empty trees and weeds around it were obviously lacking care. Marx knocked the door, and then felt too slow, so he was about to try the lock-opening spell. At this moment, the door was opened. Dugt behind the door still looked sloppy and looked at him silently. Dean Dugt. Is my mother still saved? Marx eagerly stepped away, revealing the pale and quiet Asia behind him suspended in midair. Dugt turned his gaze to Asa, and after looking at it for a while, his expression was much calmer than Marx had imagined. He said, "She is dead. I'm asking you if she is still saved?" Marx did not refute Dugt's words, but increased his tone again. "No one can save a dead person." Dugt gave him a deep look. Marx was silent for a while, realizing that Dugt's reaction was not right, and his hand was already on the wand. Bang! When the two sides confronted each other, There was a slight noise from upstairs. "What's that?" Marks didn't look up. His eyes still fixed on Doogt. The magical fluorescence flickered on the top of the wand, and the iron armor curse had been blessed on him. "Maybe it's a cat, who knows?" Doogt said casually. "I don't remember that you raised that thing." Mark's vigilance was raised to the extreme, and he suspected that the Doogt in front of him was not himself at all. However, at this time, Marks keenly noticed that Doog's left hand holding onto the doorknob was engraved with a skull mark on his wrist. A serpentine snake crawled out of the big mouth of the skull and formed an inner ring of 8 characters on the wrist. Marks shuddered and said word by word, "Dark Mark, are you a Death Eater?" He suddenly understood why Doogt, who was the deputy dean more than 10 years ago, was expelled from the street Mungo Hospital for magical injuries, and why he was almost caught in Azkaban, because more than 10 years ago was when Voldemort fell. Marks found that he seemed to have been underestimating the former dean in front of him, or that he had never really understood him. "Does she know you are a Death Eater?" Marks stared at Doogt, and asked coldly. "Maybe I don't know." Doogt glanced at his wrist inexplicably. He didn't wear that weird wizard robe with long and one short sleeves today, so naturally he couldn't cover his wrist. Mark of the Dark Devil on the wall. Doogt's attitude was like lighting a gunpowder keg. Mark's anger had risen to the extreme. His eyes faintly changed into orange and yellow vertical pupils. Hearing Marks's emotional changes, Doogt's mouth suddenly evoked a sneer smile. "I advise you not to waste time with me." With that effort, "You might as well think about what you have done. It's the same to ask from you." Marks's tone became more and more unkind, and he confirmed what Doogt should know, and subconsciously used the blood magic unicorn shadow. But the white mist drifted out, and then collapsed in an instant. Calling the gods to guard is a rare emotional magic that requires the happy emotions of the caster as a primer. But Marks finds that he cannot be happy no matter how much he thinks about it. Bang! Taking advantage of this gap, Doogt's left hand, engraved with the Dark Devil's mark, had already closed the door. In the next moment, the explosion sounded and the door was blasted open. Marks walked in. The hall was very messy, with a mess of wine bottles piled up. There is no human figure here, and there is no trace of fighting. Apparition? Marks's complexion was very ugly, and he could disappear from his sight in this short time, and only apparition could do it. Even so, Marks still held the slightest possibility of Doogt hiding in the mansion, and blasted the entire mansion with a thunderbolt. In just a few minutes, Doogt's mansion collapsed. After some venting, Marks looked at Aya, who was suspended beside him, closed his eyes as if he was asleep, and stood in a daze for a long time. Vaguely, you were reading www.uukanzu.com. Marks felt as if some liquid had slipped down his cheeks. "Is it raining again?" Marks looked up, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, accompanied by a flash of lightning. "The rain is pouring down." Marks's wand tapped lightly, creating a magical barrier to block the raindrops for Usa, and then silently returned to the original path. The big raindrops hit Marks's body. His clothes were soaked and transparent, but Marks didn't care. The cold rain kept him awake. Countless thoughts surfaced in Marks's mind and stepped into the dark magic shop. Marks waved his magic wand to restore the broken hole. His thoughts were already extremely calm, muttering to himself, "There must be a chance. As long as I can get that ... time converter." Chapter 265 The Disappeared Werewolf Wizard. Marks remembered the magical item that could reverse time and space, although the use of the time converter had some limitations, and it couldn't change the established facts. But with proper calculations, there should be a chance to reverse all of this. The premise is that he needs to find the messenger behind the scenes before that, and figure out what happened. The renewed hope made Marks cheer up again, and began to clean up the messy dark magic shop with the dusting spell. Under the action of magic, dust and some irreparable wooden frames were all swept into the corner, and the blood on the ground was also collected. The only thing that didn't move was the corpses of the invaders. Marks took a few steps closer and looked at them one by one, and found that they were all strange faces, and there was nothing on them to identify themselves. After remembering their faces one by one, Marks walked to the black-robe wizard again, grabbed his head and looked at it, and let go in disappointment. He is also dead. Marks sighed. If the black-robed wizard hadn't died, he might be able to torture some intelligence from the opponent's mouth, as well as the news that was instructed behind the scenes. It's a pity that his basilisk pupil has played a deadly effect for the first time. Marks guessed that the power of Snake Eyes is probably related to his mood swings. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger the effect of direct death, but at the same time it is more likely to lose control. The loss of an important source of information makes Marks a little irritable. But this does not mean that he has no other way. Marks stretched out his hand and pulled a pinch of the black wizard's hair. Then he paused, thinking of something, and took a piece of Ashia's hair. Then Marks began to deal with the corpses of the invaders, sealed them up, and threw them into a compartment. As for Aia's corpse, Marks used the transformation curse to make a coffin and placed it inside, then sealed it with the spell, and took it to the basement for storage. Walking step by step in the basement with a coffin, Marks's mood is very complicated. He remembers the summer vacation last semester, and he also followed us to learn how to make magical objects here. Thinking of this, Marks turned his head and looked at the workbench, and found that there were a large number of magic props placed in it, which seemed to be things usually placed on the counter for sale. Did Asar anticipate an attack in advance? The thought flashed in Marks's heart. He didn't care anymore, sealed the coffin of Isaiah in a secret underground place, and then sealed the entire basement. After doing all this, Marks decisively left the black magic shop. After being attacked, this place is already very dangerous. He is not interested in being a target here, and he needs to find some helpers to implement the future plan. For example, those werewolf wizards. However, after arriving at the werewolf station in the rubble on the east side, Marks realized that things were worse than he thought. There is no one here, food is cooked in a large pot framed around the corner, and some dishes and chopsticks are scattered in the ground. Marks's face is very ugly, he muttered to himself. Who is it, who transferred all the werewolf wizards here, or obliterated? He had ordered Fran and Walker to contact us only unilaterally, and he had to write to him to report the situation in any action, and it was unlikely that Doobt would mobilize them. 2 days later, in an abandoned house somewhere in Turnover Alley, Yifan concentrated on making a pot of compound soup. Suddenly, Marks's movements stopped and he looked forward. A small, ugly house elf appeared there, holding a pile of potions books in his hands. "Sir, the book you need." Dobby carefully put the book on the table. Then Dobby looked at Marks eagerly, and stopped talking. It keenly sensed that Marks was in a bad mood, and wanted to ask questions and solve problems for his new owner. But looking at Marks's gloomy face, Dobby didn't have the guts to speak. "How about the place where you are monitoring?" Yifan turned his head and continued to make the compound decoction, asking stiffly. "Everything is normal, sir. No suspicious persons were found," Dobby reported. Marks nodded, somewhat disappointed. It stands to reason that the black-robed wizards who attacked the black magic shop were completely wiped out, and no news came out. The agents behind the scenes should send investigators to check the situation. With this in mind, he would send Dobby there to watch. If you can catch the other party's investigators, you will be able to find out the ins and outs of the attack. Find and kill the messenger behind the scenes. It was a pity that the other party was more cautious than he expected, or the investigators had already arrived before he sent Dobby to monitor. Marks frowned, broke another clue, and then recalled scenes from 2 days ago. While the anger filled his heart, Marks was very sure that Doobt must know something, and may even be involved in it. Marks doesn't know where this is, but he can find someone who knows him. "Dobby, get ready. It'll take me to the St. Mungo Hospital for magical injury and sickness." Marks covered the pot of potion. It takes a certain amount of time to make the compound decoction. "If I didn't find Dujit's movement this time, Marks would have to take the risk of using the compound soup to disguise himself as the dead black-robed wizards, or even Isaiah, and go to places where there are many people like the Broken Cauldron Bar. The spies and the hunters behind the messengers lead out. This is why he blocked the news and dealt with the intruders' corpses one by one. Yes, sir. Dobby can take you there anytime. The former owner once took Dobby there. Dobby promised, patting his chest. In the evening, in the corner of the street, Mungo Hospital for Magical Injury and Injury, the space in the corner of the dean's office seemed to be torn apart. In a blink of an eye, a large and a small figure appeared out of thin air. McLenovel.com. Marks looked around. It looked very big, and the entire dean's office was divided into two areas for receiving guests: the lobby, and the desk filled with various paper documents. On the wall are various medals and banners, as well as a striking Merlin medal. Marks walked all the way to the desk and picked up the photo frame in the corner with a group photo on it. In the middle of the photo is the appearance of a brown-haired young wizard in his 20s, with a hearty smile on his face. Marks once saw a photo of him in his youth on the wall of Duget's mansion, exactly like this one. A middle-aged wizard and a middle-aged witch stood on both sides of the young Duget. It seemed that they should be Dean Bowen and his wife. P.S. There were a lot of people spraying in the last chapter. Let's just talk about it. Angels are not literary. Reversal is not a system task. The plot can be rounded back. The upper floor of Duget's mansion is not the protagonist. Chapter 266, Heroes and Cowards. Marks looked at this group photo, and it seemed that Dean Bowen didn't hate him as much as Duget said. While thinking about it, Marks sat down on the chair in the living room and waited silently for Dean Bowen to come back. Dobby also quietly followed him. Marks doesn't know where Dean Bowen's house is, so he can only meet him here. From the evening until the night, no one walked into the principal's office midway. When Marks's patience was about to run out, the sound of a twisting handle finally came from the door. Click. The door of the dean's office was slowly opened, and Bowen walked in with a look of fatigue with a few medical records. Closing the door, Dean Bowen walked a few steps forward, then stopped abruptly, because there was an extra figure on the chair in the living room, and he remembered that he did not invite anyone to come here today, and ordinary guests would not turn on the lights. Dean Bowen vaguely noticed something was wrong, and stretched out his hand to hold the wand. "I advise you to put down your magic wand." Behind him, a squeaky and weird voice came over, and Dean Bowen turned his head and looked over and found a house elf blocking the door, with magical light shining on the fingers of his left hand. Dean Bowen happily released his hand holding the wand. Dobby nodded, pointed his right hand to the living room, and then made an inviting gesture. "Please go over there, Mr. Dean." Dean Bowen walked calmly to the living room. At the same time, the magic light in the dean's office was also turned on by Dobby. The dim living room became bright in an instant, and Bowen saw clearly that the little wizard sitting in the chair was the little wizard who had a relationship last year. "It's been a long time, Dean Bowen." Yifan proactively spoke out, and motioned with his eyes to relax Dobby, who is ready to cast spells at any time, and don't act without authorization. He is here to inquire, not to confront the other party. Not to mention that Dean Bowen helped him last school year, and Marks didn't want to be too stiff with the other party. "McClown." Dean Bowen gave Marks a deep look. "I didn't expect that we would meet again in this way. This time you came to me. Is there anything wrong?" Dean Bowen walked to the opposite side of Marks and poured him a cup of tea as if he were entertaining ordinary guests. "I want to ask you something about Duget. Do you know where he is?" Marks was not interested in drinking tea and chatting slowly, but went straight to the topic. While speaking, Marks's pupils looked straight at the old man in front of him who was nearly 70 years old, hoping to see a trace of something wrong in his face. Hearing Marks mention Duget, Dean Bowen frowned. He seemed to be even more tired, and it took a long time to sigh. "Duget. Then you found the wrong person. I expelled him from the Bowen family more than 10 years ago. He has nothing to do with me." Marks did not reply, took out the photo of the group photo and placed it on the table. "You should know that people are getting old, and sometimes you always like to remember the past. Since you have been in contact with Dujat, you should know that he and I are very at odds with me. I can't know his whereabouts. Dean Bowen looked at him. At a glance, his complexion didn't change, he said. Marks was silent for a while, and the latter acted very calmly. Only then did Marks put off the idea of obtaining Dujat's whereabouts from Bowen, but still asked aloud, "What about the dark mark on his hand? Don't you know?" Marks has never been able to understand why Dujat's front and back contrast is so great. It is impossible for a person to pretend for more than 10 years. He clearly saw in his past memories that Dugt's care and admiration for Isaiah was inconsistent with Dugt's indifferent performance that day. Dean Bowen looked at Marks in surprise, paused and then continued, "Of course I know this. This is also the reason why I removed him from the Bowen family. So Gert is really a Death Eater who follows Voldemort." Marks's face was gloomy. "Yes, that's right." Dean Bowen sighed. He guessed from Marks's expression what might have happened, hesitated again and again. Dean Bowen spoke slowly. "I can tell you about Dugt, if this can help you." Marks nodded hesitantly. Dean Bowen's face showed a little reminiscence. He was talking about things more than 10 years ago. At that time, it was during the Wizarding War and the entire magical world was in chaos. Almost every day, a large number of Aurors wounded in battle and ordinary wizards persecuted by dark magic come here to receive treatment. As a medical institution, the Street Munger Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries must provide them with assistance. The only people who are not welcome are the Death Eaters. Bowen has always loathed these thugs who preached the supremacy of pure blood and acted recklessly, so he was unwilling to provide any form of treatment for Voldemort's minions. In addition, he and Dumbledore have always had a good personal relationship, so the entire Street Munger Hospital for Magical Injury and Injury is leaning on the rebellious camp. "That Voldemort just let you treat those who resisted him?" Marks asked in doubt. "Of course not. When the dark power was at its strongest, the Death Eaters organized several offensive operations. Although it was very difficult, we suffered heavy casualties, but we finally resisted them." Dean Bowen shook his head and spoke again. "And the Dark Lord himself was involved in other things, so he can't get his hands free for the time being." "What about Dujat?" Marks was a little impatient. He didn't want to understand the confrontation between the Death Eaters and the Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries. "He was caught just when we were fighting the Death Eaters for the 7th time." Dean Bowen answered Marks's doubts. "So Doug surrendered and became a Death Eater?" Marks thought in his mind, "This is only possible." "Yes, I thought he would be braver, but I didn't expect him to be a coward." Dean Bowen showed a rare anger on his face. When he received the news, Bowen was even ready to collect Dugt's body. Even though he was his only son, Bowen always believed that Dugt would resist the threat and persecution of the Death Eaters, even if he sacrificed his life for it. Just as heroic and unyielding as the others who died in the hands of Death Eaters. It's a pity that the result disappointed him. Dugt appeared in front of him again 2 days later. Until novel.com. Dugt took some Death Eaters and instigated some unsettled medical staff. Li Yingwei he occupied the entire St. Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital. The Dark Lord promised him fame and power, and Dugt directly took the position of my dean and imprisoned all those who disobeyed him, ready to dedicate it to the Dark Lord. He wants to turn this place into a place to serve the Death Eaters, which is probably what Voldemort expected. Dean Bowen's tone was very sharp, as if he was not talking about his own children, but some hate the enemy in general. When everyone resisted stubbornly, his son Dugt was the first to surrender. This is a shame. How does this make him worthy of those who the guards insisted on resisting in the hospital and finally died generously? And then, Marks never thought that Doug became a Death Eater in this way, or the most shameful betrayer. Then that night, his greatest reliance on the Dark Lord fell. Dean Bowen said. Chapter 267. Adventurous planning and seeking help. That night, Marks was shocked. He didn't expect that it would end in such a dramatic way in the end. Yes, that night, Dean Bowen affirmed, his expression very cheerful. The Aurors who rushed in late at night overcame the panicked Death Eaters, and of course Dugt. my son. Marx could predict how desperate Doobt was at the time, falling from the peak of his life to the bottom in an instant. Perhaps there is regret. If Doobt persisted for another day or two, he would not be a Death Eater waiting to be judged, but a hero who resisted the Dark Lord. But the choice has no turning back. This is also the punishment that the traitor deserves. Then he wasn't imprisoned in Azkaban with the other Death Eaters? Did you save him? Marx thought that Dean Bowen must have relented to Dujat. But Bowen shook his head, and he said with a sullen face, "I won't save a coward, even if it is my child." But Doobt claimed that he was under the Imperious Curse, and he did not have time to kill any innocent person with his own hands. So the trial court finally ruled him not guilty. But I think these memories are enough to make him live in remorse forever, Dean Bowen said desperately, because he knew very well that Doobt was not under the Imperious Curse at the time, which was also unusual for him. Reasons for anger. Marx was silent for a while, and he looked down at the group photo. The family of three above interacted intimately, and the brown-haired young wizard was smiling at himself. Perhaps the son of Dean Bowen only exists in his memory and this photo. Excuse me, Dean Bowen. Marx stood up, knowing that he didn't need to stay here anymore. Dobby stepped forward and grabbed Marx's arm in good time. With a snap of a finger, the two figures disappeared before Bowen's eyes. There was only one person left in the spacious Dean's office. After a long time, Bowen tremblingly stroked the group photo, feeling very complicated. On the other side, the temporary resident of Naphtali. The space was distorted and torn, and the figures of Dobby and Marx appeared here. In the cauldron on the side, the potion was bubbling with bubbles, and some books were neatly placed on the table, and it seemed that no one had come in. Yifan watched the compound decoction being brewed. It would take some time for this potion to be brewed. Losing the glue from Doobt's side, Marx can only take a risky plan to lead the attack route. However, this is extremely dangerous. You have to know that there were 9 wizards who attacked the black magic shop 2 days ago. It looks like they are all vicious dark wizards, hard to deal with. Marx is very clear about his abilities. Under normal combat power, he is better than an ordinary Aura. His advantage lies in the blessing of magic items and the instantaneous explosive ability that blood magic brings him. This gives Marx an advantage when facing 2 or 3 ordinary adult wizards. If the enemy is stronger and more numerous, he will face the dilemma of excessive consumption of magic power. The most important thing is the shadow of his bloodline magic unicorn, which is temporarily unavailable. As long as Marx thinks about happy things, he will think of Asa, and then remember the appearance of Asa when he died a few days ago, interrupting the patron saint of cohesion. The only thing Marx can rely on is the newly acquired blood magic basilisk pupil. With the blessing of anger and killing intent, the power of Snake Eye has been greatly enhanced, replacing the shadow of the unicorn and the enhanced magic text once every 6 hours, becoming his most powerful trump card. It's just that there is usually a risk of losing control in use. It takes a certain amount of time for Marx to run in and practice, and it is best to find a qualified thug as a helper. Considering the disappeared werewolf and Doobt, who had hidden his true identity, Marx no longer even trusted the Aura friends he had made. What he wants is a person who knows the roots and is easy to control. And there will be someone in his memory to meet his requirements soon. That is Sirius Black, who escaped from Azkaban. As a core member of the Order of the Phoenix, Sirius Black is bold, powerful, and rich in combat experience. He is also an animagus who can transform and hide. In addition, this guy has the most urgent desire to kill Peter the Betrayer Pettigrew, and to meet his godson Harry Potter. This gives Marx full confidence that Sirius Black will help him. After all, he holds a live map, is Harry's friend, and can easily access the mouse that he wants to kill. These 3 factors are enough to make Sirius compromise as a bargaining chip. Marx, who had been thinking for a long time, opened his eyes and said to Dobby, who was standing aside with his ears drooping, "Dobby, you continue to monitor the dark magic shop and the dilapidated mansion nearby. By the way, bring me back a copy of the Daily Prophet every day." "Yes, sir." Dobby patted his chest enthusiastically, and then disappeared into the room. Marks himself managed to get to the table, regardless of whether it was still late at night. He picked up a book about compound decoctions brought back by Dobby before and opened it up, and even used his academic points without hesitation. It didn't take long for the sound of increasing potions proficiency to sound in his mind. Rather than looking for the real culprit behind the scenes, Marks is more eager to find a way to change the outcome of Aia's death. Otherwise it would be meaningless for him to use the time converter to return to the past. If he remembers correctly, someone in the original time and space has already demonstrated to him what he should do. The question is whether he can restore that scene. In the following time, Marks read the book day and night, taking a nap only when he couldn't hold on. In the midst of such crazy learning, after a few days, the system prompts in my mind sounded, "Ding, your potions proficiency has been upgraded. The current level is 563,200. But Marks didn't respond. He was still flipping through the book. His eyes became brighter and brighter. MTLnovel.com. He had an idea in his mind, but he just needed to find a chance to try if it was possible. "Sir, I think you need a break," Dobby suggested cautiously. Marks ignored him, and Dobby sighed and handed a copy of the Daily Prophet. "This is the Daily Prophet for today, sir." Marks, who was flipping through the book, stopped, turned his head and took a look, then was stunned. The headline of the first page of the newspaper said impressively, "Sirius Black, the most evil and most dangerous prisoner in Azkaban prison, escaped 3 days ago and his whereabouts are unknown. P.S. The original work of the compound decoction did not explicitly mention the need for living human hair. Moody was not killed to facilitate hair extraction. I will post specific fragments of the original work in the author's words. If you have any questions, you can check it yourself." Chapter 268 Owl and Black Dog. Next to the newspaper headline was a large dynamic photo of a man with a haggard face and long, tousled hair. In the back is an introduction to the life and evil deeds of Sirius Black. The editor of the newspaper also reminded Sirius that Sirius is an extremely dangerous person. He once used a spell to blow up half of the street, resulting in the deaths of more than 10 moles. Seeing this, Marks put down the books in his hand and turned his gaze to the table and the finished compound decoction. "It's time. Just right." Marks stood up and muttered, "Sir, are you planning to take a break?" Dobby noticed Marks's movements and said with joy, "No, it's not time to rest." Marks walked to the table, filled the compound decoction into the reagent, took out a few strands of the attacker's hair and put it in his pocket, and then thought about taking Aia. The root was also put in. Dobby's happy expression froze, and then became very frustrated, but still waited eagerly for Marks to give the next order. A few days later, a street next to Privet Road was empty. With a letter in its mouth, a grey-white owl stared at the wide street below with its wings fluttering, then slowly lowered its height, and stopped in a dense bush. This letter delivery owl was naturally Marks's animagus form. During these 2 days, he spent a lot of time searching for Sirius movements. However, what Marks didn't expect was that Sirius could hide more than he thought. Only once did he find the changing black dog of the other party in a long narrow alley. But Sirius was very vigilant and didn't stay there long before slipping into the bushes and disappearing. Marks had no choice but to stand by and wait for the rabbits near Privet Road. Because in the original time and space, Sirius would come to see Harry when he was driven out of the house. After all, it happened to be around Harry's birthday. On such a special day, Sirius was naturally coming to see his godson. Marks doesn't think that his existence can affect this result. The sky was getting dim, and Marks kept staring at the house of Uncle Harry's house. It didn't take long for Marks to hear a scream and abuse coming from ahead. Marks took the envelope and moved closer. Through the window, he clearly saw a huge, inflatable middle-aged woman floating on the ceiling of the residence, like a large human-shaped hot air balloon. The other person's mouth was screaming in horror, and the Vernons were hurriedly trying to pull Aunt Maggie down in the air. There was a quarrel in the hall, and a few minutes later, Harry, who was carrying the box, slammed out the door and dragged the box forward angrily. Marks waved his wings and leaned forward pretending to be an owl delivering a letter. He wasn't sure whether Sirius would be observing in the dark, and he discovered that he was an owl who had stayed here for a long time, so he had better take a little insurance. Harry dragged the box and walked across several streets like flies, and then collapsed tiredly on a low wall on Magnolia Crescent Street. Thinking back to the bullying at home, Harry's anger kept pouring out. In order to be able to go to Hogsmeade Village like other little wizards this school year, he has endured to the limit. Even Uncle Vernon deliberately said that he was studying at a school where juvenile delinquents were being held and that he was beaten and corporal every day, but he did not refute it. But only he can't tolerate Aunt Maggie's abuse and insult to his parents, so even at the risk of being expelled from Hogwarts and breaking the magic, he has to teach him a lesson. A thick anger burned in Harry's heart, but it was soon extinguished by the cold night wind. All turned into worries about the future. He understood that he had seriously violated the Reasonable Restraint of Minor Wizards Act, and now he can't find any place to go. The only good news is that the Ministry of Magic has not sent anyone to arrest him. Maybe the people at the Ministry of Magic have forgotten about this. They are so busy and there must be countless things to deal with every day. Just as Harry was holding a glimmer of expectation, he saw a grey-white owl flying towards him, with a letter still in its mouth. "Is it a letter from the Ministry of Magic?" Harry's heart was drumming. His hands and feet were cold. He had expected this moment, but he was still very flustered when he really faced it. Cuckoo, the grey-white owl landed on his shoulder. Harry's hands were shaking, and he tore the envelope with difficulty. He thought that he might see a stern letter in it, telling him that he would be expelled from Hogwarts, or he would be broken off with his wand and locked up in Azkaban. There is no worse result, right? Harry felt that he was ready to face everything, and put the letter in front of his eyes, and it was written in pale gold ink. "Happy 13th birthday to Harry Potter." The signature below is Marks McClown. Harry looked at it blankly, holding the envelope, and was suddenly moved, and the fear of being kicked out of the house also eased a lot. Although he is desperate now and may be expelled from school, Harry thinks he still has friends who care about him. "I didn't receive Marks's birthday card in the morning." Harry always thought Marks had forgotten it, but he didn't expect it to be sent at this time. Harry cheered up a little and looked at the owl that stayed on his shoulder and didn't leave. It was a little strange. He remembered that Marks's owl didn't seem to be like this. What about Macca? The grey-white owl didn't pay attention to harry.mentalnovel.com. The pupils stared at the dim place ahead, and carrying a letter was just Marks pretending to make himself look like a real letter delivery owl. His target has always been Sirius. Harry followed the owl's gaze curiously. Where there was a black hole, only two eyes were very conspicuous under the reflection of the street lamp, and he blinked. Harry was taken aback and fell directly to the ground. His luggage smashed on his feet. Harry didn't even notice. Fluorescence flashes. Harry waved his wand and used the light curse. He no longer cared about the rules that cannot be cast outside the school. He had violated it once anyway. The light dissipated the darkness, and Harry saw clearly that there was a dog in front of him. It looked very thin, and his eyes were staring straight at him. "You are finally here." Marks in the form of Animagus is also staring at the black dog, but he didn't do it right away. After all, Harry is still here. Chapter 269 Capture Sirius Black. The black dog ... or Sirius also realized at this time that something was wrong with the grey-white owl. Sirius, who had been hunting down like a frightened bird, immediately became vigilant. As an animagus shapeshifter, he certainly would not despise any animal with abnormal behavior. The black dog snarled at Marks, but didn't dare to move. Because Harry was here, he wasn't sure if the opponent would harm his godson. However, it seemed to Harry to be another scene. The black dog in front of him seemed to rush up to bite him at any time. Harry hurriedly took out his wand and pointed it at the opponent, recalling the magic he had learned in his heart. Sirius realized this, and after a curse in his heart, he gritted his teeth and ran away. He was betting that another animagus shapeshifter came for him, just squatting at Harry here. There is no malice towards Harry. After running for a while, Sirius turned his head and saw the owl chasing him. While relieved for Harry, Sirius also understood that he might be in danger, and immediately buried his head and ran all the way. Marx's changing owl quickly followed, with a high-altitude vision. He was not worried about losing, and besides, he did not come alone. The black dog galloped all the way, at an amazing speed, walking more and more in the small alley. At this moment, a house elf suddenly appeared at the end of the alley out of thin air, blocking him in front of him. "Quickly stop, dog!" Dobby screamed, and at the same time stretched out his right hand. A dazzling red light flew out from the tip of his index finger. The black dog's pupils tightened. He didn't expect that there was a house elf in the hunting team. At this time, it was too late to turn. He leapt up and stepped on the wall of the alley. He turned to avoid another spell released by Dobby. He jumped directly onto the high wall and turned into another alley in an instant. Nice response. Marx, who had witnessed all this in the sky, thought of it in his heart. It seems that this thug is still qualified. Marx speeded up and dived down, and it seemed that he could no longer watch the battle. Sirius also noticed Marx's approach, and after running a few steps forward, his body changed and returned to his human form. He grabbed the trash can beside him and threw it at Marx. Marx flicked his wings and accelerated his ascent once, avoided the trash flying in the sky, and accelerated again to lean towards the opponent. Without a magic wand, Sirius couldn't use many decent attacks, not to mention that he hadn't eaten for a long time, and his physical strength was limited. It was almost exhausted after running for a while. Dobby had already teleported behind him with Phantom Shift, blocking his retreat, and another spell hit. Sirius rolled and dodged. He was very clear that he might not be able to escape today. His eyes were full of madness, and he planned to fight to the death. However, Marx did not give him the opportunity to use the blood magic basilisk pupil in the form of animagus. Orange-yellow vertical pupils appeared in the eye sockets of an owl, and Sirius, who was staring at him, was petrified in an instant and fell to the ground. After a period of crazy practice, Marx has mastered this bloodline magic, which can control the power of the snake's eye very well. So he is not worried about Sirius being stared to death by himself. And this special bloodline magic can be used with only 2 eyes, and the invisibility of animagus is enough to make the enemy lose the ability to resist unconsciously. The grey-white owl fell to the ground slowly, and in an instant it transformed into Marx's appearance. He glanced at the stiff Sirius, who had fallen into a petrified state, and said, "Dobby, take him back with us." Dobby stepped forward and grabbed Sirius's arm and looked at Marx in awe. He only saw Marx's deformed owl flapped its wings a few times, and then Sirius, who was still alive, was hit by a petrification spell. It fell down like this. So horrible. Dobby shook his head, quickly shook off the thought, and then grabbed the arm that Marx handed over, performing apparition, and the 3 of them disappeared in place. Back in the station in Nocturne Alley, Marx found a bottle of dark potion from the room. This is a special potion boiled with mandela grass, which can be used to eliminate the petrification effect of snake eyes. After obtaining the blood magic of the basilisk pupil, Marx brewed some and kept it next to him. Marx filled Sirius with the potion, then put the reagent away, turned back to the table and continued to study the improved data of the potion, waiting for Sirius to wake up. Just as he turned around, Sirius suddenly opened his eyes, jumped up and swooped, acting as fast as thunder. Then he fell to the ground with his stiff hands and feet. Dobby was taken aback, and looked at Sirius vigilantly. The index finger of his right hand was already shining with magical light, and he just waited for the other party to change and blasted directly. Marx was not surprised. He didn't even turn his head. A slightly hoarse voice came over. "Don't struggle, it will take a while for the potion to completely remove the effect of petrification. Now you can stand up." Sirius braced himself hard, staring at Marx with an incredible color on his face. He did not expect that he had not been caught by the error, but instead fell on the boy who was at most 13 or 14 years old. Feeling the heavy limbs and groggy head, Sirius wisely gave up the idea of direct confrontation temporarily, and calmly looked around, looking for a chance to escape. Obviously this is a dilapidated house. Although it has been cleaned spotlessly, it can be easily seen from the basic furniture and the cracks and holes in the walls. What attracted his attention most was the lifelike stone sculptures of animals placed on the balcony, most of which were common creatures such as rats, snakes, and geckos. Sirius squinted, thinking of the orange-yellow pupils he saw before he lost consciousness, and his stiff body now, and his heart felt cold. That's probably not the stone carving www.mentalnovel.com but the living creatures. They should all have a very special kind of petrified magic that can be released by looking at each other. Marks ignored Sirius' movements, and still improved the potion on his own. No matter how much he can do, it won't help. Marks tentatively added the black silk powder into the crucible, and after a while, billowing black smoke came out. Failed again. Marks was very irritable in his heart, resisting the idea of blowing up the crucible, recording the data on the paper, then turned his head to look at Sirius, and said, "Sirius Black, it's me." Sirius grinned fiercely. Thanks to book friends 20190917071457184 for rewarding 600 starting coins. End of this chapter. Chapter 270. I help you catch mice, you help me kill people. Although as a prisoner, Sirius didn't mean to beg for mercy or be soft. He glanced across a daily prophet scattered on the ground. Looking at his photo on the cover and the bounty of 10,000 gallons, he seemed to understand something. Said like irony and self-deprecating, "Congratulations, boy, you caught the most evil and most dangerous criminal ever. When do you plan to take me to receive the bounty?" "I'm not interested in working for the Ministry of Magic." Marks picked up the Daily Prophet on the ground and crumpled it into a ball, threw it into the fire, staring directly at the thin, haggard man in front of him. "I came here specifically for you." Sirius was puzzled and didn't quite understand what Marks meant, but he soon understood, and Marks slowly spit out a name. "Little Dwarf Peter." Hearing this, Sirius' pupils shrank and rushed up violently, grabbing Marks's collar, but Marks's wand touched his neck first. The top of the wand was shining with magical fluorescence, which made Sirius somewhat calmer, but his eyes under his long, tousled hair were full of crazy colors. "Where did you know the name?" Sirius said word by word. All kinds of thoughts flashed in his mind. Since the strange little wizard in front of him didn't intend to hand over himself to the Ministry of Magic, there was only one possibility left. The other party is here to kill himself or Peter. Or maybe the family of this little wizard died in the Big Bang 13 years ago. Now it's time to find revenge for yourself. After all, what happened back then, now only he and Peter know. And his current identity is the Death Eater who murdered 13 moles and betrayed his friends. And Peter could easily lie to each other. Thinking of this, Sirius' eyes turned red, and even regardless of the threat of death, he planned to forcefully subdue the little wizard in front of him, and then explained slowly. However, Marks' speed was faster, and in an instant he activated the protective ring on his right hand, and the light of the iron armor curse flashed across his body. Sirius was bounced off suddenly and hit the wall behind. "You better calm down. I don't plan to be hostile to you." Marks' tone was very blunt. If it were normal, he might still talk to Sirius about the reason, but now he doesn't have such a mood. "What the do you want to do?" Sirius got up on the difficult ground, and was easily subdued by Marks twice, which had made him understand that Marks was far stronger than he expected, so he had to ask. Marks picked up another Daily Prophet on the table. The headline cover on it was the report that the Weasleys had won a 1,000-gallon bonus and traveled to Egypt. Marks pointed to the spot Ron was holding on the photo, and said to Sirius, "I know what you are going to do, and I can help you catch that mouse, but in return you need to take orders from me temporarily." Sirius looked away from Marks. He looked at the mouse in the newspaper, his eyes full of killing intent. "Why should I believe you?" Sirius said disdainfully. He could catch Peter himself without Anon's help, and he didn't trust the little wizard in front of him. "You have no choice. If you don't want to return to Azkaban." Marks pointed his wand at him. The threat was obvious. Sirius was silent. He understood what Marks meant, and if he didn't agree with the other party, he would hand him over to Ira and be locked up in Azkaban again. The most important thing is that his animagus has been exposed, and the Iras will definitely prepare a special prison for him, and even put him to death as a dangerous person. "Okay. How are you going to help me?" Sirius' eyes flickered, and he compromised. He could tolerate everything in order to kill Peter, even if it was temporarily obedient to a little wizard. But if the other party can't give any good ideas, then he won't accompany the other party to play any wizard game, and temporarily agree to it, and only find a chance to escape when he recovers his strength. "Also, how did you know that Peter is still alive?" Sirius continued to ask. Marks took out a blank piece of parchment from his pocket without replying, and displayed it in front of Sirius. "Live the map." Sirius immediately recognized it, and there were a lot less doubts in his heart. With the live map, the little wizard in front of him could find that Peter turned into a mouse is normal, because if you are careful enough, you can spot a mouse and show its name on the map. The only thing that puzzled Sirius was why Marks would help himself. The fugitive Azkaban fugitive? Could it be possible that he had already contacted Peter and found something wrong? It's not that the other party will be contemplative, and extract relevant memories from Peter's mind, right? Sirius couldn't figure it out, and was about to ask, but was interrupted by Marks's words. "The little wizard with the rat in the picture is called Ron. Peter is now his pet, in the same bedroom as me. I can easily catch Peter and bring him to you. And Harry, you must really want to see him. I can create a chance for you to meet, you can explain everything to him, and even take care of him yourself after you get acquitted. I think you should have seen it before. And Harry is not doing well now. Even being kicked out of the house." Marks's words were like a heavy hammer hitting Sirius' body, and every sentence directly pointed to what he wanted most in his heart, making him moved. But soon, Marks's words changed, and then he said, "The premise is that you need to do something for me. Otherwise, I will let the mouse go and throw it away where you will never find it. Tell Harry that you betrayed his parents." Sirius' face instantly froze. He took a deep look at Marks, and felt that the little wizard in front of him was a devil. "You won." Sirius sighed, completely giving up the idea of running away halfway through. MTLnovel.com. What do you need me to do? Help you deal with which senior student who bullies you? Or do you mean that your parents are not good to you and need me to beat them up for you? Sirius thought about what a little wizard of Marks's age might need him to do, and then looked at Dobby's house elf. He thought that Marks might be an ancient pure-blooded heir who had a conflict with his family. The possibility of running away from home is very high. "Kill," Marks said blankly. "Are you sure?" Sirius' pupils shrank slightly, and there was a chill behind him. Although he has just escaped from Azkaban, he is almost driven into a desperate situation. But he still has his own bottom line. Not killing the innocent is one of the bottom lines. What makes his brows frown even more is why a 13 or 4-year-old wizard would understate murder so lightly. P.S. The undamaged time converter is still very powerful. In Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, it can even go back decades. Chapter 271. Can you tell me your name? Seeing Sirius' expression, Marks understood his thoughts and spoke. "The people I need to deal with should be dark wizards. Don't tell me you never killed." As a core member of the former Order of the Phoenix, Sirius certainly could not have killed the Black Wizard. On the contrary, there were not a few Death Eaters who died in his hands during the last Wizarding War. But this doesn't mean that he will help Marks kill people at will. Sirius stared at Marks for a while, then suddenly asked, "Can you tell me your name?" "Marks McClown," Marks said casually, knowing that there was no need to hide it. "McClown!" Exclamation mark. Sirius faintly felt a little familiar, and then he thought, could it be that McClown? However, Sirius glanced at Dobby and was a little confused. If he remembered correctly, There should be no house elves in their family. Gululu. In the silence of the two, a sound came over. Marks turned his head and glanced at Sirius, and the sound came from him. Sirius was very embarrassed. After escaping from Azkaban, he hadn't eaten much. In addition, he had consumed a lot of energy. Of course, he was hungry. Dobby, prepare some food for him, Marks said. Dobby glanced at Sirius unhappily. After all, Sirius had just tried to attack his new owner twice. But Dobby followed the order and snapped his fingers and disappeared. After a while, when it came back, there was an extra plate in his hand, which was filled with steak, cream pudding, cornflakes and other foods. As for the source of these foods, of course it was brought from HogWarts. When Dobby went to the kitchen, he happened to see this plate full of food. Maybe this is the dinner of a certain Whitebeard principal? Who knows? Sirius was also welcome, grabbing a steak and stuffing it into his mouth. The juice splashed under the bite, and the food was very ugly. Marks opened a thick book of potion materials, turned his head to continue his research, and prepared a copy of Veritaserum. After all, he doesn't know how to take his mind. In order to ensure that he can ask accurate information from some insiders later, he naturally needs to make some preparations. Fortunately, the method of making Veritaserum, he once saw it in the book Powerful Potion in the Restricted Book Zone. The difficulty of configuration is relatively high, and it has never been used in the past. So Marks is the first time to make this kind of potion. While the Sirius on the other side was filling his stomach, he had been looking at Marks. After eating and drinking enough, feeling the stiffness in his body completely disappeared, Sirius put down the plate in his hand, wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "McClown, can you tell me who your parents are?" "This is not something you should ask." Marks glanced at him. "That's not necessarily true. If nothing else, I might know your father." Sirius raised his brows and said tentatively, "I think you should be a child of a single-parent family, right?" Hearing these words, Marks paused when he deployed Veritaserum, but did not reply. Sirius keenly noticed this, and when he knew it in his heart, he turned to continue speaking. "That's right, your father and I used to work together. We were very good friends at the time, and we fought the Death Eaters together. He is a very brave man, a well-deserved hero. He will always fight on the front line. Together, we have defeated many conspiracies of the Dark Lord." Sirius was talking about things from 13 years ago, intending to get closer with these things, but Marks interrupted his words impatiently. "But he died in the end, didn't he?" Sirius' expression froze. He wanted to correct Marks's words, because in his opinion, Marks's father was a heroic sacrifice, and it was great. However, Marks didn't give him this opportunity, and before Sirius spoke, he increased his tone and continued. "If I guessed right, his death was related to Dumbledore." Sirius was completely stunned. He looked at Marks blankly, and then said angrily, "That's how your mother taught you?" "I knew she was a selfish and mean person, a downright dark wizard." "Your father must be blind to like her." "More than 10 years ago, she had been trying to prevent your father from joining the Order of the Phoenix, constantly instigating him to leave everyone behind and flee to America at the most critical time, and even secretly stumbled. Your father's friends, including no one of me, looks down upon her." Sirius' tone was very sharp, and he was so angry that he wanted to scold him a few more words. At this time, a dazzling red light suddenly flew past his cheek, interrupting his words. After a while, a huge explosion sounded, and a circular crater was created in the wall behind. "You shut up." Marks looked at Sirius coldly. Compared to the plain masked hero father, Marks trusted Izzy more and was willing to stand on Ishia's side. Naturally, Sirius would not be satirical. Marks's radical reaction far exceeded Sirius' expectations. He looked back at the huge crater that was exploded behind him. Cold sweat broke out. "If this spell hits directly, he will probably be seriously injured." Sirius was silent for a while, but he didn't get angry anymore. From Marks's reaction just now, he noticed something wrong. Plus Marks was alone in this dilapidated house late at night, Sirius lowered his tone and asked softly, "Where is your mother?" "She's fine. You might as well care about yourself when you have time." "You are reading www.uukanzu.com," Marx replied stiffly. He blocked the news of Ashia's death, first to confuse the messenger behind the scenes, to facilitate his use of the compound decoction, and secondly to avoid causing Ashia's social death. Marx doesn't know much about the time paradox, but understand one thing: if many people know that Asir is dead, it will definitely not help him return to the past to save people. After thinking about it, Marx turned his head and said to Dobby, "Dobby, you are responsible for staring at Black. If he says a few more words, you can use the stunning charm to calm him down." "Yes, sir." Dobby was very excited. The index finger of his right hand lit up with magical fluorescence, and two copper bell-sized eyes stared at Sirius every move, and the coma curse was ready to go. Under Dobby's close monitoring, Sirius closed his mouth very aggrieved, but sighed in his heart. He already had some guesses. Chapter 272. It's said that the arrows were terrified that day. In the early hours of the next morning, before dawn, Sirius, who was curled up in the corner, was awakened by a slight noise. He jumped up and touched the wand subconsciously with his right hand, but he touched nothing. Later, Sirius thought of where he was, and then he relaxed his vigilance. Marx on the side is dealing with the remnants of the potion that failed to brew last night. Even with his current level of potion level 5, the first time he brewed Veritaserum, a highly difficult potion, he failed several times before succeeding. "You got up so early?" Sirius was surprised, and then he frowned when he thought of something. "Or you didn't rest all night?" Marx ignored him at all. For Marx, now is not a time to rest. Every time is precious. He had already thought of a way to restore the scene that day. While tempting those snoopers this time, I was also preparing to use them for an experiment. Sirius was very dissatisfied with Marx's silence, and he spoke again. "Listen, boy, you should go to bed now, and give me your magic wand. I can handle who you are going to deal with and what you do for you. Killing is not something a wizard of your age should do. You can't make your own risk." Sirius said it very seriously. Although he was eager to find Peter's movements after he escaped from Azkaban, it does not mean that he would just sit back and watch the children of his comrades in arms in trouble. In fact, Sirius didn't want to see a child as old as Marx face a dangerous dark wizard. The time wasted for this reason is also worthwhile. Marx glanced at him, his eyes full of distrust. It was obvious. "Just rely on you." "Save it." Sirius understood the look in Marx's eyes, and he felt that he was completely underestimated. He was a wizard with many battles, and he had solved countless black wizards. In the Order of the Phoenix, even if his combat effectiveness is not ranked first, it is still in the forefront. Sirius thought that the main reason why he was easily caught earlier was because he didn't have a magic wand in his hand. Marx's next words defeated Sirius' self-confidence. "How many dark wizards can you solve at once? 3, 5, 10? What if they have dozens of them? What do you do with them?" Marx asked. Sirius was speechless. He didn't expect that there would be so many enemies that he might face. He was already struggling to face 3 or 5 dark wizards at the same time, and even risked defeat. No matter how much, he is more inclined to avoid. "There are so many enemies," Sirius said in a speech. "The Era who is in the Ministry of Magic has only more than 100 people." He had thought that the opponent was just a certain powerful dark wizard. "You better prepare for this." Marx is also not sure what will happen next, but he doesn't want Sirius to be too careless. Sirius saw that Marx was not joking, so he didn't just persuade him blindly, but asked about Marx's follow-up actions in detail. Marx didn't mean to conceal. He told his decoy plan again, and then handed over the 10 magic wands he had confiscated, and asked Sirius to choose a suitable one. He got these wands from the black-robed wizards who attacked the magic shop. It is worth mentioning that, for some reason, he did not find Ashir's wand on the scene. While Sirius was choosing his wand, Marx drank the compound soup, which tasted very uncomfortable, like an expired thick soup. After a while, Mark's figure continued to stretch and deform, and when he looked in the mirror, he found that he was already exactly the same as the young wizard who was killed by him with snake eyes. Marks used the transfiguration charm to make his clothes fit better, and told Dobby and Sirius not to follow him too tightly, so as not to be suspected. After speaking, Marks walked straight out of the temporary residence with a kettle of compound decoction. Sirius became a black dog again, and slowly followed, while Dobby disappeared in place with snapping his fingers. After Marks went out, he wandered aimlessly in Knockdown Alley, walked as far as possible to crowded places, and made some weird behaviors, or provoked right and wrong, so as to attract most people's attention. As for the behavior of the young wizard in black robes who did not match his disguise, it was not important. The difference is nothing more than whether the other party sends someone to make friendly contact with him, or sends someone to arrest him for interrogation. After just wandering around for a day, Marks found that no one had come to contact him on his own initiative, nor had he encountered any attacks. Marks frowned, but went to the final location as originally planned. In the evening, Marks wore a black robe and stepped into the Broken Cauldron bar. It was still anomalously noisy here, the rising stove was passing heat, and the two goblins were sitting in the front row, arguing over who would pay for the alcohol. A sorrowful wizard in the back sang a bad tone in public. The other guests didn't care, and some people joked out kindly. Marks even saw Harry eating dinner in the corner. He seemed to be in a good mood, maybe because he escaped punishment. At the next table, two wizards were playing cards, and one of them looked towards Harry vaguely. The other person stared at Marks, who had just entered, and saw that he hadn't walked toward Harry, so he was interested in putting his sight on the wizard card in his hand. Marks guessed that these two might be the Aurors who were responsible for protecting Harry, but this had nothing to do with him. "Boss, a bottle of butter beer," Marks yelled, and threw a few coppernats over. "I see. What do you say so loudly?" Tom, who was chatting with a gorgeous witch, said in dissatisfaction. Then he accepted the money and put a bottle of butterbeer on the table. The other people in the tavern were also attracted by Marks's loud voice. Novel.com and all looked at him. Marks also turned his head to indicate to them. His purpose is to attract enough people's attention. Marks turned his head and poured a few sips of butterbeer into his mouth. Without waiting for anyone for a while, Marks deliberately complained to Tom. "Recently, Knockoff Alley is not very peaceful, and I always feel that it is not safe to travel." When Tom heard the words, he immediately became interested, and immediately spoke up. "Yes, I heard that two gangs of dark wizards fought in a dark magic shop. The fight lasted for a long time, leaving a lot of corpses and blood flowing all over the place. Tusk. It is said that the Aurors who rushed over there were frightened," Tom said with emotion. Marks frowned. He remembered that he had placed the assailant's body in the compartment, and the traces had been cleaned up. Could it be that the Auror led the team when he went to find Douglet? Marks always feels that what Tom said and what he said are not the same thing. Chapter 273 The disguise scene. Through which dark magic shop are you talking about? Marks asked tentatively. Of course it's Spogenbok. After playing for so long, I don't know which side won. Tom sighed. Marks frowned. He has been living in the temporary residence these days, looking for a way to change the past, so it is not clear that this is the case. However, two consecutive black magic shops encountered attacks, and Marks had to wonder if there was any connection between them. Who is specifically targeting the owner of the black magic store? Or all kinds of thoughts flashed through Marks's mind. Marks put on a look of interest, and then asked, "What happened later? Didn't it mean that the Auror checked? Did you find out who did it?" "Come on, those Aurors don't have such things as biliary." Tom curled his mouth in disdain, took a sip of butterbeer, and continued slowly. "Furthermore, the dead are all black wizards. I heard that there are still many werewolves rushing from other places. The Ministry of Magic hopes that the more they die, the better. With so many people dead, the order has been much better this month," Tom said gleefully. "Was this attack a month ago?" Just as Marks was about to continue inquiring to see if he could get some useful information, a hand suddenly fell on his shoulder. Marks subconsciously wanted to activate the effect of the ring of protection to eject the opponent. But then Marks thought of his purpose of coming here, suppressed the thought in his heart, held his right hand on the wand, and turned his head calmly. Next to him was a middle-aged wizard who held his shoulders. His appearance was very ordinary, but his figure was unusually tall. His palms hugged Mark's shoulders tightly like pliers, making him unable to move. "Daniel, why are you here? Where are the others?" The middle-aged wizard snatched Mark's butterbeer with his other hand, took a few sips, and looked at Marks suspiciously. "Of course I am waiting for you here," Marks replied freely. Then Marks lowered his voice and complained. "You didn't tell us that the woman is so powerful before, but we suffered a lot from doing it, and we were also overcast. Let's go back and say it again." The middle-aged wizard interrupted Marks's words, gave the eavesdropping Tom a warning look, and then forcibly pulled Marks away. Tom shrugged indifferently, and put away the half-drinking bottle of butterbeer. He doesn't care about these nosy matters, not to mention that Marks's words are very vague. There is no substantive content at all. Marks, who was pulled away, didn't mean to resist, which was just what he wanted. It's not a good idea to act rashly at the Broken Cauldron Bar. The era who was in charge of protecting Harry was not far away, and it wouldn't be good if it caused a misunderstanding. In this way, Marks was clamped out of the Broken Cauldron Bar, and the two of them walked all the way to the dark alley in Knockdown Alley. Walking to no one's place, the sturdy middle-aged wizard suddenly launched to trouble, pressed Marks to the corner of the wall, pulled him by the collar, and said eagerly, "Tell me, what the is going on in such a hurry?" Marks is a little confused, or is there a friend of the other side among the dead assailants? Thinking of this, Marks pretended to be afraid, and said falteringly, "When we entered the black magic shop and played against the female shopkeeper, we accidentally caught a trap. A black magic prop caused an explosion. Many people were injured. In the end, I was the only one who escaped." "Then where have you been for such a long time? Why don't you come to us?" The middle-aged wizard's eyes were full of distrust. "I have been hiding in a broken room on the east side to recover from my wounds. I dare not look for you anymore. The other 8 people are dead and I am the only one who is still alive." So, Marks tried hard to think of the appropriate vocabulary. "Try to restore your own image." These words seemed to make the middle-aged wizard relax his vigilance, and he put down the right hand that clamped Marks. But before Marks was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the middle-aged wizard clenched his right hand and slammed it directly under the action of the protective ring. A transparent magic barrier instantly blocked Marks's face. The fist hit it and rippled waves, and the strength of the recoil made the sturdy middle-aged wizard retreat again and again. "Accept your weapon." Marks didn't know how he was exposed, but he waved his wand for the first time, and a dazzling red light flashed in the dim night. At such a close distance, the disarming curse was shot in the air, and the middle-aged wizard twisted and rolled around on the ground twice, and dodged dangerously and dangerously. "Are you not Daniel?" The middle-aged wizard had a gloomy face. "Of course not." Marks was not interested in disguising at this time, but still asked strangely, "Did I say something wrong just now?" The wizard did not answer, and quickly jumped from the ground a few steps to sprint in front of Marks, and smashed it with an elbow. The magic barrier once again resisted Marks. The iron armor curse was not originally a curse developed to resist physical attacks. After 2 consecutive heavy blows, signs of instability had already appeared. "Are you still a wizard?" Marks is very depressed, but he also knows that at such a close distance, for ordinary wizards, unless they can cast spells without spells, fists are more effective than magic. Fortunately, he is not an ordinary wizard. Marks's heart moved, and the runes of the magic ring on his wrist lit up. Before the next punch hit his face, a shockwave composed of pure magic spread centered on Marks. The wizard, who was as strong as an iron tower, was lifted off in an instant and hit the wall behind. Faint, Marks waved his wand to cast a spell, subduing the opponent, but suddenly felt a palpitation. "Avada Kedavra!" A low male voice sounded from the other side of the alley. and a deep green light flew out from the darkness. The moment Marks saw the green light, he threw a few buttons in that direction. Flying in midair, the defamation curse that was released on the button was released immediately. Several black fist-sized mice crossed the middle, and the green light hit one of the mice, leaving the rat terrified. Novel.com disperse after landing. These mice, which were transformed into buttons, were naturally prepared by Marks. The last time I was almost killed by Tom Riddles of Ada, so Marks has been thinking about ways to deal with the killing curse. The effect of this curse is simple and straightforward, that is, it ends a life, and there is no way to solve the curse after the curse. There is no way to deal with it. Just find a living animal to resist the killing curse, just like the phoenix who resisted the killing curse in the secret room last school year. Taking advantage of the slaughter curse under Marks's defense, the strong wizard had stood up from the ground, and two figures walked out of the dark alley in the distance. Marks's complexion was slightly dark, and it was obvious that the other party had planned to bring him here. Thanks to the book friend Weathering Ye June for the 500 starting coins rewarded. End of this chapter. Chapter 274. Isn't she following us? One of the black-robed wizards looked at the strong wizard who had just risen from the ground and sneered. Joseph, you are really getting worse and worse. I thought we didn't need to act. You better worry. He is not so easy to deal with. Joseph pointed at Marks with his wand, and said with dread, will the four of us still lose if we fight one? Another wizard shook his head and retorted, four? Is there anyone hiding in the dark? Marks frowned as he looked at the three people who surrounded him in a half-circle. Where did Sirius and Dobby go? Or is it that there are other enemies that are being held back? When Marks was thinking about it, Joseph suddenly said to the two of them, what about Kelly? Why are you only two coming over? Didn't she always follow us? The two black-robed wizards also realized that something was wrong at this time, and one of them turned his head in confusion. At the moment when the three of them were distracted, a black dog suddenly leapt down from the roof beside it, bit on Joseph's right hand holding the wand, and yanked. The screams resounded in the silent lanes. A black-robed wizard who reacted for the first time was ready to cast spells, but Marks was faster than him. Shenfeng Yu Ying. The invisible and shadowless blade of magic power cut across the body of the black-robed wizard, splashing blood sprayed on the wall next to it. Another black-robed wizard just turned his head and found that the situation on the field had undergone a 180-degree reversal. The originally foolproof siege broke down in an instant, and there was only one who had combat power on the field. He alone. The black-robed wizard opened his mouth and was about to surrender, but Marks did not give him this opportunity, and a coma spell was sent and knocked him out. After taking care of the two black-robed wizards, Marks then looked towards Sirius. One person and one dog on the ground are fighting fiercely. A piece of meat was bitten off on Joseph's right hand, and he didn't know where he dropped his wand. But with a strong physique, he stubbornly endured the pain and hit the black dog with a fist the size of a sandbag. Sirius is also incapable of having an iron head. He just used the form of animagus to fight the opponent, and a pair of dog paws scratched the opponent's face with blood marks. Faint. Marks waved his magic wand to help him, and the cursed Joseph quickly lost consciousness. At the same time, Dobby's figure appeared in a messy alley with a gorgeous witch who had passed out in a coma. Obviously the so-called fourth person has been secretly dealt with by Dobby. What surprised Marks was that the gorgeous witch he had met was the one who had previously chatted with Tom, the owner of the Broken Cauldron, and it seemed that she had notified Joseph and the others in some way. Dobby, take them. Let's go back. Marks felt that the sound of the previous fighting might have attracted other prying eyes, and he ordered. Dobby nodded, grabbed the black-robed wizard on the ground, and used Phantom Shift to teleport back and forth, bringing people back to the temporary stronghold in batches, and finally teleporting Marks and Sirius. Taking people to teleport many times in a short period of time is not an easy task for Dobby. But fortunately, nothing went wrong. Back at the temporary home, Sirius looked at the four wizards lying on the ground and said disdainfully, it seems that these people are not as good as you said. They are just some spies. Marx shook his head and healed Joseph with a healing spell to prevent him from bleeding to death. Afterwards, Marx took a bottle of veritaserum and poured Joseph a sip, and then lifted the coma spell in the opponent. Soon, Joseph woke up, but his eyes were hollow and he sat there motionlessly. "Who are you?" Marx asked tentatively. Joseph grinned. Joseph's slow voice came over. Marx nodded, and then asked Joseph to whom he was ordered, why he attacked his black magic shop, how many people they had, and where the members were. Joseph answered Marx's question without hesitation. Only then did Marx learn that Joseph and others were all dark wizards who were targeted when the Ministry of Magic cleaned up dark magic items last year. Compared to the others caught in Azkaban, they escaped with better luck. But even so, the loss was heavy. Many people even survived the era's chase, and it was naturally difficult to swallow this breath. The Ministry of Magic and Minister Fudge, who proposed this cleanup plan, naturally didn't dare to provoke them, so they focused on the magic shop that provided assistance to the ministry. If it hadn't been for those era captains who had a protective ring in their hands, they wouldn't have been chased so miserably. Beware of the fish that slipped through the net. Marx listened to Joseph's and thought of a line of hints in the revitalization mission notes. At the end of the summer vacation last school year, Marx planned to deal with these people. But at the time the Ministry of Magic's cleanup operation was not over yet. Each of these dark wizards didn't know which horn was hidden in them. He couldn't even find anyone, so let alone kill them. In order to be on the safe side, he deliberately made friends with the werewolf wizards in Knockdown Alley, so that these werewolf wizards in Desire could take care of each other when he was away. Unexpectedly, I still miscalculated. And the person who picked the head this time, Marx, was completely unexpected. Are you saying that the person calling you is the owner of the Bojan box store? Marx asked word by word. Joseph nodded blankly. Caractacus Bock. Marx muttered the name slowly, and anger gradually came to my heart. Novel.com. Of course, Marx still remembers this person, and he was deeply impressed. When it came to Nocturne Alley, this Bock clouded himself with probing eyes. If he hadn't practiced at Lumency, he would have been pitted, and for this reason, a Sir almost had a fight with him in the dark magic shop. Obviously, that Blogger and Desire have a deep contradiction, which may be related to the transit station in Knockdown Alley. Where is Bock now? How many dark wizards are there beside him? Marx asked, pulling Joseph by the collar. I don't know. Joseph's face still didn't fluctuate at all. He replied in a deep voice. We lost contact with Mr. Borkin more than a month ago. Marx subconsciously suspected that Joseph was deceiving himself. He had actually broken free of the effects of Veritaserum. But Marx soon remembered that when Tom was chatting with him in the Broken Cauldron bar, he seemed to mention that the Bogembok magic shop had been attacked. Chapter 275. Change the method of death. There are werewolf wizards. Marx has not forgotten that Tom said that many werewolf wizards participated in that battle, and several werewolf wizards were left behind. Will it be Walker, Fren and the others? Marx frowned deeply and continued to torture Joseph, trying to get more information from him. But to Marx's disappointment, Joseph knew very little. When the Bock store was attacked, Joseph happened to be outside in charge of snooping for information. When he returned, the battle had already ended. Therefore, for more than a month, Joseph has been in a state of losing contact, wandering in Knockdown Alley, wanting to know what happened that day, and summoned the other people who had lost contact. Marx did not give up and poured Veritaserum into the remaining black-robed wizards, and after inquiring one by one, the news he got was almost the same. No one knows whether Caractacus Bock is alive or dead, only that the Ministry of Magic has not found his body. It looks like I have to go to the Bogembok magic shop. Marx's thoughts moved slightly, and he was going to go to the scene to see if he could get any useful clues. While the effect of Veritaserum was still working, Marx finally asked, how did you confirm my disguise before? We sent 10 people to attack the dark magic shop, and your answer was wrong, Joseph said dully. 10 people in all? But I only found the bodies of 9 attackers there. Marx muttered to himself. During the question and answer, Sirius, who was in the audience, gradually understood the cause and effect, and there was a little pity in his eyes when he looked at Marx. "Don't be too sad, McClown. Sooner or later we will find the murderer and kill them all to avenge your mother," Sirius said comfortingly. "No, there is another possibility," Marx interrupted Sirius' comforting words. There were indeed 10 dead bodies at the time, but, thinking of this, Marx decided to verify it and put a long hair into the bottle containing the compound decoction. He remembered that in the original time and space, someone had crossed the sea with a concealment, causing one person's body to be buried as another person, creating the illusion that that person was dead, and successfully deceiving everyone. After debugging, Marx walked to the gorgeous witch named Kelly and poured the potion in her hand. While pouring the medicine, Marx's wrists were trembling, and his eyes fixedly looked at the gorgeous witch in front of him and began to change his body shape in front of him. After a while, her appearance changed to another strange witch, with the same hair color as Isaiah. Marx was trembling with excitement all over, his eyes glowing, and he grasped Kelly's face and looked at it carefully several times. "What are you going to do?" Sirius looked at Marx's expression in a short period of time, confused, and worried that Marx was too irritated and went crazy. Marx ignored Sirius' words and muttered to himself in a low voice. Before putting Ashia's body in the basement, he once took a piece of Ashia's hair as a spare, just to confirm some things through this method. It's just that Marx has never had the guts to do this, because the time converter cannot change the established reality. Once the result is confirmed, the closed loop is completed. Even if it goes back to the past, it cannot be reversed. Marx knows this very well, so he even plans to abandon the idea of verification, so that the result will always be unknown. The unknown means that it can be changed. When he uses the time converter to return to the past in the future, he will be able to deflect things according to his own expectations. It wasn't until Marx learned from Joseph that the number of assailants was one more than he had imagined. Did he remember this again, and made up his mind to verify? Because if Assa's corpses were counted at the scene, there would be exactly 10 corpses, the same number as the assailants. No, this is not enough. Marx quickly suppressed the excitement in his heart, because he still had a lot of questions that needed to be confirmed. Next is the point. Bone to pieces. Marx silently walked behind Kelly, and suddenly drew out his wand to cast a spell on her back. The white light hit Kelly's back, and a screaming scream sounded, and the huge pain directly broke Kelly out of her trance state. Before Kelly could resist, Sirius waved her magic wand, and a cyan magic hit her head. The screams in Kelly's mouth stopped and the body fell to the ground. "Enough, McClown. I know you are angry now, but I hope you can calm down," Sirius exhorted with a calm face. Sirius can understand Marx's inner pain, but he really doesn't want to see Marx lose himself in hatred, whether it was killing or torturing. Sirius felt that this was not something a child of Marx's age should do. If it is really necessary, Sirius helps to do it for him. No, I'm not interested in torturing her, I'm just confirming something. Marx shook his head, then turned to Dobby and said, "Dobby, be optimistic about him. Don't let him make trouble." "Yes, sir." Dobby nodded, his copper bell-sized eyes staring at Sirius' every move. His fingers were shining with magical light, ready to knock him out at any time. "I'm not so easy to deal with." Sirius grinned. With a wand, he wouldn't be afraid of a house elf. However, Sirius hesitated for a while. www.mtnovel.com still did not interfere with Marx's follow-up actions. He was ready to see what Marx wanted to do. Marx did not continue to torture or kill the next person as Sirius imagined, but stared at the dead Kelly. Kelly's body was lying on the ground quietly, losing its vitality, but the effect of the compound decoction still worked on her body. Marx was not surprised, because this was something he had known for a long time. In the original time and space, young Crouch once said that his mother had been taking the compound decoction during Azkaban instead of him, so that after his death, he did not immediately change back to the original appearance, and was finally regarded as him. Buried into the earth. This means that taking a sufficient amount of the compound decoction may allow one person to die and maintain the appearance of another person in a short time, as long as he can go back to the past, directly intervene in the battle, save a sir, and then use compound soup to find someone to die. He can reproduce the scene he saw when he returned to the black magic shop. Chapter 276, a compound decoction that breaks the balance and becomes ineffective. Thinking of this, Marx couldn't help but get excited, but he still needs to do an advance rehearsal to determine if this is feasible. The scar is healed. Marx tentatively held the wand against Kelly's back, healed her wound with a healing spell, and tried to restore what he did that day. The magic soon began to work, and the fleshy wounds on Kelly's back healed quickly. Sirius looked at Marx's weird behavior and healed a dead person in a puzzled way. Why? Is there any special significance? While healed the wound, Marx slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and things were exactly the same as he expected. But the next moment, Marx's pupils shrank slightly and froze in place. The female corpse in front of me suddenly returned to its original appearance, and the effect of the compound decoction disappeared. Impossible. Is it because I drink too little potion? Marx frowned, staring blankly at Kelly. The dead don't know how to drink potions. Marx can only let go of Kelly's body and cast his eyes on the other three black-robed wizards. Fortunately, he still has 3 guinea pigs. After pouring the compound decoction for the 3 of them and recording the data in batches, Yifan discovered a problem. After death, although the effect of the compound decoction will remain, it will become very unstable, the duration will be greatly reduced, and it will be extremely easily affected. The healing spell he used undoubtedly broke this balance. Once he healed the wound, no matter how many doses of compound decoction he took in front of him, it would be lifted in a very short time. When the last black-robed wizard turned back to its original corpse and fell to the ground, Marx's face became worse and worse. What exactly is going on? Marx was completely confused. If the healing magic would affect the effect of the compound decoction, when he used the healing magic to heal Asia, why was the corpse not affected at all? Or did he go back to the past and didn't use compound decoction? Instead of using other methods, Marx looked at the 4 corpses underground and thought for a long time. Before I was about to use the time converter to change the past, Marx had considered various options. One of the more reliable ones is to use deformity or compound decoction to make a fake corpse. After all, he saw Aia's corpse with his own eyes, and took the corpse to find Doog to confirm the death, so this step is indispensable. At first, Marx tried to use transfiguration, but after personally experimenting, he gave up this plan. The 5th level transfiguration curse cannot perfectly engrave a wizard, let alone cause the replica to be injured and healed. This is simply impossible, so the compound decoction becomes the only possibility. Marx was so convinced before. That's why Dobby bought a large number of books related to potions to confirm the possibility of the implementation of this plan. Unexpectedly, there was a problem on the last step. Sirius saw Marx's uncertain face. Although he didn't know why Marx did this weird thing to these black-robed wizards, he could see that it might be verifying something, and the result might have deviated from Marx's imagination. He was no longer silent, and Marx would jump at the horns and change the subject. "McClown, didn't you say that you were going to check the situation at the Bogenbach magic store? When will we start to act?" "Of course it's now." Marx breathed out a deep breath, returned to his senses, and said without hesitation, "He has at least confirmed that it was not a sir who died in the first place. How to replace the corpse, he still has some time to think about." Marx turned his head and prepared to ask Dobby to take him to the Bogenbach store with a shadow change, but he noticed the tired color on Dobby's face and closed his mouth again. Not long ago, Dobby frequently used shape-shifting, and it was not easy to transfer the 6 of them to this temporary stronghold, and Marx did not want to squeeze the house elf too much. So, Marx told Dobby to guard the stronghold and handle the corpse, but he changed his body shape, gradually shrinking into a grey-white owl. flapping its wings and flying out of the window. Sirius shook his head and changed into an animagus form to follow. The grey-white owl was waving its wings in the night sky, and a pair of eagle eyes scanned the streets below. Perhaps due to the attack a few days ago, a large number of shops closed their doors and windows and closed their business early, and there were not many wizards in the alleys. The temporary stronghold Marks chose was on the west side of Knockdown Alley, some distance from the Book store. About 15 minutes later, Marks stopped near the Book store, thinking about how to get in. The doors and windows of the store were all locked. The only good news was that there were no seals and no patrol officers. Marks suspects that this may be related to the fact that Book has not been determined to have died. Because of this, Marks was very cautious and slowly flew in from the chimney above, and then returned to his human form in the fireplace. It looks hollow and black, and you can vaguely see a large number of shelves neatly arranged, which seems to be no different from when I came last time. Fluorescence flashes. Marks waved his wand and released a bright curse. After approaching, Marks discovered that all the shelves were empty, and everything that was originally placed on them was gone. I don't know if it was confiscated by the Ministry of Magic as an illegal item, or if it was transferred to another place by Book. And to Marks's surprise, it didn't look like a battlefield where a fierce battle took place. Is it because of the healing spell? Marks thought of www.mtnovel.com after carefully inspecting the floor and shelf cabinets. Marks indeed found some traces of battle. The restoration spell is not a panacea, and the effects of some powerful spells are not so easy be eliminated. Bang! As Marks was thinking about it, a clear sound came from the side. Marks waved his wand and pointed at him, only to realize that a black dog had jumped in from the broken window. "How's it going, McClown? Have you found any clues?" Sirius quickly changed back to his original appearance and asked. "Not yet." Marks shook his head helplessly. "Anyway, let's search here first." Marks glanced around the dark magic shop. He has a hunch. Maybe he will fight the opponent here when he comes back, so it is important to be familiar with the terrain in advance. Chapter 277. I never make a choice. I have to take every one of these courses. In a blink of an eye, there was only 1 week left until September. As the weather slowly turned cooler, our letter from HogWarts was accurately delivered to Marks's hands. Marks opened the envelope and glanced at it. Inside was a list of books with books for the next school year. "Does school start?" Marks put aside the letter in his hand and sighed. A few days ago, he and Sirius had searched the Book store for a whole night, turned inside and out, but didn't find much. For this reason, Marks can only give up his plan to find a blog for the time being. After all, he still doesn't know whether the messenger behind the scenes is still alive. So over the past few days, Yifan's energy has been focused on studying why the compound decoction suddenly fails. The hair taken from the corpse of Asia can be incorporated into the compound decoction and change a person's appearance, which proves that his previous thoughts and conclusions are correct. What needs to be considered is how to solve the problem of extremely unstable efficacy of compound decoctions on dead people, which is also the main cause of conflict. After a period of research, Marks found that there is only one way to solve this problem. That is to improve the potion, so that the efficacy of the compound decoction becomes more stable. This is undoubtedly very difficult. Marks doesn't have any relevant experience, and he doesn't even know where to start. Fortunately, Marks quickly remembered Snape's research notes on advanced potion making, which not only recorded the self-created spell like Shinfeng but also Snape. General research and improvement of potions. "Sir, it's time for dinner," Dobby reminded me cautiously, holding a few plates on the round table aside. "Okay." Marks nodded, flipping through Snape's notes while sitting on the stool by the round table. After a while, a dog ran over from a distance, and when it ran to the table, it instantly changed into its original form. It sat down skillfully on the opposite side of Marks, grabbed a steak and put it in its mouth. Stuffed. Marks didn't care either. While he was busy studying how to improve the compound decoction these days, Sirius was not idle, and went out to get information almost whenever he had time. Occasionally, Sirius would go outside the Broken Cauldron bar, visit Harry from a distance, or step on a spot near the burrow, and then come back every day when it's time for dinner. "You went to the burrow again?" Marks looked at Sirius' exhausted appearance, and considering that he didn't return on time today, he quickly judged the other party's whereabouts, frowned and continued. "I should have told you that it is best not to approach there randomly. If Peter is wary and escaped by him, you will never find him. Don't worry, I just want to make sure that the family has returned from the trip, and Peter is still in the hands of the little wizard." Sirius grinned, his expression a little sullen. Today, when he wandered around the Weasley mansion, he happened to see the Weasley family who had returned from the trip, and he also saw the mouse in Ron's arms. Peter was raised black, fat, and without warning, and he seemed to have a pretty good life. At that time, Sirius almost couldn't hold back, and wanted to rush to tear Peter to pieces. "It's good if you know it. If you kill him now, you will never get away with it. Think about Harry." Marks reminded him after taking a look at Sirius' hideous face. Sirius nodded and quickly adjusted his emotions. More importantly, he can't find a chance to kill Peter now. The Arthur Weasley family is not that easy to mess with. If they sneak into their house and get caught, it will be over. After eating lunch in a hurry, Sirius noticed that Marks, who had been flipping through the books in his hand, was somewhat helpless. After getting along these days, Sirius discovered that Marks spent almost all of his time reading books and doing some strange potion experiments, and basically only took 2 or 3 hours of rest a day. Sirius opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to comfort him. He guessed that Marks probably wanted to rely on this kind of intensive study to forget the fact that his eye had died. But it won't work forever. "Is Hogwarts coming to school soon?" "That's right, it's September." Sirius glanced over the letter thrown on the table by Marks. His heart moved slightly, and the subject changed. "McClown, I remember that Hogwarts is about to choose courses in the 3rd grade. Do you need me to give you some advice?" "In my opinion, fortune-telling and mole studies are not very useful. Fortune-telling requires an excellent talent for prophecy. People who are not talented are unlikely to learn these divine things. The knowledge learned in mole studies is rarely used, so you don't need to waste time on this course. I suggest you learn from ancient runes, which should be very helpful to you." Sirius talked freely, telling Marks about his own experience. He felt that since Marks's parents were gone, if he was able, he would of course shoulder the responsibilities of some elders. Marks stopped flipping through the book, looking at Sirius, who was preparing to introduce him to the pros and cons of each class, shook his head, and interrupted. "No, I'm not going to make a choice. I have to take every one of these courses." "Are you sure?" Sirius was stunned, looking at Marks with a weird expression, and stopped talking. "McClown, although the idea of you want to learn a few more courses is encouraged, but many useless courses will share your energy. McClonovel.com. Besides, you will know when you get the timetable. Many courses are in class. Time can all conflict with each other. I think the professors will find a way to solve the problem of curriculum conflict." Marks shook his head and didn't say much. He made this decision naturally to get the time converter. This kind of magic item that can reverse time and space is strictly guarded by the Ministry of Magic, and it is almost impossible for normal wizards to come into contact with such things. Marks had no confidence to sneak into the Ministry of Magic to steal one out. Therefore, the best opportunity to obtain the time converter is to be like Hermione in the original Time and Space. When selecting courses in the 3rd grade, select all the courses, and ask a professor to guarantee that they can apply for a time from the Ministry of Magic converter. The Ministry of Magic will never turn down a little wizard who loves to learn, abides by the law and performs well. He just won the Merlin Medal, the highest honor in the magic world last school year, and I believe the Ministry of Magic will give it this face. Chapter 278. Learn to apparatus for the professor to help him. Marks already has a candidate, and Lupin, who is in charge of the defense against the dark arts class professor next school year, is a very good choice. As the developer of the wolf poison potion, it should be easy to gain the trust of Lupin, a werewolf wizard. Marx was thinking in his heart how to persuade Lupin to help himself write an application to the Ministry of Magic. Sirius on the other side felt helpless when seeing Marx insisting on doing this, and to persuade him to no avail. When he was a student, there was no little wizard who would check all the courses in one go when selecting courses in the 3rd grade. So Sirius didn't know that he could still apply for a time converted to the Ministry of Magic. I thought the school would have other arrangements at that time, or adjust the curriculum for Marx separately. Thinking of this, Sirius stopped persuading him, and instead proposed to go to the Lying bookstore in Diagon Alley in the afternoon to buy the books that he needed for the next school year. It's not enough to stay in the room all the time. He still expects Marx to find time to go out for a walk. Marx shook his head without hesitation, and just leave it to Dobby to buy the little book. He didn't want to waste time on it. But then, Marx seemed to have thought of what it was, paused, and asked, "Mr. Black, you should be able to use apparition, right?" "Of course. What do you ask this for?" Sirius was a little strange. "Can you teach me?" Marx put down Snape's research notes and said seriously. This time, the magic shop was attacked, making Marx fully aware of the importance of changing form. If he knew this teleportation magic at that time, when he sensed something was wrong, he could immediately return to his magic shop and kill those invaders, thus avoiding that thing from happening. So this is almost the magic that Marx is most eager to learn today. Had it not been for the house elves to cast spells differently from the wizards, Marx would have asked Dobby to teach himself. "You have to learn to change your form." Sirius subconsciously wanted to refuse. Marx's age is so young that he will only be in 3rd grade next semester. The transformation of shadows in the magical world is usually limited to students aged 17 and above, because young wizards of this age have enough magic power and control ability to control this kind of difficult magic. But Sirius also knew that Marx was not an ordinary little wizard. Even Animagus is able to master the high-end transformation magic, and he also possesses a powerful petrification magic. In comparison, there is nothing special about changing shape and shadow. "Okay, if you insist. I can teach you." Sirius nodded and agreed after careful consideration. In the afternoon, Sirius took Marx to an uninhabited ruin in Knockdown Alley. It was very empty, and under normal circumstances, no one would come. It was very suitable as a place to practice transformation. After standing in the middle of the ruins, Sirius turned his head and looked at Marx with a serious expression on his face. "Before I teach you, I want to know, how much do you know about transformation?" Marx picked up the information of the apparition from his mind, and replied, "This is a high-level magic. Its function is to allow the wizard to teleport from one place to another. Whether the spell is apparated or apparated, different spells depend on 2 different situations." Marx was talking endlessly, and he didn't know much about this magic. I just remembered that this seemed to be a learning course for HogWarts grades 6 and 7, and there might be a danger of splitting during the course of study. More specifically, he remembered it not very clearly. After Marx finished talking about his understanding, Sirius nodded. It seemed that Marx had some understanding of this magic, so he skipped the introduction and started teaching. Sirius waved his wand, blasted a hole in the ground in the distance, then pointed at it and said, "Did you see the pothole?" The first step in practicing apparition is to establish the goal of teleportation. You need to focus your consciousness on the goal you want to reach before casting the spell. Marx looked at the pothole in the distance, and according to Sirius' words, focused his attention as much as possible and looked at it with both eyes. The second step is to make up your mind and think that you must move to the target. Let the thoughts of going fill your whole body from your brain. This step is especially important, Sirius said very solemnly. The vast majority of losers who practiced apparition had problems in this step when they were split. They don't trust their own power, worry that they will fail to cast the spell, or they may be shaken in their hearts when they cast the spell. Under such circumstances, it is easy to show that part of the body appears in the target body while the other body is still in place. Of course, after being split, the wizard will not die on the spot. The magic power will remain in the broken wound, connecting the two separated bodies. As long as there is an experienced wizard who is good at transforming shadows to rescue, it will turn danger to bargain. But if this state continues for too long, and the magic remaining at the break disappears, the divided wizard will be completely finished. Sirius talked about the danger to Marx, who nodded cautiously. This time, Marx does not intend to use grade points to accelerate the efficiency of learning. All the grade points, he is ready to use potions. Marx knew very well that his talent was limited, and he was definitely not as good as Snape, who created magic spells and improved potions when he was a student. Thinking of making an enhanced version of the compound decoction in a short time. Mentalnovel.com. The only learning acceleration mode that can be relied on is the Gzwibo experience card, and the academic grade point can be saved or it should be saved. Because of this, Marx listened very carefully to Sirius' teachings, and after the other party had said all the difficulties and points and understood them, he continued to speak. Then there is a third step. The third step is to be calm. Sensing that Marx was a little nervous, Sirius said with a smile, "The more natural the performance when releasing the apparition, the better. Just like this," Sirius said as he gave a demonstration to Marx. Apparition. Sirius waved his magic wand, turning his body freely. His body disappeared suddenly and appeared at the marked spot. Like this. Do you understand? Sirius flashed again and appeared in his original position. Marx nodded, eager to try, staring at the location of the mark, and chanting a spell like Sirius. Chapter 279. Conquer Fear. Apparition. Pronounced the spell. In an instant, Marx felt the space around him squeeze him. His body seemed to be out of control, and then this feeling disappeared without a trace. Did you make it? Marx turned in a circle, stopped and looked around. He was still in place. I failed this, Marx said awkwardly. Failure is normal. Practicing this magic is not that easy, Sirius said with a smile. Marx quickly adjusted it. Transformation is a very difficult magic to learn. I imagined that it was really a problem to be able to learn it all at once, without using academic grade points to cheat. Marx estimated that his talent and magic affinity were the level of an excellent student under the two bloodline fusion transformations. During the week before school, it's not bad to be able to master the apparition successfully and proficiently. Well, I will take you familiar with the phantom for a few times. It should be helpful to remember this feeling. Sirius thought for a while and said. After finishing speaking, Sirius grabbed Marx's wrist, waved his magic wand, and used phantom change a few times, moving between the two targets. Marx tried hard to remember this feeling of instantaneous movement in his heart. However, when I tried it myself again, Marx realized how difficult it is to complete a spatial displacement. Also thoroughly understood why in the process of practicing, the most important thing is to establish determination. Whenever Marx senses space and shifts, he will feel a great fear surge in his heart. It is a feeling that his body is about to be slapped, compressed, and cut into segments. There are so many horrible scenes of failure to cast all kinds of spells in his mind, so that he can think about the destination with all his heart. After practicing for more than an hour, Marx stopped tiredly, and at the same time the system prompt in his mind sounded, ding. After a period of practice, your proficiency in transforming shadows has improved. The current progress is 29,100. Let's take a break first. If you are unsteady, it is easy to cause splitting when you rush to apparition. Sirius stepped forward, patted Marx on the shoulder, and said comfortingly. Marx nodded, and the two found a place to sit down. Sirius patiently explained to Marx the mistakes he had just cast. Finally, Sirius also jokingly talked about how he was too impatient when he first practiced transforming shadows. As a result, he was divided into two parts during one practice. At that time, many students were frightened. Thanks to the professor who was there, He brought his body back in time. And then, Marx asked curiously, "I'm so courageous by nature. Isn't my body divided into two parts? That can't stop me. So I am the first one of those students to learn apparition." At this point, Sirius is very proud. At that time, James and Lupin were much slower than him, not to mention the mediocre Peter. Thinking of this betrayer, Sirius's face is a bit unsightly. At this time, Marx asked curiously, "How long did it take you to learn this magic?" Marx's question interrupted Sirius' memory. He quickly adjusted his emotions and said provocatively, "Excluding the time for theory class, it took about 5 or 6 classes. What? Do you want to compare with me? Is it about 10 hours or so?" So fast, Marx thought with emotion, but still accepted the provocation of Sirius. Only when there is pressure, there is motivation. After a short rest, Marx continued the practice of apparition. While the system reminder sounded constantly in his mind, Marx was also gradually overcoming the sense of spatial alienation, trying hard to establish a connection between the two places. Apparition. A few hours later, the sky gradually darkened. During a spell, Marx suddenly felt that his body seemed to be squeezed into a small space. The consciousness seemed to be stripped away, and the body was spinning inside, and the fear of being separated from reality gradually came to my heart. Marx kept thinking about the location of the pothole in his mind, and shouted in his heart, "I want to go there, right away, right away." Marx soon felt that his body was kicked out of that place, and the world was spinning around. When it stabilized, Marx found that he had reached the target location. Ding! Phantom Shift has reached level 1, current proficiency 9200, and 5 academic points awarded. As the system prompt sounded, Marx realized that he had completed a spatial transformation, and initially learned the curse. Snap slap. Sirius clapped and walked over and said admiringly, "It looks like you succeeded. Much faster than I thought." "It was just a fluke." Marx shook his head and looked at the darkening sky. He has been practicing for about 7 hours. Although this speed is faster than the 5 or 6 class hours that Sirius said, but Marx is very clear that this is the progress in the case of a Netoon teaching. www.mentalnovel.com. When Sirius was learning apparition, there was no teacher to give him a single tutor. With this successful experience, I believe you only need more practice to release this magic at will. Sirius patted Marx on the shoulder and said encouragingly, "Marx's ability to initially learn this magic within half a day is far beyond his expectations." The difficulty of learning Phantom Shift Sirius is very clear. In addition to requiring learners to have sufficient magic power and excellent spatial sensing ability, the most important thing is to overcome fear. Because every time a wizard uses apparition, he runs through the cracks of space at the risk of being separated. The stronger the space sensing ability of the wizard, the more the feeling of fear can be experienced. So determination and self-confidence are so important in the process of casting a spell. When learning this magic at HogWarts, there will be 1 or 2 days between each class, so students have plenty of time to adapt. Sirius was prepared before, and spent a few days to practice with Marx. He thought that Marx would not be able to sustain it for an hour or 2 at most. I didn't even think that Marx not only persevered, but also successfully released apparition. A successful spellcasting experience certainly did not satisfy Marx. But after practicing for so long, Marx has long been exhausted physically and mentally, and his magic power is almost exhausted. So he can only give up temporarily and wait until tomorrow to continue practicing. Then Sirius brought Marx to a long-range apparition and returned to their temporary stronghold. Chapter 280. Start of school. Dobby waited in the stronghold early, and a sumptuous dinner was already placed on the round table. But it was a bit cold after being left for too long. Neither Marx nor Sirius cared. They sat down and enjoyed dinner as they usually did, chatting some interesting things in this windy, broken room. "By the way, Mr. Black, can the magic of Phantom Shift be used in battle?" Marx suddenly asked curiously. He has always felt that apparition is a very practical magic. If it is used in battle, both offense and evasion can have an advantage. No, I advise you to not try to do this. Sirius shook his head, then continued with a serious face. I think when you practice apparition, you should already understand the dangers of this. Even a wizard who can master this spell must always stay focused when casting this spell, not a little bit distracted. When using this magic in a fierce battle, the caster can easily cause his body to separate. Then the enemies will not kindly put your body back together. No one among the wizards I know can do this. Sirius added. Can't Dumbledore either? Marx asked. No way. Sirius had planned to say this, but the words came to a halt again, because he was also not sure. The Centenarian, the strongest white wizard in the magical world, can always do it easily that some ordinary wizards can't even think of, dare to think about. Marx was caught in thought, and he knew that Dumbledore and Voldemort could do this. In the first battle between Yuan Shikong and the Ministry of Magic, they disappeared out of thin air and appeared out of thin air in the battle. Although it is not certain whether it was achieved by phantom transformation, it also proved the feasibility of using teleportation magic in the battle. I just don't know how many levels of phantom transformation training to be able to do. Level 6? Level 7? Or higher? Marx thought so. After going through so many battles, Marx has a general understanding of the strength of most wizards. Normally, the fourth level in the system classification standard is the spellcasting level of a normal adult wizard. Level 5 is basically professional. The general are the rigorously trained law enforcement officers in the wizard market, and some dangerous dark wizards. The offensive magic they are good at are basically at this level. The upper 6 levels of magic can only be achieved by a very small number of wizards, and represent the authority of a domain. Marx guessed that Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Curse, and Professor Flitwick's combat magic is basically at this level. As for Dumbledore and Voldemort, their magic level may be 7 or even above. Of course, the victory or defeat of the two wizards in the battle depends not only on the amount of magic mastered, and the level of additional factors such as combat experience, unspot status, etc. can affect the final win or loss. Marx estimated his strength level without using blood magic, which was about the level above the 5th level. If he did it with all his strength, he should be able to reach the 6th level of combat power. Sirius didn't know that Marx had thought about so many things in just a few minutes, and he was still bitterly persuading Marx not to try to do such dangerous things in battle. Marx reluctantly agreed, unless he had full certainty. Otherwise he would not use this unstable magic in battle. After eating dinner, Marx continued his potion improvement experiment, and Sirius quietly watched Marx work late into the night. When the third potion improvement failed and the cauldron exploded, Sirius reminded him, "McClown, you'd better rest early. Tomorrow I will teach you how to perform apparition from a long distance to the place you have been before. You need to maintain a good mental state to avoid being split during the practice. It feels uncomfortable." Marx's movements paused, then turned to look at Sirius, and nodded hesitantly. A week passed in a flash while practicing the alternation of shape-shifting and improving potions. In a blink of an eye, it was September 1st, the day when school started. Dobby bought back all the magic books used in more than 10 courses early on, in addition to a large number of books on potion development. Many of these are expensive out-of-print books, which Sirius brought to Marx during a trip to Black's house. Marx packed all these dozens of books into the suitcase of the Curing Extension Curse, and then used the apparition that he learned these days. Thinking of an alley near King's Cross Station in his mind, Marx Riso swung his wand to recite a spell. A burst of light and shadow intertwined, and when Marx came back to his senses, he suddenly realized that he had reached his destination. It consumes about 1/9 of the mana, and the mana consumption is really serious. Marx checked the status bar and found that the magic scale was short. He had never tried such a long-distance teleportation before, but he knew a general idea from Sirius. The farther the phantom teleportation distance is, the more magic power it consumes. The more blurred the impression of the destination, the more difficult it is to cast a spell. Bigger. Marks looked around and made sure that the mole hadn't seen the teleportation just now, and then walked towards King's Cross station with the suitcase. Marks was about to enter the station through a pedestrian aisle www.mtlnovel.com. but occasionally saw a dog hiding in a dark corner. Why did you follow? Or where there are so many people? You are not afraid of being caught by the aura of the Ministry of Magic? Marks walked over with the box, looked around, and said in a low voice, "They didn't know that I was an animagus." Sirius was very disdainful. He never looked after the auras who were hunting down. As long as he didn't take the initiative to expose them, these idiots would never find him. As for the purpose of the follow-up, naturally, I was worried about what accidents would happen to Marks for the first time in such a long-distance teleportation. If Marks was accidentally split, no one else would help him pick it back. Despite this thought, Sirius raised his brow and said, "I made a special trip to see Harry off. I haven't seen him in a long time. Whatever you want, don't get too close then. Just be seen by Peter." Marks shook his head, turned and walked into the station. Passing through platform 9 3/4, the black and red HogWarts train has stopped at the platform, and billowing white steam is spitting out from the chimney. Chapter 281 Werewolf Lupin. Marks carried the suitcase and boarded the train. Since he arrived early, there were not many people on the train, and most of the boxes were empty. Marks did not randomly find an empty box to sit in, but found someone on the train. When he opened the last box, he happened to see a middle-aged wizard placing the luggage box. The wizard wore an old patched robe with light grey hair. He looked tall and thin. The side looked pale, as if he might be blown down by the wind at any time. Remus John Lupin. At a glance, Marks recognized the identity of the wizard in front of him, who would appear here at this time, and he was the only one who dressed up. Perceiving the noise at the door, Lupin turned his head and looked at Marks. "Hello, Professor Lupin, may I sit here?" Marks nodded politely. Of course, please feel free." Lupin was stunned and looked a little restrained. He remembered that there were still many vacant carriages on the train. Because of his own experience, Lupin deliberately chose the unmanned compartment at the rear of the car. But he didn't expect someone to follow him right after he came in and put his luggage in. Lupin sat down as far as possible to the corner, watching Marks sitting opposite, curious, and asked aloud, "Can you tell me which college you are a student? And how do you know that I am a professor?" "I'm Marks McClown of Gryffindor." "As for your identity, of course I saw it from your suitcase." Marks pointed to the luggage rack above. Lupin's suitcase was printed his name. "In addition, I think you should be the new Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor, because this position happens to be vacant, isn't it?" Marks talked openly. He needed Lupin's help, so naturally he wanted to impress him. Wonderful. Lupin applauded and said appreciatively, "You are very smart. If I hadn't listened to your own introduction, I would have thought you were a Ravenclaw. By the way, your name is Marks McClown, that genius little wizard who made the wolf poison potion, winner of the Merlin medal." Lupin suddenly thought of something. He took out a daily prophet from his patched robe, and when he was about to open it for confirmation, it stopped. Because Lupin saw a shiny medal hung on Marks's chest. It was so dazzling, he obviously didn't need to confirm it again. "That's indeed me, Professor." Marks nodded reservedly. The reason why he has been so angry today is always carrying the Merlin medal, so that Lupin can recognize himself and make contact easier. "It's amazing. It's hard to believe that you can do things that many potions masters can't do at such a young age." Lupin looked at the little wizard who was only 13 or 14 years old in front of him, and said with emotion. He felt that the surprise in this life might not have come so much on this day. It's not that they can't do it, it's just that these potion masters don't care much about the status quo of werewolf wizards in the magic world. Marks shook his head and retorted, "Yes. Who cares about the safety of a group of werewolves?" Lupin smiled bitterly. After so many years of wandering life, Lupin has an incomparable understanding of the prejudice of normal wizards against werewolf wizards. Whenever you go to a new place, Everyone can get along well when no one knows his identity, and it is not difficult to find a job. But because he would run out of control every night of the full moon, even if he could estimate the time to hide in no one's place, it was difficult to cover up the noise. So every time he would reveal his identity and be forcibly expelled from each time, very few people were willing to accept a werewolf. This was also the reason why he wandered around in the ministry. After all, he didn't stay anywhere long. Because of this, Lupin became more and more curious about Marx. "Can you tell me why you want to develop this potion?" Lupin asked. Marx then repeated the excuses from the interview with Rita Skeeter, showing that he lived in Knockdown Alley and often came into contact with werewolves to know a lot about them, and he also had deep sympathy for them. He understands that werewolf wizards are not as brutal as in the legend. Many of them are victims of werewolf attacks, and in a normal state, they are no doubt ordinary wizards. Marx was very sincere, although he had a certain purpose, but more of it was sincere. He had come into contact with the werewolves such as Walker and Furin in the dump. They honestly did odd jobs in Knockoff Alley, earning a meager salary to survive. Compared to the wicked and cunning dark wizards in Knockoff Alley, too much. Marx's words greatly increased Lupin's favor. He sighed and said, "If only the other wizards think like you do, those werewolves will be better off, and there won't be so many werewolf wizards going astray." Lupin recalled the werewolf wizards he had met on the way he was wandering. Because they were rejected and hated by the magic world, they could not find a job and could not support themselves. They had to rely on theft and robbery to make a living. Many people ended up the mentality was deformed and distorted, and he became a complete dark wizard. There are more werewolves like this, and it has once again intensified the rejection of normal wizards against them, and the constant cycle has created an untable knot. "I think it will definitely change in the future," Marx said comfortingly. "Yeah, with the wolf poison potion you developed, it should be better in the future. It just takes some time." Lupin broke free from the memory and smiled at Marx. Although Lupin knows very well that it is impossible for the magical world to accept werewolf wizards only with the wolf poison potion, at least it is slowly getting better, isn't it? Then www.untlenovel.com. The two talked about other things. And it was not until the train was about to start that Lupin stopped talking sleepily. As a wandering werewolf, he really didn't have any extra money to stay at the Broken Cauldron bar, so he would fall asleep in the neighborhood these days, and he was really sleepy now. Lupin curled up and sat in the corner, nap using another shabby robe as a quilt. Marx didn't intend to waste time in the car, took out a sophisticated potion book from his suitcase, looked through it for himself, and made some notes from time to time. Lupin squinted his eyes slightly, watching this scene in his eyes, and he had a clear understanding of Marx's efforts. No wonder he was able to develop a potion at such an age. "McClown, if you were still alive, you would be proud of your child, right?" Someone flashed past Lupin's mind. After a while, Lupin couldn't resist falling asleep sleepily. Chapter 282. "I shouldn't be this professor." Woo! The loud whistle echoed in Marx's ears, and accompanied by a jitter, the train slowly moved forward. Marx flipped through the book on his own, and the carriage was very quiet. If it wasn't for the inconvenience to make potions here, he was ready to take out the crucible in the suitcase. After a while, there was a sound of conversation outside the door, and the door of the compartment was pushed open the next moment. Marx, the little brown-haired witch who opened the door, was holding a willow basket in her hand, and there were waves of light, snoring noises faintly heard. Marx turned his head, and Hermione, Ron, and Harry came in. The three squeezed in quickly and closed the sliding door. The space in the carriage is fairly large, and Lupin is curled up in the corner again, and there is no problem with sitting three more people. Hermione sat down in the empty seat beside Marx, while Ron and Harry sat down on the other side, curiously looking at Lupin, who was sleeping on the corner. "Who is he?" Ron looked at Lupin, who was wearing a patched robe, and asked. "The new defense against the dark arts class, Professor. He is asleep." "You better keep your voice down," Marx reminded. However, Ron's expression was stunned. His expression became serious. He leaned closer to signal everyone to be closer, and then carefully glanced at Lupin, before speaking softly. "Then Marx, have you confirmed just now? Isn't he a dark wizard or a liar?" Ron's words made Marx stunned. His face turned a little weird. "Ron, how can you say that?" Hermione scolded angrily. "I'm just asking, you don't know what happened in the past few semesters." Ron whispered, and then he defended. "Professor Chino the year before was a dark wizard related to a mysterious man. Last year Lockhart was a pretending liar. He attacked so many people in the school. Thanks to Marx, I was able to get them out." Before getting into the car, George and Fred were speculating about the new defense against the dark arts class professor, who could last for a few months this time. Ron whispered, but didn't notice Lupin, who was curled up in the corner, trembled. The sound of Harry and others pushing the door and talking just now awakened Lupin, who had just fallen asleep. Just because he was too sleepy, Lupin didn't get up to say hello to Harry and the others. Instead he was going to stay asleep for a while. However, he never expected that he would overhear such news. Lupin didn't dare to open his eyes and move, and smiled bitterly in his heart. Originally, Marx had a good impression on him. He did not discriminate against werewolf wizards, and he was the son of his comrades in arms. Lupin still thought that he could get in touch with him more in the future, but now Marx has become his object of avoidance. When Dumbledore invited him to be a defense against the dark arts class professor, he never mentioned this to him. Lupin couldn't help wondering if he shouldn't be the professor. "Is it too late to get off the train?" Marx, who was flipping through the potions books, didn't know that he had finally improved some good feelings for Lupin, but now he avoided him. After making complaints, Ron did not mention the miserable experiences of the previous professors. Instead, he told the three of them about their family's experience in Egypt. Ron's pet mouse, Scabious, got into Ron's pocket the moment he entered the carriage and refused to come out again. Marx has also been distracted by the strange behavior. At first Marx thought that he had been exposed somewhere, and he was hesitant to lock up Shaban to prevent him from escaping, but then realized that Shaban was afraid of Lupin when he thought about it. Now that Sirius can recognize Peter in the form of Animagus in the photo at a glance, Lupin, who is also a friend, should also be able to recognize him. Of course, maybe Hermione's new pet, a Persian long-hair cat Crookshanks. Marx looked at the willow basket next to the table and chair, and the spiritual cat was inside. Marx, who was thinking about something, was interrupted by Hermione's words, and when he returned to his thoughts, she saw Hermione looking at him with a grimace. "Hermione, what did you just say?" "I didn't hear it." Marx looked confused. "Obviously you promised to send me a letter before, but I didn't see a single letter throughout the summer vacation. You never responded to the letter I sent you." Hermione was a little bit savory, repeated the previous words, a pair of brown eyes fixed on Marx. "Sorry, Hermione, I was busy with other things during the summer vacation, so I forgot it for a while," Marx said apologetically. Thinking of what happened during the summer vacation, Marx's face was a bit more gloomy. He was busy tracking down the attacker, so naturally he didn't have much energy to write or reply. He didn't even receive a letter from Hermione at all, because the letters were usually sent home. Only the HogWarts owl was more special, and he found his stronghold directly. "I don't know if Dobby often teleports back and forth between HogWarts and the temporary stronghold, so the location is exposed." "Forgotten?" The little witch's eyes widened, her white cheeks became puffed up. "This is the second time." During the summer vacation of the first grade, Marx was busy developing the wolf poison potion and forgot to send her the letter, so before this summer vacation, she also specially reminded it, but I did not expect Marx to forget it. "I heard George and Fred say that they also sent you a letter to Marx during the summer vacation, but they didn't see you reply for a long time, and they were all anxious. If it weren't for their mother, they would all plan to knock you down in the alley." Ron also spit out. Of course, Ron didn't think anything would happen to Marx. He hadn't seen a time when Marx was at a loss. Hermione didn't think so. She was keenly aware that Mark's face was not so good-looking, and the anger that had flowed up had subsided. When I remembered that Marks just said that there were other things to be busy during the summer vacation, the clever little witch suddenly worried about whether Marks would encounter any trouble during the summer vacation. Marks.mentalnovel.com. Did something happen to you during the summer vacation? Hermione asked worriedly. Harry and Ron were reminded of this by Hermione, and realized that there was something wrong with this situation, so they looked at Marks one after another. No, I just encountered some problems while improving a potion. Marks rejected Hermione's guess, shook his head, and said again, "You know, as long as I learn, I can take care of other things." With that said, Marks shook the how to improve potions in his hand. Harry and Ron remembered the wolf poison potion developed by Marks, and quickly dispelled their doubts. Ron also jokingly said that Marks might be able to get another Merlin medal this year. "It's impossible for the same person to get 2 Merlin medals, Ron." Hermione corrected the error in Ron's words, but was still a little doubtful about Marks's words. After all, even if the improvement potion is busy, there will be no time to reply to a letter. Chapter 283. You bother me thinking. Of course I know they won't issue 2 Merlin medals, but they can be replaced with a higher grade, can't they? Ron curled his lips, dissatisfied with Hermione's dismantling of the stage. Just as Ron turned his head and looked at Marks, planning to say something, there was a sudden jitter in the train. Then the train got slower and slower, and it seemed that it was about to stop. "Are we there so soon this time?" Ron touched his stomach. He couldn't wait to have dinner in the auditorium. "Not yet." Hermione shook her head and turned to look out the window. "When I got in the car before, it was still sunny, but now the outside world is dark, black clouds and fog covering the sky, big raindrops falling down. Even the visual range is affected." "Then why did it stop? Is it because the train broke down halfway and needs repairs?" Harry guessed. "I've never heard George and the others say that there will be such a situation. Should we not be still here?" Ron murmured. After the train moved slowly for a while, it came to a halt with a chuckle. Outside the carriage, there was also a burst of noise, and the other little wizards also found that the situation was not right. Harry and Ron wondered what happened. Hermione turned her head to ask Marks's opinion, but found that Marks didn't care about the abnormality of the train at all. She flipped through the book to herself, frowning, as if thinking about something. Suddenly, the magic light in the carriage flashed and then went out suddenly, and the surrounding area was plunged into a burst of darkness. Only a little light was projected from the window. Harry stretched his head out of the carriage and looked at it. The corridor was also black. Something seemed to be floating in the darkness, and it was a little frighteningly quiet, except for the sound of sliding doors reverberating incessantly. "It looks like something is outside." Harry swallowed, then retracted his head back into the compartment, whispering, "What's that? Did you see it?" Ron became even more frightened when Harry said this. Marks's movement of flipping through the book also stopped. The dim environment had already affected his reading. After thinking about it, Marks guessed that the outside world was a dementor, but Marks ignored it, because the other party was ordered to search Sirius, and he couldn't summon the patron saint for the time being. Lupin would always take action anyway. Marks took out his magic wand and tapped it upwards. The magic lamp that had been turned off turned on again, and then continued to turn. The book operated eclumency, and sank into his own world. The light reappeared, but Harry and Ron didn't feel the slightest sense of security, because the whole carriage seemed to become more gloomy, the biting chill gradually permeating the body from the soles of the feet, and Hermione was also fidgeting. The next moment, the three of them couldn't help holding their breath, and a black shadow was printed on the window of the compartment, and they couldn't see what it was through the window. The deep cold air penetrated through the gap of the door, and something was pulled out. Ron and Hermione just felt a little uncomfortable, and Harry was much more serious. His head was dizzy and his thoughts seemed to be disturbed. Click. The sliding door was opened a little bit, and a withered, crusted hand rested on the door extension, and the biting cold wind was blowing in from outside the door. Click. With a nasty push of the door, The sliding door was completely opened, and Ron looked at the tall, weird figure in a ruined cloak in horror. It seems to be floating in the air, with a face completely hidden under the hood, and the exposed body is rotten. This reminded Ron of the mummy he had seen in Egypt, which might have been the way the bandage was removed. Hermione couldn't help but leaned against Marks. Harry also wanted to stay away from the ghost, but his body seemed to be frozen and could not move at all. Harry's heart seemed to be held by someone, and someone in his mind was screaming. There was panic and pleading in that voice, but he wanted to do something but was helpless. The illusory and intangible things were continuously drawn out of Harry, and the Dementor was inhaling, making a gurgling noise, and squeezing in through the outside door lightly. Lupin didn't know when he had opened his eyes and put his hand into the wizard's robe. At this moment, a voice sounded. "Get out, you interrupted my thinking." Marks's tone was very blunt, turning his head to look at the rotten, dilapidated figure. All his thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of the Dementor. Although Marks used a clumency, what he didn't expect was that closing the brain could not completely isolate the Dementors from the influence. The scene of witnessing the death of AI 2 months ago constantly emerged from the depths of Marks's memory, and the anger gradually came to his heart, and Marks's eyes were faintly transformed into orange-yellow vertical pupils. The Dementor's movements paused, and the face under the brim of the hat turned to face Marks. The Dementor has no eyes, and is naturally not affected by the direct death effect. Instead, it feels that Marks's suppressed emotions are delicious, and can't help but get close to the body. The tattered and wide cloak was shrouded in the small carriage. The magic lamp could not bear the pressure and went out, and the darkness pressed in step by step. Hermione next to her felt all her happiness disappeared, leaving only her empty body. All the things that Marks had been trying to forget for a while were all remembered, and the anger had been condensed to the extreme, and a system prompt sounded in his mind. Then Marks stretched out his magic wand, a dazzling light lit up in the compartment, and the darkness melted in the light. Countless white fog continued to impact the broken body of the Dementor like ocean waves, slamming it into the aisle. The Dementor's black hood was peeled off directly, revealing its disgusting long face, and its hollow mouth wailed silently in the white light. Novel.com. The body was dismembered as if corroded. "What is that thing?" You killed it?" Ron stammered. "It's just a Dementor. It intends to enter the carriage and do something to me, and no one will care if it kills it." Marks closed the book in his hand and his face was very ugly. Under the influence of the Dementor, Marks's mind came up with countless scenes where he used the time converter to try to save Asu after returning, but failed. This is also the reason why he didn't control the power of Hushin's guard. Not to mention that the wizarding world has always been the supremacy of wizards, and the statues erected in the lobby of the Ministry of Magic speak this philosophy without any cover. With a valid reason, a little wizard fights back and kills the Dementor, a creature that everyone hates, and he won't be punished. No, I mean, what should we do now? It seems that more of that stuff is coming. Ron pointed to the dark shadows floating outside the window, and said in horror, Chapter 284. They are not the only ones who hold grudges. Now it's just in the evening, the outside world is like late at night, erratic black shadows passing by the window. The cabin is becoming more and more depressed. Harry froze stiffly, in a cold sweat. Hermione was also a little frightened. She suddenly remembered that the new defense against the dark arts professor was in the carriage, and hurriedly turned her head to look over. Lupin was no longer pretending to be sleeping. He had already stood up. His eyes looked out the window. He noticed the black shadows gathered around, and said helplessly to Marks, "You are too reckless, McClown. There are a lot of Dementors here, but they will hold grudges. They are not the only ones who hold grudges." Marks threw the potions books aside, and as the Dementors gathered more and more, only the things that made him feel angry and painful were left in his mind. "What do you want to do?" Lupin frowned. "Of course, let them roll away." Marks's tone was sharp. Under the pressure of the Dementor, he forcibly released the Hushin guard, which made his proficiency soar. The Guardian God spell has been upgraded from level 4 to level 5, which means that emotional fluctuations will not affect his use of blood magic. The large number of Dementors who have been entrenched in the sky are a little uncontrollable. They can feel that there is delicious food underneath. In addition, they have just been killed by a similar species. Now they are very angry. The rules of the Ministry of Magic are also can't manage it anymore. A large number of Dementors rushed down from the air, and the darkness was crushed. The surrounding temperature was getting lower and lower, and there was a faint cry from outside. It was obvious that a little wizard could not bear the pressure and collapsed. The Dementor at the front came in directly through the window, but before he had time to take a breath, he was bounced out by a white light. Call God to guard. As Marks chanted the spell, more white mist drifted out, forming a huge light shield that enveloped the entire carriage, and it continued to spread out for a moment. Several Dementors directly slammed into the mask and rippled. The mask formed by the white mist was very strong, and there was no sign of cracking. On the contrary, the white mist was corroding the body of the Dementor. The Dementors were not afraid. They gathered more and more, and the relatively scattered white mist couldn't support it. Lupin held his magic wand tightly, and if Marks couldn't hold on, he would help, even though he didn't want to be seen as his patron saint. Ron and Hermione both looked at the sky nervously, for fear that the Dementors would tear the mask and rush over. Marks waved his magic wand unhurriedly, and nearly half of the white fog got out of the mask and gathered together, accompanied by a neighing sound. The swooping Dementors fled in horror. Although the number of Dementors who came to inspect is huge, Marks's unicorn shadow is not an ordinary patron saint. To the Dementors, it is like a natural enemy. Once hit by a unicorn or trampled on, it will be it hits into a black mist and dissipates in the air. Marks drove these Dementors away from the HogWarts train, and didn't mean to kill them deliberately. After all, these Dementors were employees of the Ministry of Magic, and if they killed too much, they were beating the Ministry of Magic in the face. So a white light and shadow appeared in the sky, chasing the spectacle of a large group of Dementors running around. However, because it is not clear to see through the white mask, only a little outline can be seen. This is also what Marks deliberately did. Seeing this scene, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. But Lupin said with emotion, "I didn't expect you to be able to summon your patron saint at this age." The strength of Marks's guarding was beyond his imagination. Lupin estimated that although his shots could also expel these Dementors, it would never be as easy as Marks. This is not too hard to learn magic. Marks shook his head. Harry in the original Time and Space learned this magic in the 3rd grade and successfully summoned the patron saint. In the 5th grade, many students in Harry's DA did this after a period of practice. Suddenly, Ron's eager voice rang in the carriage. "Harry, what's the matter with you?" "Harry?" Marks turned his head and looked over, only to find that Harry, who was sitting on the opposite corner, lost consciousness and fell to the side. His face looked very pale. Lupin's expression also changed slightly. After checking, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief and said to the worried Hermione and Ron, "Harry has nothing to do with him, but was temporarily unconscious under the influence of the Dementor. Let him rest for a while." "But why didn't we faint?" Hermione asked strangely, in her impression that Harry was not such a vulnerable person. Dementors can away happiness and recall all the painful things, so those with painful experiences have to bear more pressure than ordinary people when facing Dementors. Marks explained. "Tau." "Yes, as McClown said, Harry was in a coma because he had experienced some bad things. It is not shameful." Lupin looked at Harry's pain in his sleep and sighed. Ron nodded, and Hermione glanced at Marks thoughtfully, thinking of Marks's excessive reaction to the Dementor just now. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. After a while, 2 middle-aged wizards in uniform appeared in front of the door with ugly expressions. The leading one glanced in the carriage. His gaze stayed on Lupin, and he asked, "Who released the patron saint just now?" "The 2 Mysteries.novel.com are me." Marks looked at them fearlessly. He understood that these 2 wizards should be the accompanying errors, responsible for supervising those law enforcement Dementors. After all, Dementors are evil and chaotic creatures. For large-scale operations, it is impossible for the Ministry of Magic not to send people to restrain them to prevent them from losing control. You? The chunky Captain Earl looked at Marks suspiciously, and then at Lupin with a weird look. It was really hard for him to believe that he was a 13 or 14-year-old little wizard who had expelled so many Dementors. He immediately doubted whether Lupin wanted to escape the blame and let a little wizard take the responsibility. Lupin smiled helplessly in the two weird eyes, which was really not what he did. Marks didn't reply, waved his magic wand to bring up a white mist, and a quiet and peaceful breath surged into everyone's hearts. The tourers now looked squarely at the little wizard in front of him. Although Marks did not show his patron saint, it was enough to have this hand. Chapter 285. We have to thank you for saying that. After a brief surprise, the chunky Captain Earl asked aloud. These Dementors were ordered to investigate the HogWarts train and search for fugitives here. What are you doing to expel and kill them? You are obstructing the Ministry of Magic's search operations. The faces of the tourers were very ugly. As the accompanying law enforcement officers, they were responsible for supervising the Dementors to complete the search task. Now not only the mission is not completed, but conflicts have also arisen. After returning, he said he must not be punished by the Ministry. Hermione and Ron looked at Marks with some worry. They thought it was a Dementor who attacked the train, and they were still happy that Marks had defeated so many monsters. They did not expect that these Dementors were sent by the Ministry of Magic. Facing the questioning of the tourers, Marks said with his expression unchanged, "Sir, I'm about to report to you that we were attacked by Dementors just now. Harry Potter was injured as a result and passed out into a coma. I had no choice but to use the guards of the gods to repel them." Having said this, Marks stepped aside so that the tourers could see Harry, who had passed out of a coma. Hearing that someone was injured, the short and chubby Captain Earl's face changed slightly, and he turned his head and looked over and noticed Harry, who was pale behind Marks. He hurried forward to investigate and found that it was because of the Dementor. At the same time, the Era Captain also noticed the lightning scar on Harry's forehead. He shook his heart, and asked aloud with a hint of expectation, "You said his name is Harry Potter? Isn't it the Harry Potter who destroyed the mysterious man?" "Yes, it's the Harry Potter. The Dementor who came in just now attacked Harry, so I killed it with my hands. I didn't expect other Dementors to gather around like crazy," Marks explained, then looked at the little wizards gathered around the door to watch the excitement, and said to them, "If you don't believe me, you can ask everyone." Marks directly used Harry's coma to make a fuss, characterizing the matter as a Dementor out of control and intending to attack the students, and then he promptly rescued him. As long as these little wizards are willing to believe and write a letter to inform the family, there will naturally be many wizard parents to put pressure on the Ministry of Magic. Not only can the Ministry of Magic not blame him, it must also praise. The little wizards who had just been frightened by the Dementors were naturally excited. No one would like this evil creature that happiness, so they all supported Marks and vented their anger. "McClown is right. Those Dementors are simply too dumb. The Dementor who searched our car has been lingering. It must be thinking about whether or not to attack us. Fortunately, McClown drove them away. I want to tell my dad to listen and let him put these Dementors into Azkaban." "Be locked into Azkaban? Do they lock themselves?" The tourers looked at the agitated crowd, and suddenly laughed bitterly. They used to come to Xingshi to inquire about the crime, but now they have been inquired by Xingshi. The chunky Captain Ura scolded the Ashes Dementor in his heart. Before carrying out this task, he especially warned these unintelligible things, let them converge a little, and must not do anything to the students on the train. Unexpectedly, this happened. Even if the Dementor attacked an ordinary student, it was easy to handle. But it was the famous Harry Potter. If the Dementors attacked Harry Potter because of their negligence, they would be overwhelmed by the overwhelming letter of complaint tomorrow. "Two gentlemen, do you have anything else to ask?" Marks said aloud. The chunky Captain Ura stopped talking, and finally said very aggrieved, No, You did a good job and expelled these out-of-control Dementors in time. I just did some small work," Marx said reservedly, and the medal on his chest seemed to be brighter. The tourists also saw Marx's medal at this time and recognized his identity. No wonder this little wizard was able to expel so many Dementors. Thinking of this, the tourists smiled bitterly at each other, and after understanding the cause and effect, they planned to gather the Dementors who fled, and then returned to the Ministry of Magic to explain the situation. Having made such a big mistake, it would be like to get a scolding. The two of them were about to leave with a change of shape, but unexpectedly heard Marx's voice ringing behind them. "Tourists, I think this attack was entirely due to the chaos and evil of the Dementors group. I will write a letter to the Ministry of Magic at that time to explain the situation." The chunky Captain Ural looked back at Marx in surprise, and said gratefully, "Then trouble you, McClown." After Marx's reminder, the two also realized that they could shift the responsibility to those Dementors as much as possible. What do the Dementors think? They can't speak, they can only express some simple meanings at best, and no one will care about the complaints of a group of Dementors. With an idea in their minds, the tourists quickly apparated and disappeared in front of everyone. As the new professor, Lupin took up the responsibilities, soothing the little wizards blocking the door, and getting them all to return to their cars. Then Lupin looked at sitting in the original position and quietly flipped through the book, as if nothing happened to Marx, with a strange expression on his face. Lupin had witnessed the whole thing with his own eyes just now, and when the tourists came to inquire about it, he was a little worried that Marx would not handle it well and was taken away for investigation. Unexpectedly, Marx said in a few words, "Not only did I dismiss the tourists who were about to inquire, but the other party had to thank him in turn." Lupin suddenly had a new understanding of Marx's dexterity. McLenovel.com Thinking of the first two defense against the dark arts professors who were identified by Marx, Lupin had a headache, and he doubted his werewolves very much. How long can the identity of a wizard be hidden? Without the Dementor, the stopped train quickly started to move, the bright whistle sounded through my ears, and the thick white mist gushed out from the chimney. While continuing to look at the potions books, Marx also took a look at the system bar with a trace of mind. He thought he would get the achievement of being an enemy of the Dementors by driving away the hordes of Dementors in front of so many people, but unfortunately there was nothing. I don't know what the criteria of achievement are. Is he not enough? Marx pondered for a while, and then left it behind him. Although it was crucial to get the 5 legendary values, it was not the most important thing right now. Get the time converter and complete the improvement of the potion is the top priority. Chapter 286 Why can't it be seen only by me? The HogWarts train moved forward quickly, and encountered no other troubles along the way. As the Dementor's search was delayed for some time, when the train entered the station, the sky was completely dark, and only the scattered street lights were pointing the way. Harry in the carriage was really unconscious all the way, and he was not able to wake up. Hermione and Ron were very worried, and Marx was a little strange. He remembered that Harry hadn't been in a coma for so long in the original time. But Marx quickly thought that Harry in the original time and space was on the train, but he had not been surrounded by a group of Dementors as before. At that time, even he couldn't restrain his emotions, and started to expel those monsters that absorbed pleasure and caused pain, and Harry was even more affected. When the train stopped and Marx packed up his luggage, Lupin took the initiative to carry Harry, who had passed out in a coma, and the group got off the train together. As soon as Malfoy got off the train with his 2 attendants, he saw Harry lying on Lupin's shoulders. He suddenly felt his eyes light up and leaned forward. "Oh, our poor Potter. I heard that he was fainted by a group of Dementors. Is that true? Isn't he okay?" Malfoy pretended to be concerned and exclaimed. His 2 followers, Banger and Clark, smirked at the right time, and the air was suddenly full of joy. "Do you want to fight?" Malfoy. Harry was attacked by a Dementor. "Do you know if it was an attack?" Ron said angrily. "Assault? How did it happen?" Did Potter be kissed by a Dementor? I heard my dad say that they treat prisoners like this. Malfoy pulled his wizard robes on his head, learning those Dementors. The strange appearance threatened Ron, and he teased Malfoy, right? The Dementor's kiss is far more horrible than you think. That's no joke. Lupin interrupted Malfoy's words with a frown, and continued solemnly. It can your soul away. Turn your body into an empty shell. Who are you again? Malfoy was taken aback, and then looked at him a little annoyed. I am the new Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor, Lupin said calmly. Oh, is it? Hello, Professor. I really look forward to your staying longer this semester. Malfoy's face wore a nasty smile, but he didn't dare to say too obvious. After leaving this sentence, Malfoy greeted Gore and Clark to take the lead and gave Marks a fierce look before leaving. Marks snatched away his house elf last school year, so that his mother Narcissa cooked the food during the summer vacation. However, an aristocratic woman who has never cooked before suddenly starts to cook something that can be imagined with her toes. So he was forced to eat dark dishes for several weeks, until his father couldn't accept it, and finding a servant who knew how to cook and magic would end his miserable life. Why did that Malfoy target Harry so much? Lupin watched Malfoy leave, then looked at Marks and asked curiously, how could I know? Marks shook his head helplessly, but still tried to combine Malfoy's performance in the original time and space and analyzed. I heard that some children always like to use this strange way to hide their kindness. Care. What do muls call this term? Tsndir? Was it so? Lupin had never heard of the new term Tsndir, but he was still able to accurately understand what Marks meant. Marks doesn't seem to be what you said. Ron stammered, and Hermione looked at Marks with a weird expression. Don't you think that Malfoy reacts fiercely every time Harry is injured or achieved something? Marks said nonsense. Ron thought about it carefully, and shuddered for a while. It turned out to be like this. That's horrible. While talking, several people came to a carriage. Lupin laid the drowsy Harry on the bench at the back of the carriage so that he could sleep more comfortably. He sat on the opposite side, and he turned his head and said to several people, there can be another person. Who of you wants to come up? Hermione glanced at Marks and hesitated. Ron got into the car carelessly, sat next to Lupin, and took care of Harry with him. Although Harry occupies two positions by himself, the carriage started slowly, and it seemed that it was not necessary to take a four-person start. Ron, sitting in the carriage, was also surprised that the carriage would act on its own. He wondered if any advanced magic had been applied to it, just like the car he and Harry drove last school year. The remaining two people turned to the next carriage. Marks walked in a few steps, but didn't get in the carriage immediately, silently watching the two Yeki standing in front of the carriage. They looked skinny, with a dragon-like head, and no flesh on their bodies. The black fur was tightly attached to the skeleton, and the gaps between the bones could even be clearly seen. The most eye-catching thing is the large and black wings on both sides, which look like enlarged bat wings, blending into the black night sky, looking weird and unlucky. He can see Yi Chi. That's right, he thought of killing 4 people with his own hands within 2 months, and witnessing the corpses of more than a dozen wizards, and he understood death. Marks was not happy, but rather sad. He obviously hoped that he could look directly at this creature last school year. Hermione wondered why Marks stopped. When she was about to ask, a melodious and ethereal voice rang from the carriage. They look cool, don't they? Marks was interrupted and noticed the little witch who was sitting alone in the carriage with a newspaper in her hand. Why are you here alone, Luna? Where's your roommate? Marks asked strangely. They don't want to sit in a carriage with me, Luna whispered softly without any dissatisfaction on her face. But I'm fine by myself. Untilnovel.com. The carriage will always move anyway. Do you want to sit up? Luna suddenly patted the position next to her and invited. Of course, that's exactly 3 people. Marks nodded, boarded the carriage and sat opposite Luna. Hermione followed, and hesitated to sit next to Marks. Yi Chi drove the carriage slowly, driving towards Hogwarts Castle in the dim night. Marks looked at the night skies pulling carts. It was a very magical creature. Looking directly at it can always keep people quiet. Luna tilted her head and looked. Hermione's eyes widened, and she looked in the direction of the two of them, and there was nothing empty. Hermione was a little discouraged to think that she had touched this creature last school year, which means that Yi-Chi is real. But why can't it be seen only by her? Chapter 287. You are lucky not to see it. In this weird silence, Hermione finally couldn't help but asked out loud, "Are you watching Yeki?" "Yeah." Luna turned her gaze to Hermione and said suddenly as she looked at her, "You are lucky not to see it." Lucky? Hermione's face flushed, and she thought Luna must be laughing at her. "That's not necessarily." "How do you know what I can't see?" "It looks like a horse. It's very tall and big, it has two wings like bats, and the thin one can see the bones." Hermione talked endlessly according to her personal experience last school year and the descriptions she read in the books. Luna and Marks glanced at each other, and smiled tacitly, without piercing Hermione's words. Furthermore, Yi-Chi is a very magical creature, and usually only people who directly witness the death can see it. Hermione rummaged through the memory in her mind, so that she seemed to have seen Yi-Chi with her own eyes. But when it came to her death, Hermione stopped and did not continue. She suddenly understood why Luna said she was lucky. Hermione stared at Luna and Marks blankly. "Have they already witnessed death?" Hermione hesitated to ask if she should ask. She remembered that Marks couldn't see Yi-Chi last school year. At the same time, she wondered why Luna, who was a year younger than her, experienced this. Luna looked at Hermione's expression in her eyes. She thought for a while, then looked at Marks and whispered softly, "My mother is a person who likes doing experiments. She has always wanted to create some interesting magic. Until one time her spell went wrong and the explosion swallowed her, in an experiment, before my eyes." Luna's voice is very soft, but also very calm. Only a little sadness can be seen in those eyes. "Sorry, I don't know," Hermione said apologetically. Luna's words also evoked the memories Marks buried in his heart, and his face became gloomy. Although Marks had a perfect idea in his mind to rescue Ixia, the difficulty of improving the compound decoction far exceeded his expectations. Marks was even a little afraid that after returning to the past, he would find that all preparations were in vain. "Harassment fly," Luna said suddenly. "What?" Marks regained consciousness and looked at Luna strangely. "I told you, harassing the horsefly." Luna looked at Marks with a pair of eyes, with a dazed expression, imitating the buzzing sound of the harassment horse. "It's a creature that is invisible to the eyes. It will float into the ears and confuse people's brains and cause trouble. I think you have them around, but unfortunately, I can't see them." "Harassing horseflies? What is that?" Hermione was a little confused. She had never seen anything like that in a book. "But Marks knows that harassing the horsefly is just a creature." Luna Kent arrived. "Perhaps Luna thinks that people's troubles are all due to the harassment of the horsefly." "Then do you know how to get rid of these harassing flies?" Marks said helplessly. Luna tilted her head for a moment, pondered for a while, and frowned slightly, as if she was really thinking about ways to drive off the harassing fly. Marks shook his head and was about to say that he was just joking. At this moment, the blonde little witch suddenly stood up and moved a few steps forward, embracing Marks in his bewildered expression. A faint scent of jasmine floated into his nose, and there was also a smell of airship plum. Marks was stunned. He didn't expect Luna to hug him suddenly. Luna's hug was not warm, but it interrupted Marks's thoughts and made him think of nothing. Hermione opened her eyes in amazement to watch all this, and opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't say anything. After a while, Luna let go of her hand and sat in the original position. Everything returned to its original state. "Is it better?" Luna asked aloud. "This is how you get rid of the harassing fly?" Marks didn't know what to say. Luna nodded, her eyes erratic. "The day my mother died, my father comforted me like that. I hope it helps." "I'm not as fragile as you think," Marks said dubiously. I know," Luna smiled softly. speaking in a singing tone. I told him the same thing that day, but I don't think this method is bad, is it? Yeah, it works. Marks looked at Luna for a while. Luna's actions always exceeded his expectations, and he would never understand what the little witch would do next. It's like a mystery. Remembering that Luna seemed to be able to understand owls and decipher the snake language before, Marks became even more confused and couldn't help asking, "Can you tell me, how do you know that I am in a bad mood, and you can understand owls? Is it because of dementia? I don't know such a high level of magic, I can just feel the emotions, and then guess what you are thinking." Luna shook her head, and the airship hanging on her ears swayed with her movements. "It's a very special feeling, but it won't work if there are too many people." Feel the emotions? Marks really didn't know that Luna still had such an ability, and there was no mention of it in the original Time and Space. Marks couldn't help wondering if this peculiar ability might have something to do with blood. After all, Luna and his father are a bit peculiar. Marks didn't dare to continue thinking. He was a little worried that Luna would perceive it, so he glanced at Luna subconsciously, and the little witch just smiled at him. You were reading www.uukaninzoo.com. Yi Chi drove the carriage, calm again in the carriage. Marks did not speak anymore. Hermione also sat quietly on the side, not knowing what she was thinking. Looking at the newspaper, Luna hummed her own tune, and the sound of wheels rolling across the road seemed to have become a soundtrack. After passing along uphill lane, the carriage finally stopped on one side. Not far away was HogWarts, and we could still vaguely see dark and terrifying black shadows on the castle. Over. That's the Dementor who guards. Marks got off the carriage. There were hundreds of carriages parked here. Many little wizards were getting off the carriage, walking towards the gate of the castle in groups of 3 or 5. On the side steps, Ron was beckoning to them, and Harry was also there, apparently unconscious all the way. Awake. Aren't they waiting for you? I won't bother you, Luna said. Before waiting for Marks's reply, she turned and joined Ravenclaw's queue and followed the flow of people into the tower. Chapter 288. You can always bring me different kinds of surprises. Has she always been like this? Hermione couldn't help but said as she looked at Luna's distant back. Yeah, she's a little weird. She has always been. Marks nodded. Hermione pursed her lips. Compared to Luna's case, she actually wanted to ask Marks what happened during the summer vacation. Did someone close to him pass away? But Hermione was also a little worried and asked if it would remind Marks of some sad things. Just as Hermione hesitated, Harry and Ron saw that they hadn't moved, so they walked over. Harry, are you okay? Marks looked at Harry and asked aloud. Harry, who had recently awakened, was still a little pale, and he complained. It feels terrible. Just now Professor Lupin took him to the school hospital specially, and Mrs. Pomfrey also made a fuss and had to give him a full-body examination, as if the Dementor just leaned on him a little bit, and he contracted some serious illness. I guess there must be someone on the train that had the same experience as mine, right? Harry said with a smirk, and said with a guilty conscience after seeing everyone being silent. Isn't there even one person? Come on, Harry, everyone knows you were attacked by a Dementor, that's no big deal. Ron patted his shoulder and comforted. But I was obviously not attacked. Harry thought a little depressed, not understanding why he was the only one who passed out. He remembered very clearly that the Dementor never touched him. Harry didn't want to admit that he was too timid, but there seemed to be no other explanation. Marks saw Harry's thoughts and said aloud, the Dementor creature affects everyone differently. The more painful the past experience, the greater the impact. But there is a way to keep me unaffected, isn't it? I heard Ron say that you used a kind of magic to drive away dozens of Dementors. Harry said a little excitedly, and he was really hard to accept himself. We'll be frightened by the Dementor and pass out. That is the Patron Saint curse. Remember, we saw a blue and white phoenix in the auditorium when we were in the 1st grade. That was Dumbledore's patron saint, Marks explained. Of course I remember, and you defeated Kino with that magic. Harry quickly remembered. Can you teach me, Marks? Harry asked nervously. He was a little worried that Marks would teach himself, After all, that should be very powerful magic. Sorry, Harry, I may not have much time lately, Marks groaned. He felt that he had to take more than 10 courses at the same time to accumulate grade points, and he needed to complete the potion improvement as soon as possible. He should not spare time. Come teach Harry. Harry was a little disappointed, but Marks quickly told him that he could learn from Lupin. Although Hush and Guarding is a high-level spell, it is not very difficult to learn. As long as you spend time and use it, you can master it. Talking all the way and walking into the auditorium, Marks found that they were a bit late. The long table of the 4 major colleges was already full of people. The Sorting Hat just stopped its newly compiled ballad, Professor McGonagall holding the Sorting Hat standing on the stage. Several people didn't dare to neglect them, and while Professor McGonagall didn't notice them, they hurriedly found a seat and sat down. "You are really amazing today, Marks." George leaned forward as soon as Marks sat down and said excitedly. Fred also echoed, "Yeah, we all saw you driving away those pesky dementors on the train." "I bet many adult wizards can't do this." "By the way, what is your patron saint?" "A white horse." "It's so beautiful, but unfortunately we didn't see it clearly." "Almost," Marks said vaguely. If he could, he didn't want to be known about the particularity of his patron saint. In addition to George and Fred, the little lions on Gryffindor's long table also cast their gazes. Marks's fame is so great, coupled with his recent popularity, so many people are talking privately about the scene that happened on the train. Their voices grew louder and louder, until Professor McGonagall, who was in the process of sorting, turned his head and stared at them, and the little wizards stopped. The sorting ceremony ended soon. As the last freshman walked down the steps, there was enthusiastic applause in the auditorium, and they couldn't wait to have dinner. Only then, Dumbledore stood up and walked to the front of the stage. He looked around every student in the auditorium and gave a welcome speech. Immediately before the little wizards in the audience complained, Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued. "I have a very important thing to remind you before you enjoy a delicious meal and become confused. Our school is currently ushering in some Dementors from Azkaban. They were sent by the Ministry of Magic to perform official duties. You must have known this because they searched the Hogwarts Express train. Having said that, Dumbledore turned his gaze to Marks. He had already heard of what happened on the train. As he thought before, every time I meet Marks always brings him different surprises. Or trouble. Marks was also looking at Dumbledore, remembering that Sirius had told him that his father was once a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and from the default attitude of Sirius when he inquired, his father's death was very serious. It may be related to the old professor. Marks felt like he was in a cloud of mist. What role did Dumbledore play in it? Why does AI hate Dumbledore so much? If you really hate him, what will Issa send him to Hogwarts for? Countless questions shrouded Marks's heart. The two looked at each other in midair, and Dumbledore nodded slightly. But Marks turned on Occlumency for the first time and moved his gaze away. Even if Marks didn't feel any signs of brain invasion, he was used to it a long time ago. Dumbledore's eyes didn't stay on Marks for too long. McLenovel.com and soon returned. His expression became serious, and his tone made anyone who heard it remember. These Dementors will be at every entrance of the school. And I have to remind you, no one is allowed to leave the school without authorization while they are there. Any tricks, and disguise can't fool the Dementors, even including the invisibility cloak. In particular, remember not to have any kind of conflict with Dementors. They are very dangerous, and there are a lot of them that can't be dealt with by a little wizard who has learned to call God to protect. Dumbledore looked around at the crowd, saw that they were sitting awkwardly, hearing the words just now in his heart, and nodded in satisfaction. He deliberately didn't mention Marks's feat on the train, nor did he give Marks any extra points for his brave save attack on the Dementor. I just don't want anyone to think that it is something to be encouraged and imitate it. Although the things Marks did before were dangerous, they were all special cases. Those little wizards couldn't find their targets if they wanted to imitate them. This time is different. There are really many Dementors in the school. Chapter 289 Elective. There was silence in the auditorium, and many little wizards were frightened by Dumbledore's serious expression. This expression was only shown by the white-beard principal when things were urgent. Perhaps noticing that his tone was a little heavy, Dumbledore's brows stretched out. He smiled faintly, and continued to speak. Well, that's what I should remind you of. Let's change the topic a little more pleasantly. 2 new professors will join our lineup this academic year. First of all, it is Professor Lupin. He readily agreed to fill the vacancy in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Dumbledore stepped aside, motioned everyone to look at the teacher's bench, and took the lead in applauding. Lupin nodded to the crowd. He actually wanted to say that he was not as happy as Dumbledore said he was in this dangerous position. There was a wave of sparse applause in the auditorium, and the little wizards in the audience looked at Lupin with scrutiny. After all, Lupin's shabby dress was in sharp contrast with the other well-dressed professors, and it was hard to believe that he was a capable person. Dumbledore waited for the little wizards to accept the last news before continuing. As for our second new professor is Rubeus Hagrid. Hagrid stood up with a brush, and his huge body moved the long table in front of him several centimeters. Noting that everyone turned their gazes, Hagrid's cheeks were flushed, and a pair of rough hands were pressed on the table, and then lifted up again, always feeling that it was a little inappropriate to put it anywhere. Dumbledore added immediately, because your original teacher of the Magical Animal Protection class, Professor Key Eitleburn, retired at the end of last semester, so I hired Rubeus Hagrid to replace this position. He agreed to accept the responsibility of the hunting field, this teaching position. Many little wizards looked at Hagrid on the teacher's bench in surprise, always feeling a little unbelievable. Even Harry and Ron were surprised, but this did not prevent them from expressing their excitement with warm applause. Marx was also applauding. He knew very well that the attack on the secret room last semester had cleared Hagrid of suspicion, and Hagrid had this opportunity to become a professor. It's a coincidence that Professor Key Eitleburn retired at the end of the term, which made Marx wonder if Dumbledore was operating in the dark. After listening to Dumbledore's babbling words, it was finally time for dinner. The white-bearded old principal waved his magic wand with a single tap. The next moment, a golden plate full of food was placed on a long table of the 4 colleges, and the empty goblet was filled with all kinds of drinks. The little wizards who had been waiting for a long time feasted, talking in 2s and 3s about the 2 newly appointed professors and the purpose of the Dementors coming to Hogwarts. When the dinner was over, the prefects led the freshmen to their respective lounges. The little wizards of the 3rd grade stayed, and Professor McGonagall took a list and distributed it to everyone. After Marx took it, he found that it was a 3rd grade class schedule. In addition to the main courses of the previous school year, there are also several courses that you can freely choose to study, such as divination, ancient runes, mole studies, etc. Before Professor McGonagall leaves, let everyone think about it tonight. They only have one night to make a decision, because she will collect all the class schedules tomorrow morning. It looks like we are going to be busy again this school year. Ron stared at the timetable and couldn't help complaining. For Ron, whose grades are not high enough, adding a few more courses means that he will suffer more tortures at the end of the semester. Harry also deeply agreed, and then the 2 of them figured out which courses would be relatively easy. First of all, Hagrid's Magical Animal Protection class is definitely to be taken, and because of their relationship with Hagrid, it is impossible to ask if this class gets a high score. The remaining courses are more difficult to choose. Harry prefers to take Mole Studies courses because he grew up in the Mole world, and Ron wants to choose a divination course. The 2 discussed for a while, and then turned their heads to ask Marx's opinion, but to their surprise, Marx had already started to tick the class schedule. Marx, did you choose so soon? Ron asked in surprise. Choose? Isn't it all right? Professor McGonagall didn't say that you can't choose all of them. Marx shook his head and said casually. Harry and Ron glanced at Marx's timetable and stopped talking. Professor McGonagall only said that it is recommended that each person choose 2 to 3 courses. He did not say that they cannot choose all of them, But normally no one would do that, right? The two immediately looked at Marks with weird eyes, and felt that only Marks in the whole year would do this. Just as they were thinking like this, Hermione's voice rang behind them. Marks is right. There is always no harm in taking one more class. Harry and Ron turned their heads and looked over. Hermione was holding the class schedule and ticking on it. It seemed that she was planning to choose all the courses just like Marks. The two were speechless, and they even thought with shame whether they should take a few more courses. But this idea only appeared in their minds for a while before they were thrown behind. Campus life is so beautiful. How can we just think about learning in our hearts? This is horrible. By the way, you have chosen so many classes, and there are always some conflicts in class time, right? What will you do then? Harry asked strangely. Hermione was stunned and realized this problem.mtlnovel.com. After pondering for a while, she was about to speak, and heard Marks say, "I think the professors will have a solution." "Yeah? Otherwise Professor McGonagall would have reminded us just now." Hermione nodded and gave Marks a quiet glance, somewhat happy that Marks thought the same as herself. Harry and Ron looked at the two with helplessness, then looked down at the class schedule. In the end, although they didn't check all of them like Marks, they still chose 3 elective courses. After finishing the difficult course selection, Marks and the others, who had been exhausted along the way, returned to the dormitory with them. After hurriedly washing, they felt heavy when they touched the bed and never wanted to get up again. Marks was lying on the bed, thinking about the time converter that was about to arrive. In the original time and space, it seems that Professor McGonagall took the initiative to apply for Hermione. I don't know if Professor McGonagall will help her apply too. If not, he can only ask Lupin to vouch for himself. Chapter 290. Do you still want it now? 2 days later, in the early morning, Marks had breakfast in the large exhibition hall early. What made him a little confused was that the first elective course was about to begin, but the time converter he was thinking about was not delivered to him. At the end of breakfast, Gryffindor's prefect Percy suddenly walked over and told Marks with a weird look that Dumbledore asked him to go to the principal's office. Marks frowned slightly. What did Dumbledore look for at this time? Marks suddenly had a hunch, and getting the time converter might not be as easy as he thought. With such thoughts in mind, Marks got up and walked towards the principal's room, and after speaking the password Percy had told him, he entered the principal's room along the spiral staircase. The principal's room looks the same as before. The round room looks very spacious. There is a long table in the center with some letters scattered on it. Dumbledore is sitting on a chair, looking through it. When the portraits hanging on the wall saw Marks coming in, Chi-Chi looked over, and looked at him curiously. Fox, who was dozing on a branch, also opened his eyes. "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore," Marks said politely, and then asked tentatively, "Is there anything you are looking for me?" Dumbledore's mind seemed to be placed in this letter, and when Marks spoke, he realized that he had come in. Dumbledore turned the letter upside down and covered it on the table, took a class schedule from the side, turned it over, and placed it in front of Marks's eyes. "Minerva already handed in your course schedule here last night. I was a little surprised. You seem to be planning to choose all courses. Can you tell me why you want to do this? There is always no harm in taking one more course, isn't it? Besides, I think there must be a reason for HogWarts to choose these courses," Marks said openly. Dumbledore's expression was a little helpless. "I'm very happy to see you so keen on learning, but I want to remind you that everyone's time is limited, and the time of many courses conflicts with each other. I hope you can learn how to choose. This is not something that cannot be solved, is it? Professor McGonagall didn't tell me that I couldn't choose all courses when he asked us to choose courses." Marks interrupted Dumbledore's words and continued seriously. "You can't stop a student's desire for knowledge." Dumbledore was not talking, his slender fingers came together slowly, and the blue eyes under the half-moon glasses looked at Marks. The latter did not back down. The time converter is something Marx must get this school year. That is the core of all plans. He said it is impossible to give up. Marx also understood Dumbledore didn't seem to want this thing. The two sides faced each other for a while, and Marx had been working hard to maintain a clemency. But in the middle of the journey, Marx did not feel the trace of the brain being invaded. I don't know if Dumbledore's level of dementia is too high. He can't perceive it, or the other party didn't use dementia. Dumbledore was silent for a while before speaking at last. Of course, no principle will stop a student's pursuit of knowledge. Marx slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He was very worried that Dumbledore would rebuff it so hard that he would not have a chance to get the time converter again. Immediately afterwards, Marx saw Dumbledore open the drawer and took out a long, thin gold chain. Below that chain, there was a gleaming timer. Marx's gaze was immediately attracted to him. He knew that was what he had been eager to get. "What's that, Professor?" Marx suppressed the excitement, and asked in a calm tone. "Time converter, something that can make people go back, and witness the future," Dumbledore said meaningfully. "Very powerful, isn't it?" Dumbledore asked suddenly. Marx nodded. Reversing time and space is an extremely powerful ability no matter where it is. He can even think of hundreds of ways to use the time converter to make a profit, which is not disadvantageous in battle. With proper calculations, countless cells can be placed at the same time node to create an Marx McClown army. Of course, for Marx, the most important thing is that the time converter can return him to the time when nothing happened, and then reverse the result of the attack on Aya. Perhaps seeing some of Marx's thoughts, Dumbledore reminded him. "But if you use it with the idea of changing the past, you will get nothing." The hope that ignited in Marx's heart was like being poured with cold water. Dumbledore crossed his hands, fixed his blue eyes on Marx, and continued. "I hope you can understand that the ability of the time converter is also limited and extremely dangerous. Otherwise the Ministry of Magic will not put it on the shelf. Among the impressive stories I know, there are people who have tried to change the past. That person tried every means to get an extremely powerful time converter, and went back to a year ago trying to stop something that made him extremely sad. His wife died in a conflict." At this point, Dumbledore paused. "What then?" Marx frowned and asked. "Then the man successfully returned to a year ago, waiting at the place where his wife died, waiting for a drunk who tried to follow his wife. The two had a fight, and the drunk was angry and used a wide range of blasting magic. His wife was just killed, right?" Marx guessed the follow-up. Dumbledore nodded, and informed Marx that the person had returned to the original point in time afterwards and told some people about the matter. He regretted it www.mentalnovel.com and told everyone that he would make enough preparations, and then use the time converter to go back a second time, go back to a long time ago, and kill the drunk in advance. He also failed the second time. Marx was very strange. As long as he had the first experience, logically speaking, there should be no more problems. "He is missing." Dumbledore's answer was beyond Marx's expectation, and he said without stopping, with signs of extremely fast speech. "But more than half a year later, someone found his body and a damaged time converter in a place. After some people's identification, that person had been dead for almost 2 years when he was found. No one knew that he had returned." "What have you experienced in the past?" "Some people speculate that he encountered someone killed while looking for the drunk. Others suspected that after his second failure, he kept using the time converter, but failed again and again, and eventually his mind collapsed. The time converter was destroyed and then committed suicide." After speaking, Dumbledore looked at Marx expressionlessly, as if saying in those blue eyes, "Do you still want it now?" Chapter 291 Time Converter. Happy New Year everyone. Marx fell silent, and the story Dumbledore told made him feel a trace of fear. In other words, a year and a half ago, when the protagonist of that story was still alive, his corpse and the time converter were already there. Playing with time is extremely dangerous. Any sober wizard shouldn't have this idea in mind. Seeing that Marx seemed to understand a little bit, Dumbledore said again, "However, Marx did not dispel the idea of getting a time converter as Dumbledore expected. No matter how dangerous it is to use this thing, Marx is willing to give it a try. And he quickly found the loophole in Dumbledore's words. Marx regained his confidence and retorted, "But I think the time converter is not as bad as you said, isn't it? Otherwise the Ministry of Magic won't hand it over to a student." Marx pointed to the time converter on the table. Since this thing appeared here, it meant that the Ministry of Magic approved it to be used by him. "You are always smarter than I thought, McClown," Dumbledore said with emotion and helplessness. "Yes, it is controllable to a certain extent. If we can use it cautiously and understand some rules, this is why we applied for a time converter. In order to get it, your dean, Professor McGonagall, wrote a letter to the Ministry of Magic, telling them that you are a model student and promised that you will never use it for anything other than learning. Throughout the history of Hogwarts, there are not many such exceptions," Dumbledore explained to Marx. "Few people would make such a choice when taking elective subjects in the 3rd grade. Not to mention that the applicant had to make the Dean of the Academy extremely relieved that only when these 2 points were met, the Ministry of Magic would issue a time converter." Marx nodded, keeping his eyes on the golden time converter, wondering how long Dumbledore would have to say before he would give it to himself. "Professor, the divination class will start soon," Marx tried to remind him. "Don't worry, McClown, Miss Granger hasn't arrived yet," Dumbledore said slowly. Click. At this moment, the door of the principal's office was opened, and the little brunette witch walked in from outside. Hermione took a curious look at Marx, who was surprised that he was also here, then looked at Dumbledore and asked, "Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall said you were looking for me?" "Yes, I came here because of course selection." Dumbledore nodded. "I'm sorry, Professor. Did I choose too many courses? I have always wanted to learn a little more, if it bothers you," Hermione said apologetically, but Dumbledore interrupted Hermione's words. "No, Miss Granger, I didn't mean that. No teacher would refuse a student's desire for knowledge. We have a way to give you a little more time and be able to learn all the courses at the same time," Dumbledore said with a smile. Hermione is a little confused. Can she make time more? She has seen the course timetable issued. Today, there are 3 courses that are taught at the same time. Unless she will be separated, there are 2 courses that are not destined to be taken. Hermione prepared herself to learn in private, or else these 3 courses would take turns. Dumbledore didn't conceal it, and explained to Hermione the function of the time converter and the method used. "Go back in time?" Hermione's eyes widened, her face full of surprise. She didn't expect that something that looked like a timer could actually have the ability to reverse time and space. "Professor, is this the only time converter?" Marx couldn't help but interjected. He realized that Dumbledore seemed to have the intention of letting him use the same time converter as Hermione. "But there should be a lot of this stuff in the Ministry of Magic." "Yes, the Ministry of Magic only approved this one. They think that too many time converters will increase the risk of losing control, but you can use it together." Dumbledore nodded and continued. "In addition, I hope that you can supervise each other, and it is best not to look back too long each time. It is best to wait until necessary before using." Dumbledore talked about the limitations and taboos of time converters, such as not having too much contact with other people after returning to the past, especially not being seen by the past self. Hermione worked hard to keep this in mind. Yifan was a little disappointed. He hoped to have a time converter by himself, so that he could have more time to study the improvement of the compound decoction. After Dumbledore explained the various taboos, he suddenly spoke. "This time converter will be kept by Ms. Granger." Hermione didn't expect Dumbledore to let her take care of such an important thing, and she was at a loss for a while. After all, she could see that Marx seemed to want this time converter very much. "Professor Dumbledore, where should I put it in Marx?" Hermione glanced at Marx quietly, noticed that his face was not pretty, and proactively proposed. "Miss Granger, let you keep it to ensure that the ability of the time converter will not be abused. I don't think you will refuse Mr. McClown's legitimate use request, will you?" Dumbledore shook his head. Hermione hesitated for a while, then picked up the time converter on the table and hung it around her neck. The two left the principal's room together and walked on the way to the divination classroom. Marx was silent. Dumbledore's attitude exceeded his expectations. Marx even wondered if the other party had guessed something. Until novel.com, but it shouldn't be right. Marx frowned. He blocked the unidentified news of the attack on his eye. One of the concerns was that once more people knew about this matter, it would inevitably affect his access to the time converter, because the Ministry of Magic will not allow anyone to try to go back in time and reverse time and space. And few people pay attention to what happened in Knockoff Alley. Where did Dumbledore get the news? How much do you know? Sirius is now a fugitive. It is impossible to contact Dumbledore actively, unless... Marx suddenly remembered the letters in the principal's office. During the summer vacation, he had contacted a Dumbledore friend, Bowen, the dean of the Street Munger Hospital for Magical Injuries. Will it be him? Please, angels are here to wish you all a happy new year, all the best, and your wishes come true. Chapter 292. You cannot change the past, you are just completing a piece of history. Marx thought all the way, walking through the corridors and stairs towards the top floor of the North Tower. When he was about to reach the top floor, Hermione's voice suddenly interrupted Marx's thoughts. Marx, what's the matter? Marx turned his head strangely, and unexpectedly saw Hermione reach out and remove the time converter from her neck. The golden chain shimmered in the sun, and she hesitated and passed it over. Marx reached out and took it, and said with some surprise, "Didn't Professor Dumbledore let you keep it? What are you doing for me?" But sometimes it can be worked around, right? I think the professor just doesn't want us to abuse its power. Hermione stuck out her tongue, then continued. So we can exchange it and let you keep it, and then I will be responsible for supervising you. Hermione could see clearly Marx's reaction in the principal's room, and naturally knew that Marx wanted this thing very much. But you have to assure me that you have to take me with you every time you use the time converter, Hermione said seriously. This time converter was handed over to them by Professor McGonagall's guarantee to the Ministry of Magic. Hermione didn't want to disappoint Professor McGonagall's trust in them. More importantly, Dumbledore said that the abuse of the power of time can cause unpredictable risks. Hermione didn't know how Marx was going to use this time converter, but she felt that since she agreed to Professor Dumbledore to supervise Marx, she must do it. Marx looked at the serious look of the little witch and shook his head secretly. Even if I use it secretly, can you still find out? Thinking of this, Marx opened the magic inventory of the system and checked it. Magic items, time converter. Magic, powerful. Effect: every time you turn the pointer, the time will go back by 1 hour, and the risk will increase by 1 minute. Explanation: this is an exquisite magical product with a powerful ability that can affect time. You need to use it carefully. Note: time will not increase or decrease. You cannot change the past. You are just completing a piece of history. Can't change the past, but can it complement history? Marx silently looked at the time converter in his hand, and it seemed that the power of time was far more miraculous or horrible than he had imagined. The other item in the remarks made Marx a little incomprehensible for a while. Why is it said that time will not increase or decrease? If you use the time converter, you can add a few hours of learning time every day, and even 1 day can be used as 2 days. Does the time here refer to the total length of time lifespan? Marx suddenly realized this. What if a dying old man used the time converter to go back to the past? I'm afraid that the old man will still get old and die soon after returning to the past, so the time converter is not so much about adding a person's time, it is more about moving the time in the future to the present. Nevertheless, this magic item is still extremely powerful, because what he lacks now is time, even if he wants to overdraw the future for this. After a period of contemplation, Marx soon recovered. Just when Marx was lost in thought, Hermione was a little nervous. She thought that Marks was hesitating the suggestion just now, and she didn't want to have another gesticulating supervisor. Otherwise, when you use the time converter, you can tell yourself. Hermione quietly lowered her bottom line, but she soon felt that she was sorry for Professor Dumbledore's trust. Thinking of this, the little witch's cheeks flushed red, and she immediately made up her mind to stick to her bottom line. Her face puffed up, and the fierce one would argue with Marks. Fortunately, Marks regained consciousness, noticed Hermione's entangled expression, and somewhat guessed what she was thinking. Before she spoke, he hung the gold chain of the time converter in her hand on Hermione's neck again. Hermione's thoughts of all the rhetoric that she had originally thought was stuck in her mouth, and her whole person was stunned, as if she had been petrified. She looked at Marks in surprise and stammered, "Aren't you going to want this time converter? It's the same with you. You won't refuse me when I want to use it, don't you?" Marks shook his head and asked. Hermione looked down at the golden timer, held it tightly in her hands, smiled and nodded solemnly. "Of course not, as long as you want to use it. You can do it any time." This time Hermione stopped talking about proper use. Trust is always mutual. Hermione knew that Marks wanted this thing very much, but now she gave up the opportunity to get the time converter and gave it back to herself. This is undoubtedly a great trust. However, what Hermione didn't know was that Marks was thinking about the scenes in the principal's room just now. "What do you mean?" Albus Dumbledore. If she is really ready to do something, Hermione can't stop it. There is a big difference between his and Hermione's strengths, and Hermione trusts him very much. If necessary, Marks can even make Hermione fall asleep without knowing it. Dumbledore's so-called mutual supervision is useless at all. Marks believes that Dumbledore knows this as well, but why the other party still wants to make such arrangements? Or did the White Wizard just wait to see what choice he would make? Marks couldn't guess the idea of this Dumbledore, and because of this, he would give up this opportunity to obtain a time converter and instead gain Hermione's trust. After all, his most important thing in the near future is to improve the potion. There is nothing to hide about this. He has ample reasons to persuade Hermione to use the time converter generously. "Yeah, it's been so long, I wish we weren't late." Hermione suddenly realized this and said anxiously, "Don't we have a time converter?" Marks shook his head. Mentalnovel.com. What's to worry about? That thing is not used for these trivial things. We have to look back several times today, Hermione said dissatisfiedly, and ran towards the fortune-telling classroom while pulling Marks. 10 minutes later, the panting two finally arrived at the platform in front of the fortune-telling classroom before the class. The place was already full of people, and it seemed that they were the latest to arrive. The trapdoor to the classroom has been opened, and the little wizards are lining up and entering the classroom down the ladder. "It looks like we came just right." Marks smiled. Hermione glanced at him angrily, and if it hadn't been running all the way, she would have been late. "Where did you go?" Ron said strangely as he watched the two people running hurriedly all the way. "We accidentally got lost," Hermione replied casually. Naturally, she wouldn't talk about the time converter, but they had promised not to tell anyone. Chapter 293 Prophecy and Prophecy. Marks followed the silver ladder all the way to the divination classroom. The space inside is very closed. At least 20 small round tables are placed. The big red curtains are tightly drawn to block the outside sunlight. Only a small amount of light diffuses in through the curtains and diffuses the entire classroom. It's glowing red. There are many shelves on the round wall behind, on which are placed dirty quill pens, candle heads, and tattered playing cards and a lot of teacups. It looks like a venue for some kind of mysterious ritual. A group of little wizards each found a place to sit down, and Marks and others naturally sat together. "Where is the professor? Hasn't he come yet?" Ron said in surprise. "No. Trelawney has arrived." Marks shook his head and motioned for Ron to look behind the curtain cloth on the right. A witch with a thin figure and thick round glasses was standing there, looking at them through a transparent gauze. Ron was startled at once, and Sybil Trelawney's erratic, ambiguous voice rang in the classroom. "Welcome. It's great to finally see you in the material world." Trelawney walked out from behind the curtain. She is not very tall. She is wearing a dark green silk robe, with countless chains hanging around her thin and long neck. Her pale blonde hair is unkempt and looks messy, and she looks like a crazy mystery. Vigor. As soon as she appeared, the little wizards who came to the class were calmed, and her words were far more shocking than her appearance. In just a few minutes, Trelawney greeted Neville's grandmother intimidatingly, warned Lavender that her most worried thing would happen on October 16th, and threatened to be present around Easter this year. "Among the people, there will be one who will leave everyone forever." The little wizards present were taken aback when they heard it, and they were so frightened. At the end of the hearing, they all cast their gazes at Harry. They suspected that it was Harry in Trelawney's prophecy, because many people had read about Sirius in the newspaper, and Neville tremblingly worried about whether his grandma would have anything. There are also some little wizards who are dubious, thinking that Trelawney is talking nonsense, because many senior students secretly told them that Professor Trelawney likes to curse a student to death every year. But everyone is alive and kicking in the end. Marks looked at Trelawney with interest. He knew very well that Trelawney's predictions had been verified in the original time and space, even the predictions made under normal conditions. For example, this time, Trelawney's threatening prediction, except for the fact that Neville's grandma is unsure whether there was an accident, everything else was confirmed in the original time and space. Lavender was most afraid of hearing the news that her rabbit had died, which was confirmed on October 16th. Around Easter, someone will leave everyone. This sentence may refer to Hermione, because she was really fed up with Trelawney's nonsense and there were too many courses to learn. She gave up the fortune-telling class and never came again. Naturally, there would be one less person in the fortune-telling class. What makes Marks a little curious is whether these predictions will be fulfilled now, because he could kill Lavender's rabbit before October 16th if he wanted to, let her hear the most scared news in advance, or maybe cancel the divination class with Hermione around Easter. Then two people will leave. Afterwards, Marks shook his head amusedly. He would not kill a little witch's pet in order to verify the truth of a prediction. As for whether to cancel the divination class, it depends on whether he can keep the time converter next school year. But Marks soon thought that there is another way to interpret Trelawney's prophecy, which could also mean that Pettigrew Peter will leave everyone. Marks glanced at the pocket of Ron's wizard robe, and the mouse stayed there. So it seemed that Trelawney's prediction was not so accurate. Thinking of this, Marks became more interested in divination. Immediately I opened the book Pull the Fog and See the Future in the divination class, and looked at it at random. The contents of the various signs and predictions in the book are so eloquent that Marks feels a little bit painful when he sees it. From the direction of the clouds in the sky to the sight of a crow, a black dog, and even a strangely shaped stone, there are different indications. If interpreting according to this, Marks feels that he can find all kinds of interpretable things around him every day. Professor Trelawney quickly asked everyone to take a teacup on the shelf, pair them in pairs, and interpret them according to the divination skills she taught. With a hint of hope, Marks experimented again. I made a cup of tea, then drank it all in one breath, and shook the cup 3 times. Marks checked his tea dregs along the mouth of the cup, and Hermione took the teacup before she could see it clearly. Professor Trelawney made us look at each other. Hermione gave Marks a blank look, and then handed her cup to Marks. The latter shrugged and didn't care. Marks didn't expect to see anything, so he began to observe Hermione's teacup. The tea leaves at the bottom of the cup seem to be scattered and messy, and there is nothing special. Marks then turned to Pull the Mist and See the Future to page 5 and checked it. It showed that this was a bad omen, but he didn't say anything more specific. God. This is an unknown omen. Behind him, a voice rang. Marks, who focused on reading the book, was startled and turned to find that Sybil Trelawney had been standing behind him for some time. Trelawney was covering her mouth with a horrified expression, and she trembled slightly. Screamed, "You! A! Killing! Blood! hell? All the little wizards looked at Marks.untilnovel.com with a surprised expression. Trelawney couldn't help but stepped back a few steps and accidentally bumped into the table behind. Neville's hand shook, and the teacup in her hand fell to the ground and shattered. Marks was surprised, not sure if Trelawney was making a real prediction. What does this sentence mean? Will you make a killing? Blood on the ground. Like hell? Marks did kill a lot of dark wizards when he thought of the summer vacation, and maybe even more kills afterwards. It would be possible to interpret it in this way. Marks, I think Professor Trelawney is just talking nonsense. She actually thinks that she can see the future with a few shakes of the teacup, which is too strange. Hermione was far away from Professor Trelawney. After a few moments, he couldn't help but comforted. Who knows this prophecy? Marks shook his head and said half-jokingly, but the teacup you were holding before was obviously my teacup. Hermione rolled her eyes and said, vomiting. Chapter 294. Look back time. It seems so. Marks suddenly realized this, and suddenly looked at Hermione with a weird expression. So what is the situation? If Professor Trelawney's prediction comes true, is it possible that Hermione will cause a killing? Or what dangers will Hermione encounter this school year? Marks looked at Hermione with some worry. Hermione gave Marks a blank look, and she didn't believe Professor Trelawney's nonsense. Even so, the little witch continued to search for Pull the Fog and See the Future in the next class, trying to find some evidence from it to refute Professor Trelawney's prediction. Ding. After a period of study, your proficiency in divination has improved. Current progress 3100 level 0. When get out of class was about to end, a system prompt sounded through Marks's mind. Divination? Marks was stunned, and was very pleasantly surprised. He took this divination class entirely for grade points, and he did not expect that he would actually gain the ability to divination in the class. However, when Marks opened the system column, he discovered that the divination he obtained was not a magic, but was classified in the column of theory of knowledge, and he didn't know how to use it. Observe the shape of the tea dregs. Marks tried to observe his teacup, trying to see some omen from it. After watching it for a long time, he couldn't see anything. Professor Trelawney sent unknown predictions to more little wizards during the entire divination class, especially when facing Harry. He made the prediction of death again. Harry was still a little worried after class was over. Ron comforted him and told Harry to learn from Marks and calm down. Professor Trelawney's prediction of Marks is more terrifying than his. Words like killing and appeared. Harry turned his head and looked at Marks, only to find that Marks and Hermione hadn't known where they were going. Weird. How about them? Ron, did you see it? We're about to take the Transfiguration class soon. Harry asked strangely. How do I know? Ron shook his head. Let's go to the classroom first, but Professor McGonagall's class later. They can't help but come. On the other side, Marks and Hermione had already hid in the unmanned top floor, ready to use the time converter, and went back to the Mole study class 2 hours ago. Hermione fumbled around the collar of her robe, and quickly pulled out a long, thin gold chain. Get closer. We have to wear this thing together. This chain may not be long enough. Hermione looked at Marks and said. Marks nodded and took a few steps forward. Hermione pulled the golden chain and hung it around Marks's neck. The two were so close that they could even hear each other's breathing. You are ready to use it? Hermione handed the time converter to Marks. Marks held it with his left hand, and started to flip the hourglass on the timer with his right hand. 1 circle. 2 circles. As the hourglass began to turn, Marks felt the surrounding scenes become blurred. Everything seemed to be retreating rapidly, and he in the center seemed to be suspended in the air and isolated by the world. Isolated. Fortunately, Marks can still feel the presence of Hermione, which makes him a little relieved. After a while, Marks noticed that the changes around him seemed to have stopped, and his feet felt like they were on the ground. Finished? Now is 2 hours ago. Marks looked left and right, and the rooftop on the top of the building was still the same as before, except that the angle of the shadow under the sunlight had changed a bit compared to before. Let's go. let's go out and have a look." Marks took off the gold chain from his neck and asked Hermione to put it away, then proposed. Hermione nodded, and then the two left the roof together and walked towards the Mole Studies classroom. Both were sneaky along the way, consciously avoiding the crowd. "It's better for us to be more natural. Generally speaking, we won't be discovered." Marks shook his head, always feeling like a thief. "Suddenly, but Professor Dumbledore asked us to avoid them as much as possible," Hermione said hesitantly. "This is just to prevent them from discovering that there are two of us at the same time, thus causing some unnecessary trouble." Marks guessed. "Since I was going to class, I was destined to be seen by students and professors in the same classroom. Hiding in this way is more likely to arouse others' suspicion." Hermione quickly thought of this and adjusted her mindset. But as she walked through the tower, Hermione suddenly reached out and pulled Marks's sleeve, and pointed to the stairs below. Marks looked down strangely, and suddenly saw another Hermione and herself walking up the ladder. After thinking about it, Marks realized that at this point in time, she just came out of the principal's office and was about to go to the divination classroom. It feels so strange, seeing the other self with my own eyes. Marks felt awkward. He wondered if two systems were running at the same time, and how would he determine if he had completed a system task now? "Marks, let's think about how to avoid it," Hermione said eagerly. "The first taboo of using the time converter is to be seen by herself." Although Dumbledore didn't tell her what would happen if she saw it, there was definitely nothing good. "Don't worry. Can you just use the phantom spell?" Marks drew out his wand and tapped his chest. The magic immediately enveloped his body, and the whole person quickly disappeared from Hermione's sight. Immediately afterwards, Marks blessed Hermione with the phantom spell, and then pulled her to walk as close to the wall as possible. "Be careful." MiddleNovel.com. Hold your breath, Marks reminded. Although it has the invisibility effect of the phantom curse, it is only a magic after all. It does not have the ability to isolate like the Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak. The action is larger, and it may be perceived by the past self. Hermione covered her mouth and followed Marks carefully, not daring to make a sound. Marks walked over slowly, and the two of them had lightened their steps as much as possible, but they would still make a slight noise when they stepped on the stairs. Marks's brows frowned slightly. This was not enough. He was extremely sure that he hadn't heard anything wrong when he was going upstairs. If it were to pass this way, the self 2 hours ago would definitely have noticed something wrong. The two sides got closer and closer. Marks hesitated whether he should stop and wait for the other party to pass, and some wanted to test whether the past really cannot be changed. What would happen if I just walked past it? This idea suddenly emerged in Marks's heart. Chapter 295 Moles and the Strengths of the Magic World. Marks's footsteps kept going, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer. At this moment, the two people on the opposite side suddenly stopped, and Marks stared at the past Hermione and called the past self, and then took off the time converter hanging from his neck. Witnessing everything that happened 2 hours ago from the onlooker's perspective, this intertwined feeling of time and space made Marks feel the magical power of time. The two went smoothly and were not found. Was it because I was distracted at that time, so I didn't notice it? Marks thought in his heart. So it seems that everything he is doing now is still in the closed loop of time. What if I showed up now? This will never be the same as in the past, right? A thought came into Marks's mind, and then he shook his head. Forget it. Don't do these dangerous temptations. Everything went smoothly on the next journey, without any accidents. The two came to the classroom of Mole Studies together. There was still a while before the class, and it was already full of people. Marks was a little surprised that so many people were so interested in studying Mole courses. Marks glanced curiously. Judging from the costumes, most of the little wizards who chose to take this course were students from Hufflepuff, and students from Slytherin were the least. It seems that, with the exception of a few pure-blooded wizards who are curious about moles, most of the people taking this course are from mole families, or are mixed. But this is normal. The entire magical world still discriminates against ordinary people, especially those pure-blood wizards. Usually when talking about muggles, they are used to putting some contemptuous words on their lips, so as to show the nobility of their blood. Before long, the door of the classroom was opened from the outside, and Professor Karidi Babagi, who was wearing a light-colored wizard robe, walked in. She looked around the crowd and said in a gentle tone, "Welcome everyone to my Muggle Studies class. I will not teach you all kinds of magic here, but I can expand your horizons and let you understand the vastness of the outside world, instead of confining your vision to a small magical world." Having said that, Professor Karidi Babaji's words suddenly became very serious, and she continued to speak. "In addition, I always think that wizards and muggles are equal. They are not different from us, Professor." Just after Professor Karidi Babaji finished speaking, a Slytherin witch suddenly raised her hand and said aloud, "But I heard that muggles are very stupid. They can't learn even the simplest magic. It's just that they don't have the talent for magic. It doesn't mean that they are stupid. On the contrary, muggles can't do magic, but they can't do many magics by virtue of their ingenuity." Karidi Babaj, the professor, emphasized. "That's why we need to offer this course. In the magical world, there has been almost no qualitative change in hundreds of years, but the outside is different. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as turned upside down. If we continue to stand still, one day we will be completely surpassed by muggles." Professor Karidi Babaji talked freely, telling everyone about the great achievements of muggles in recent years, as well as the changes in their travel and lifestyle. Many little wizards in the audience showed disapproval expressions, and Karidi Babaji did not expect them to immediately understand, so they opened the textbook and started the first lesson. Marx looked through the textbook in his hand, and then recalled what Professor Babaji had just said. It seemed that the magical world did not have any research on the development of Muggle technology. The night bus, Hagrid's flying motorcycle, and the Weasley's magic car are all products of the combination of Muggle technology and magic. However, this kind of understanding and research is likely to be limited to transforming some scientific and technological items to facilitate oneself, and does not involve the fundamentals. This can be seen from the education system at Hogwarts that has not changed for a century. Hogwarts, as one of the 3 major magic schools in Europe, has offered only one Muggle Studies course for so many years. Still elective. It is not mandatory for all little wizards to learn, which shows that the magic world pays far more attention to the Muggle world. Marx was very clear that with the further development of science and technology outside, the power balance between the magical world and the Muggle world was tilting towards the latter. Once the information age is fully entered, the existence of the magic world cannot be concealed forever. Compared with muggles, wizards have the advantage that they can use all kinds of magical supernatural magic, especially the magic spells or potions that can cause major damage to the Muggle world as long as they are used in place, such as Imperious Curse, Compound Decoction, Copy Curse, Phantom Transformation, and Elixir. For example, copying a huge amount of gold that muggles cannot distinguish, and other important substances to disrupt and impact the Muggle financial market. For example, the temptation of immortality is enough to turn a large number of greedy muggles. The camouflage of the compound decoction and the apparition can be enough to enter and leave any place at will. With the Imperious Curse, you can completely control the muggles who hold important positions. It is true that the destructive power of wizards is far inferior to the technological weapons that can be mass-produced by muggles, but no matter how powerful the technology is, it is only ordinary people who give orders. Only idiots will fight and kill face-to-face, using their own advantages to increase the strength of the opponent. Chooses the right way. More importantly, wizards can master the knowledge of muggles through learning. In turn, muggles want to rely on the power of technology to crack the magic but don't know how long it will take. Of course, the disadvantages of wizards are also extremely obvious. They are scarce in number, fight each other, and conservative in their thinking. The latter is the most critical. Many wizards still have ideas in the last century. MuggleNovel.com. They don't want to know if there is something new in the Muggle world, so they live in their own small circle to fight for power, which makes the magic world further lost. The initiative, coupled with the fact that half-blood wizards and wizards from Muggle families occupy the majority, this makes some people want to do things, and when wizards and Muggle wars are triggered, wizards will fight first without even Muggle provocation. The last Changemaker was so finished. This magic world is about to end. Marx sighed. He suddenly found that the magic world could only watch the rapid development of Muggles, but he stepped in place and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Is this the meaning of that sentence? With a thought, Marx opened the taskbar of the system and looked at the task activated last school year, becoming a legion of house elves. The note below was impressively written. A new era is coming. The magic world is about to change. Marx McClown. The words in the remarks had left him confused before, but now Marx understands a bit. Chapter 296. 2 Things to Fear. Forget it. What does this have to do with a third-year student like him? Marx thought for a long time and finally shook his head. The solution was not without, but that was something that Dumbledore and Minister of Magic Fudge should consider. Moreover, the Ministry of Magic and the Muggle Prime Minister are closely connected, which shows that things are far more complicated than he thought. Marx quickly put this system task behind him. He didn't plan to touch this kind of deadly task. Marx, what did you just say? Hermione asked strangely. Isn't the Ministry of Magic good? Why is it all over suddenly? No. You must have heard it wrong just now. I didn't say anything. Marx returned to his senses, looked at Hermione, and shook his head. Hermione glanced at Marx with a weird look, but didn't care. A Muggle Studies class was quickly spent in the lecture by Professor Karadi Babaji. In order to get more grade points, Marx naturally used the spirit of answering the questions in the first 2 academic years. As long as Professor Babaji asked questions in class, Marx would stand up and answer as soon as possible. Professor Babaji was also extremely satisfied with Marx. It was the first time she saw a little wizard who had such a deep understanding of the conflict between the magical world and the Muggle world, and she did not hesitate to give Marx a lesson, added more than 30 points. After class, Marx left the Muggle Studies classroom very contentedly. It would be great if every class could be like this. In that case, Marx believed that he could earn more than 200 grade points in one day. Hermione looked at him depressed. As long as Marx was in the classroom, there was no room for other people to express themselves. Just as Hermione was about to say something, she heard a voice behind her. This is the most boring class I have ever taken. Why do we need to understand the cars and airplanes made by Muggles? Obviously we can get anywhere we want to go with just a wave of our magic wand. Marx and Hermione turned their heads and found that they were talking about a girl in a Slytherin robe. She looked very arrogant, and the little wizards beside her nodded while listening to her words. Hermione listened for a while and couldn't help asking, since you are not interested in Muggle studies, what do you choose to do with this course? The haughty Slytherin girl looked at Hermione in surprise, and then said disdainfully, I took this course to understand why Muggles are so stupid that they can't even learn magic. These words immediately aroused the laughter of some little wizards. In the corridor, many students from Muggle families glared at them. If it weren't for the Muggle protection law, we only need a little magic to turn Muggles around. The Slytherin girl didn't mean to stop. She didn't think about the theory of Professor Babbage. Don't catch a cold. This is just crazy talk in the magic world. Also, what do you do to protect Muggles? Or are you actually a mudblood? I think HogWarts should be more rigorous when recruiting students. It's best to recruit only us talented pureblood wizards. The Slytherin girl sneered. Marx frowned, but Hermione scolded first. Enough. It is true that my parents are Muggles, but most of my courses were outstanding when I took the exam in the school year. How about you? Did you do it? And as far as I know, many famous wizards are of mixed blood or Muggle family origin. Blood does not determine a person's talents. Pure blood is not smarter than Muggles. Hermione said sharply, The proud Slytherin girl hesitated and didn't know what to say, and finally said angrily, "So what? My father is the director of the Department of Magical Transportation, and I will be better than you, a mudblood, in the future. Then you continue to rely on your father." Hermione snorted softly. The Slytherin girl was so angry that she gritted her teeth and pulled out her wand to cast a spell. But Hermione moved faster, pointing her wand at the opponent first. A brilliant red light flew from the top of the magic wand and hit the girl in Slytherin. The girl let out a piercing scream, was knocked and fell to the ground, and the wand in her hand also came out with her. "Let's go." Hermione reached out and took the wand that was flying in the air, threw it in front of the opponent, and then took Mark's and left. Hermione grabbed Mark's wrist and walked aimlessly all the way, before she was relieved, and then she began to regret again, and said in annoyance, "Professor Dumbledore clearly told me not to have too much contact with others when using the time converter. I would have known it a long time ago and would not do it to her. Now, many people will surely guess that we are there at the same time. Places. They are going to take 3 classes at the same time this morning, and there will always be little wizards who will discover this. Don't worry about this rule. We have to go to classes like this for the entire school year, unless everyone is stupid, or someone will guess something." Marx always felt that the taboos Dumbledore said were not reliable at all, and they were probably used to fool them so that they would not abuse the power of the time converter. There are only 2 things that make Marx a little afraid. The first is to deliberately change the past, such as appearing in front of yourself in the past. The second is that the time for a single backtracking is too long. Marx has not forgotten that the magic item bar of the system clearly states that every time the time converter rotates 1 turn. MTLnovel.com, the time goes back by 1 hour, and the risk increases by 1 point. What exactly does this risk refer to? Marx felt that he had better find an opportunity to confirm, but he expected to go back dozens of days ago. If something unexpected happened during such a long retrospective time, it would undoubtedly affect his plan. Thinking of this, Marx's face was filled with haze, but soon Marx's face returned to normal, and he didn't want Hermione to see anything. "By the way, Hermione, your magic is more powerful than I thought." Marx turned to jokingly asked. From his eyes, it was natural to see that the level of the disarming spell Hermione just released was not low. It was almost close to 3 grade. That is, the average level of graduates. This is much better than her in the original time and space. "You are nothing compared to Marx." Hermione shook her head, watching Marx's inexplicable frustration. She has worked hard to practice various spells in the past few school years, but every time she can feel that the gap between herself and Marx seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 297 Potion Improvement. "You are different from me." Marx secretly said in his heart that the reason why he can achieve his current achievements is that on the one hand, he can use the thinking acceleration mode of the experience card to assist learning, and on the other hand, it is 2 dangerous blood fusion rituals. But Hermione achieved this completely by her own talent and hard work, which is why Marx was amazed. No wonder the little witch in the original time and space was finally able to assume the post of Minister of Magic. Hermione didn't know this, and walking on the way to the arithmetic divination class, remembering that the Slytherin girl had thought of Malfoy just now, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Marx, are those pure-blood wizards so arrogant and annoying?" "If you say this, Ron would be unhappy. Weasley's family is also pure blood." Marx shook his head funny. "Sorry, I don't know." Hermione stuck out her tongue and said with some embarrassment. She had met the Weasleys. Ron's parents are very kind people, not only do not have the slightest prejudice against her, they have invited her to visit the Burrow when they are free. Compared to the arrogant Malfoy father and son, their family is a world apart. "By the way, Marx, are you also a pure-blood wizard?" Hermione suddenly thought of this and said, "How do I know? Shouldn't it?" Marx hesitated for a moment. He still doesn't know about his parents' family, and Asa has never told him. However, in the magical world, only the Holy 28 clan is widely recognized as pure blood, and there is no McClown family there. And strictly speaking, There is probably no complete pure blood family in the magic world now. Marx couldn't help but smile after thinking of something. Hermione was a little surprised. Why did you say that? According to some secret records, many pure blood families have intermarried with wizards born in mole families. Otherwise, the number of pure blood families is so small that they would not deal with each other. If they just marry each other, they would be dead. Marx explained that the disadvantages of intermarriage between close relatives are known to all modern people, but among the offspring of a pure blood family, there are few mental disorders except for a few. This shows that the pure blood family should not be so disciplined. Of course, even so, in order to maintain the reputation of pure blood, intermarriage between major families is still very frequent. For example, Malfoy's mother is a member of the Black family. The next time I see Malfoy, I'll use this to refute him, Hermione said with a smile. I don't think Malfoy would believe anything. Marx shrugged, and then was a little sad, because such a conservative pure-blood wizard holds the power, so the magical world will remain unchanged for hundreds of years. The two of them just talked and laughed and walked into the arithmetic divination classroom. Septima Victor, a professor of arithmetic and divination, is a very strict person, very different from the mysterious Trelawney. Even Septima Victor is extremely disdainful of Trelawney, who also teaches divination. As soon as the class started, she said straightforwardly that only by relying on rigorous and thorough reasoning and calculations can we glimpse the future. Most of the students who came to the class were Ravenclaw students. Hermione was also very enthusiastic in class. When the get out of class was over, the little witch couldn't help sighing that Professor Victor wanted to be more reliable than Ravenclaw. This is what the divination she wants to learn. Marx gained a grade point again, and the two continued to rush to the next classroom. In one day, the two spent more than 10 hours in 9 courses. In the evening, Marx again used the time converter to go back 5 hours to test the potion improvement. These days, although Marx had the potion research notes left by Snape, the research on potion improvement was not progressing smoothly. He needed more time and related books. Fortunately, the time problem can be solved by the time converter, and related books can be found in the area. As a result, Marx took some time to persuade Lupin to sign him a loan note in the name of developing a potion. Lupin had been hiding from Marx these days because of some rumors he had heard before. Now seeing Marx come to look for him, he was almost taken aback, thinking that his identity had been exposed. Fortunately, Marx quickly explained his intentions, and Lupin had almost no hesitation, and readily agreed. After all, he knew that Marx was the developer of the wolf poison potion, and it was normal to want to borrow a few advanced potions books. He also hoped that one day Marx would be able to research a way to completely cure werewolves. Marx, who walked out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, vaguely felt that Lupin seemed a little afraid of himself, but couldn't understand what was going on. Is he so scary? Marx remembers that he is still very handsome, especially after fusing the blood of the unicorn. Marx, who couldn't understand, took the slip given by Lupin and lent the books of advanced potions materials, advanced potions making, and potion improvements from the area. Finally, I found a secluded classroom and began to study the feasible plan for potion improvement. As for why not in the library? Of course, because the library is a place where he often goes to check materials. Marx feels that he shouldn't stay there all the time and cause trouble for his future self. The only thing that made Marx a little helpless was that although Hermione did not prevent him from using the time converter for additional research work, you read www.uukasu.com but went back 5 hours with him. Hermione, you have been in class for almost 20 hours today, and you should go back to the dormitory to take a good rest. Marx looked at Hermione, who was obviously tired, and said helplessly. Hermione shook her head firmly. She felt that Marx didn't need to rest, and she was still working the knowledge of potions, so she would need to work harder. And I have read a lot of books, knowing how to make most potions. It will definitely help, said the little witch confidently. After speaking, Hermione looked at Marx with some anxiety. Of course, She could feel how much Marks attached to this potion improvement, so Hermione also hoped that she could help Marks. Marks thought for a while, and didn't refuse anymore. It would be good to have one more person to help study the improvement of the potion. Hermione was very happy, but when she really joined the potion research work, the little witch discovered that Marks's research topics were far beyond her imagination. In addition, she had never been in contact with the potion improvement before, which resulted in Marks's research materials that she could not understand at all. Chapter 298. What did you guys do? How could it be like this? Hermione's white cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She didn't expect that she wouldn't be able to help, even a little help. When communicating with Marks about the improvement plan, Hermione was even more faltering, and the blush spread from her cheeks to the base of her ears. Marks also slowly realized this, and when he thought about it, he didn't feel surprised. During the summer vacation, he had finished reading the Black Family's collection of books and had Snape's research notes. Hermione could not even keep up with his progress. Marks thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers suddenly. "Sir, do you have any instructions?" An ugly house elf suddenly appeared in front of the two. "Dobby, get the book I asked you to buy before," Marks said. "Yes, sir." Dobby nodded. Then, in Hermione's puzzled eyes, Dobby cast an apparition and disappeared in front of the two of them. When he came back, he already had more than a dozen potions books in his hand. Marks is very satisfied with Dobby, who is on call. No wonder many wizard families like to raise a house elf. But Marks didn't dare to let Dobby stay for too long. After reading the book, Marks indicated that Dobby could leave. "Because there may be other time periods when I want to summon it. If you want to help, just read these books first." Marks took out Snape's advanced potions and handed it to Hermione. The research notes left by Snape had long been ripped up by him, and for the current Marks, it was no longer useful. But Marks felt that this book should be of great help to Hermione. Hermione looked at these books, gently held the time converter on her chest, and nodded seriously. After Marks arranged a learning task for the little witch, he plunged into the research of the potion. Now he didn't expect Hermione to be able to help him, he just found something for her. Don't disturb his research. But Hermione didn't give up on herself. She quietly sat aside with these books and read them, holding a stack of parchment, taking notes seriously, and soon filled with pages of reading notes. This kind of life lasted for 3 days, and Marks was stunned to find that Hermione had read all the books, and while he was studying the potion improvement plan, he was able to make some useful suggestions. "It's like changing someone." "Did you hang up too?" Marks was confused, but soon noticed the tired look on Hermione's face. Almost instantly, Marks thought of the time converter, only feeling cold sweat from behind, and asked seriously, "How long have you looked back these days?" "Ask what does this do?" Hermione said with a guilty conscience while holding the book. "Roughly 90 hours in total, right?" "Are you sure there is only this point?" Marks frowned. To master the contents of so many potions books, 90 hours is far from enough. Hermione nodded, but she didn't tell Marks that the 90 hours did not include the time the two went back together. Although the power of the time converter is powerful, it is also dangerous. It is a force we don't understand at all. If it is used frequently in a short period of time, it may cause some harm to the body. And Dumbledore should tell you too long after a single retrospective may lead to loss of control. Marks warned. "I have noticed it. You can use it for up to 5 hours each time," Hermione retorted softly. Marks was still a little worried, and finally took Hermione to the school hospital, intending to let Madame Pomfrey to see if there were any sequelae. In the school hospital, Madame Pomfrey was treating a Hufflepuff player for a fall. After hearing Marks's request, she seriously checked Hermione. "Miss Granger, how did you make yourself like this?" Madame Pomfrey scolded, frowning. "Is it serious?" Hermione was a little scared. Marks was also nervous. He didn't want anything to happen to Hermione because of his own affairs. "That's not the case. It's just that because of being in a state of mental tension for a long time, and tired, It will be fine for a period of cultivation. Madame Pomfrey shook her head and explained. Then, without waiting for the two of them to breathe a sigh of relief, Madame Pomfrey looked at Marks again. It's the same with you, McClown. You are much worse than Miss Granger. You'd better tell me honestly, how long have you not slept well? Madame Pomfrey really couldn't understand why the two 13th and 4th children were so exhausted and lacking energy. They are right at their age when they are most energetic. It's not a few days since school starts now. What have they done? Marks was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that he would bring Hermione, but in the end he implicated himself in it. However, Marks is fortunate that the problem is not serious. Just need more rest and drink some energy tonics should be able to solve it. It seems that using the time converter will not cause any irreparable serious consequences to the body. That's right, otherwise the Ministry of Magic wouldn't give them this thing. A few thoughts flashed through Marks's mind, and he had to face the black-faced Pomfrey. Obviously, if you don't give a suitable reason, Pomfrey would not let them go so easily. Sorry, Madame Pomfrey. We have too many school tasks recently, so we have less time to rest. This may be the reason. We will pay attention to it in the future. Marks said half-truth. This is the first time I have seen learning to learn this way. Madame Pomfrey couldn't laugh or cry. If this is to be said by a little wizard.novel.com, she would definitely not believe it. But Mrs. Pomfrey has also heard of Marks's deeds in the past 2 academic years. So hard work is worthy of his current achievements. Hermione is also a top student in all subjects, so this reason is still valid. Madame Pomfrey quickly boiled 2 bowls of black potions and brought them over. There were many unknown objects floating in the turbid potion, which made people want to drink at first glance. Can I not drink it? Marks was rather helpless. He felt that after he returned, he could just make 2 bottles of energy tonics by himself. So he didn't have to be so troublesome. Madame Pomfrey shook her head firmly. Reluctantly, Yifan could only pick up a bowl of potion and pour it down. The entrance was very bitter, and it felt like a traditional Chinese medicine that had been drunk in a previous life. After drinking, Marks felt cold in his brain, and he was much more awake. Marks turned her head and looked at Hermione, who was opposite. The little witch was holding another bowl of potion, sipping her mouthful. Her brows frowned. Chapter 299 Scab, You Are My Savior. When they returned to the original unmanned classroom, the two of them stared with big eyes, and the atmosphere was very embarrassing for a while. Marks also put out the thought of reprimanding Hermione. After all, Madame Pomfrey said that her condition was much worse than Hermione's. It looks like we are going to have a detailed timetable. Marks sighed helplessly, as if the restless work and rest for a long time like before will cause problems. Then Marks began to rework a new schedule, the most important of which was to restrict the use of the time converter. Go back up to 30 hours a day, try to avoid going back to the past several times at the same time, drink a bottle of tonic every 3 days, etc. After strictly stipulating the schedule of work and rest, both of them felt a lot more relaxed in the next few days, but the progress of the potion research and development also slowed down a lot. Even if Marks put all the grade points earned in class every day into it, there is still a core problem that cannot be solved. That's why the effect of the compound decoction suddenly disappeared when the black-robed wizards were used in the experiment. Thinking of this, Marks frowned deeply. After hesitating, he picked up the compound decoction prepared on the table, randomly added a hair collected in school these days, drank it in one sip, and soon his body deformed. Marks looked at the mirror next to him, and he had become a thin little wizard. Shenfeng Yu eyeing. When the effect of the medicine stabilized, Marks used his wand against his arm to lightly chant the spell, releasing the spell. The invisible magic blade pierced his skin, blood flowed down the wound, and the table suddenly became bright red. Hermione turned her head when she heard the noise, and she was shocked when she saw a long wound on the arm of a strange little wizard. Hermione instantly guessed that the person in front of him was Marks, who had drunk the compound soup, because she and Marks were the only people here just now. Seeing a lot of blood flow from Marks's wrist, the little witch panicked. Fortunately, She remembered that she had seen in the book Advanced Potion Making that Baixian could heal her injuries, so she hurriedly searched for it, grabbed a stick of Baixian, and ran over like crazy. Pulling Mark's injured arm, he dripped fresh juice onto the wound. However, the wound was still bleeding, and the fresh juice did not have the slightest effect. "It's impossible. Why is it useless?" Hermione said eagerly with a hint of crying. Marks also didn't expect Hermione to have such a big reaction, and hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, Hermione, I'm just doing an experiment. This is just part of an experiment." While speaking, Marks put his wand into the wound, and he whispered a curse like singing in his mouth, and the wound on his arm healed immediately. He was just testing the stability of the compound decoction, especially when the drinker was severely injured and treated. Would it suddenly change back to the original state, or affect the potion's effect? Experiment? Hermione stared blankly at Mark's arm slowly recovering. Even the blood stained on the table returned to the wound, without replying for a long time. Marks was a little worried. When she was about to ask, she saw Hermione gritted her teeth, swung her fist, and hit his stomach with a punch. Under the compound decoction, Marks suddenly staggered and almost bumped into the cauldron behind him. When he stood up holding his stomach, he saw Hermione's eye circles a little red. "Who would cut his arm to do the experiment? Can't you use other things to do the experiment?" Hermione was very angry. "And you won't notify me in advance?" Seeing Hermione, who was trembling with anger, Marks opened her mouth, wanting to explain, but didn't know where to start, scratching her head helplessly. He didn't think so much when he was studying potions. He tried it out of his own intention. When he cast the spell, he deliberately controlled the power of the Shinfeng Shadowless Curse, and there was no danger. Who makes the compound decoction only useful to people? He can never catch a few little wizards at Hogwarts to use as experiments, right? Marks was not cruel to such a degree, and it would be bad if it caused casualties. Dumbledore would definitely tear him alive. If only one could find a guilt-covered, tenacious vitality, even if he accidentally died in the experiment, no one would care about the guinea pig. Marks sighed in his heart. In this way, not only would his potion improvement efficiency increase a lot, he wouldn't have to always experiment on himself. Wait. It seems like there is such a person. Marks suddenly thought of something, with a little surprise on his face. "Shaban, you are simply my savior." "Marks, did you think of the potion improvement plan?" Hermione looked at Marks's face, suddenly became happy, and the anger that had been surging in her heart was temporarily suppressed, and asked concerned, "No, I just thought that some experiments can be done with a mouse." Marks explained, "But he would forget everything, with a coma spell, to ensure that Peter will feel nothing afterwards. So you just thought of using a mouse as a guinea pig?" Hermione glared, looking like a lioness. Marks smiled bitterly. The experiment he was talking about was not an ordinary mouse. That is to say, animagus like Peter Pettigrew can meet his experimental needs. He had to find a way to get that man from Ron, the mouse. But this is destined to be impossible to tell Hermione. Marks only apologized for a while and promised never to conduct such dangerous experiments on himself. Until novel.com Hermione stopped pursuing this matter. I had known that if there was an experiment, Marks would be foolish to use his body to do experiments. But Hermione still had a stern face in the end, apparently still not calm, and ignored him all morning, flipping through the potions book on her own. Marks shook his head without paying attention, and continued to devote himself to the research of the potion. After waiting for about an hour, Yifan clearly felt that the effect of the compound decoction began to slowly disappear. It seems that the damage to the compound decoction caused by the previous injury should be small, and it will not interrupt the effect of the potion. Why are there no books devoted to the study of potions on dead people? What changes will there be? At noon, Marks, who returned to the auditorium for lunch, sighed with a headache. He felt that the fragrant steak in front of him seemed not so fragrant. He rummaged through the potions books he could find these days, and found that there seemed to be no corresponding research records. Chapter 300 Zebra is hungry and thin, not as good as us. Hermione rolled her eyes. No wizard would study such a boring thing, but seeing Marks frowning and thinking deeply, she couldn't help but ask. Marks, what do you ask this for? Nothing, just a little curious, Marks said casually. Although he agreed that Hermione had joined the ranks of the potion improvement research, Marks still felt that it was his own business and didn't want Hermione to be involved too deeply. Maybe Snape will understand. Marks's thoughts move. He can ask about it in tomorrow's potions class. Hermione didn't believe Marks's perfunctory remarks at all, but knew that he would definitely not tell herself, so she secretly remembered Marks's previous words. It's just that Marks can't think of things. Can you really think of it? Hermione held the time converter on her chest and couldn't help but shake. The two ate lunch with their own minds. After a while, Harry and Ron, who had just finished the transformation class, walked over from the main entrance of the auditorium. Marks, Hermione, why are you so fast? Ron asked strangely. Yeah, I just saw you behind. Harry also nodded. These days, Harry keenly sensed that Marks and Hermione had some problems, as if they might appear anywhere in Hogwarts at any time. A few days ago, I heard that Hermione had beaten a Slytherin girl in the hallway of the arithmetic divination class. However, Hermione was clearly with them at the time, coming out of Professor Trelawney's divination classroom in the tower. The two places were clearly far apart. But after he and Ron heard the news, they agreed that it was a rumor, because how could Hermione take the initiative to act on others? That's against school rules. Marks said calmly. Of course we came here by the secret path. You don't know it. We have a lot of courses, and we can't do it in the usual way. It's too late to walk the secret road, right? Harry complained in his heart. But you have to take several courses at the same time. Harry and Ron didn't ask any questions after all, because Hermione told them fiercely that unless they were ready to take all the courses, it's better not to know so much. Hearing this, Harry and Ron's heads were shaking like a rattle, and they didn't dare to ask any more. By the way, Ron, where's your mouse? I think it doesn't seem to be very well recently. Marks turned his head to look at Ron abruptly, and said, Is there? Ron took Scab out of his pocket in confusion. This grey-black mouse was raised round, and its black fur was glistening. After finally being able to come out of the closed pocket, the breathable mottled, I was very happy. Just turning his head, I saw that Marks was looking at him with an evil look, and Mottled's mouth suddenly let out a horrified scream. The little paw held Ron's thumb. Although it was a summer vacation, Shaban did not forget how the demon treated himself in the first 2 school years. It looks like it is not only in poor health, but also a bit manic. It may be sick. Marks immediately came to a conclusion. Are you sure you are not scared by you? Hermione and Harry's expressions were very weird, and Ron's streaks on his palm shook his head like crazy, indicating that his body is very good. Not manic at all. Marks saw the thoughts of several people and retorted, Ron, if I didn't guess wrong, since this semester, it will be abnormal when I am not only around me, right? Ron thought for a while. That's the case. Shaban has indeed been agitated and restless recently, and even once he met Professor Lupin in the corridor, Shaban went crazy and drilled into his trouser pocket. Thinking of this, Ron became a little worried. Isn't he really sick? What should I do then? Does Mrs. Pomfrey still work as a part-time veterinarian? Ron thought he should go take a look. I think Hagrid should be. He has raised so many and is still a professor of magical biology. Harry reminded. Come on. Don't look at the monsters that Hagrid keeps. The fire dragon and the 3-headed dog are enough to bother us. Ron murmured. Ron, I can brew some calming potions for Shaban to drink. Maybe this will make it a little better. Marks said with a caring look at Shaban. Do not. I do not need. Shaban shook his head tremblingly. He didn't think Marks would be so kind. Shaban remembers that when he was on the train at the end of the 1st grade, Marks used his body to experiment with a kind of magic, and now he must want to let himself experiment with potions or something. But when Ron saw Scabbard like this, he felt that it might be uncomfortable. So he looked at Marx gratefully and said, "Is that so? That really troubles you, Marx." "No trouble. It just so happens that I like this mouse very much." Marx used a fork to fork a meatball and put it next to Dapperled's mouth. The latter was very uncomfortable, stubbornly pushing the meatballs by his mouth with two small paws, trying to reject Marx's kindness. "Sorry, Marx. Shaban is not always like this. He may be too full today." Ron was a little embarrassed. In his opinion, Marx has always been very good with Shaban, and often buys some multi-flavored beans to feed him. It can be said that it is thanks to Marx that Zebra can grow so black and fat. Now that Barbo is so uncomfortable, even Ron can't stand it anymore as the owner. Marx said at the right moment that he didn't care. He knew how much Ron valued Shaban, so he didn't worry about letting Ron give Shaban to himself. It was just one of the purposes, and the other was to move some hands and feet on Peter's body, lest it be the same as the original time and space, because he was afraid of Sirius and ran outside to hide. Ron was very happy that Marx was able to like his rat pet.untlenovel.com and excitedly shared with him some interesting things about the summer vacation. For example, during the summer vacation, George and Fred, because Zebra ate a lot and did not exercise, they specially made a beautiful mouse wheel for him. The full magic break can force Zebra to exercise in the wheel. Body. "No wonder I always feel hungry and thin." Marx shook his head. It seems that the fattening plan he had prepared since the first grade was a failure. "It is obviously not thin at all." Harry looked at his plump body, and wanted to vomit. Hermione noticed that Marx seemed to be a little too concerned about Scabbers. I also remembered that Marx said before that he wanted to find some little mice to do experiments, and the little witch looked a little strange. But Scab is Ron's pet, and HogWarts is not without other rats. Thinking of this, Hermione gave up her previous thoughts again. Marx is not such a person.